Chapter 6:23. Mount Olympus. In the central hall of the palace at the top of the mountain, the gods gathered around the king of the gods, Zeus. The table was filled with golden pots, plates of fruits, and countless roasted meats. Many fairies were dancing, and the muse was singing loudly. But at this moment, many gods were a little uneasy and had no mood to enjoy the wine. The dancing fairies and the singing of the muse could not attract them. Why did Zeus summon the gods? Is it because a god has descended to the mortal world? The gods whispered, because Zeus had a ban that clearly stated that the gods could not intervene in the war between Troy and Greece for a period of time, but they still secretly supported it. Hera and Athena had intervened many times. Hera had even borrowed the love belt of Aphrodite, the goddess of love, which could enchant both humans and gods. She had also promised the god of sleep to make Zeus sleep. And Poseidon had also become a Greek hero, intervening in the war and encouraging the Greeks. The only thing that was appropriate was that they did not directly intervene, but only indirectly. The gods watched the dancing fairies in silence, but their minds were no longer there. They were anxiously waiting for Zeus to punish some of the gods. It can't be very serious. Is it going to be another exile? This was not a serious punishment, so Zeus could not punish it very harshly. Besides, Poseidon was actually about the same level as Zeus himself, and he relied on the royal power of Mount Olympus. And Athena was also a goddess of a relatively high level. As for Hera, although she was relatively low level, she was Zeus' wife and shared a part of Zeus's authority, so she could not be very strict. As they were thinking, Zeus spoke, and his voice shook the hall. In this war between Troy and the Greeks, I allow you to directly intervene. Zeus's words were very unexpected. In the past, although the gods could also intervene in the war of Troy, it was only indirectly and rarely directly. But this time, Zeus allowed the gods to directly assist the Trojans or the Greeks. For the gods, this was undoubtedly good news. Zeus glanced at the gods around him and said majestically, "But remember, you cannot defy the will of me and fate." The expressions of the gods froze. They understood that the so-called decree of Zeus and fate was the script of the entire agreement of the gods. Since Zeus allowed the gods to participate in the Battle of Troy, if the gods still dared to defy the will of Zeus and fate, they would be punished greatly. If the gods did not participate in the battle between Troy and Greece, no one in Troy would be able to stop Achilles. Achilles would then go against the will of the gods and take over Troy. This was something that the gods did not want to see. That was why Zeus agreed to let God help either the Trojans or the Greeks directly. However, there was a condition to the aid: to attack the Trojans, but not to let the Greeks win. The gods understood and left the table. Following their wishes, most of the gods in the palace hall at the top of Mount Olympus left. Hera, Athena, Poseidon, Hermes, Hephaestus, and other gods descended directly onto the Greek warships. Ares, Apollo, Artemis, and her mother Leto, as well as the river god Scamander, Aphrodite, and other gods set off for the Trojans' camp. While these gods were choosing sides, the armies of the Trojans and the Greeks had already collided in an open field. Hector stood on the chariot, wearing a shining divine armor and holding a spear. He killed his way into the ranks of the Greeks majestically. None of the surrounding Greeks were a match for him. Everyone avoided the dazzling armor of Hector. Even the Greek heroes did not directly clash with Hector. Achilles' chariot was pulled by the god Santos, and he killed his way into the Trojan army at lightning speed. However, he did not clash with Hector. As soon as the two armies came into contact, a fierce battle broke out. The battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. Even the clouds in the sky seemed to be dispersed by the fierce battle cries. "Hey, I see prey." Pei Yin did not rush to the front. Instead, he was in the middle of the Trojan army. When the two armies collided, he saw an enemy that could be hunted. He immediately shouted, "System." As soon as he spoke, the system shook. A plum blossom appeared in front of him. It quickly enlarged and became a transparent information interface with a faint sense of light. Hero's bloodline, Level 5, 418. 3%. I'm already at the 9th level. I need to kill a few more heroes, but I can't kill the heroes that the gods are paying attention to. I need to kill those who do not have much backing. Pei Ziyan drew his bow. He could clearly feel the divine armor that Ares had given him. It was infusing a mysterious power into his body, making his body more agile and his eyes sharper. Without a word, he drew his bow and slowly pulled the bowstring. He waited for the few heroes to get closer, even closer. Pei Ziyan drew his bow to a full crescent. With a whoosh, the hero only had time to avoid being hit in the vitals. He was shot and fell off the chariot. Good. The surrounding Trojans cheered. However, a shout came from the opposite side. Leon Theos. Leon Theos was shot in the shoulder. The arrow pierced through his body. This man was brave. He gritted his teeth and broke the shaft of the arrow. Just as he was about to get up, another arrow hit him and he died on the spot. Polypates, son of Peiretos, dodged. Seeing that Pei Ziyan was about to take aim again, the Greeks nearby shouted out. At this point, Piu 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 sound could be heard as 3 arrows were shot out. Polypus dodged one arrow, then another, but was hit in the chest by the last arrow, killing him instantly. At this point, Pei Ziyan's hands trembled. What's going on? Pei Ziyan's senses told him that he could see a golden light flashing past, transforming into a valiant and charming goddess. This is Athena appearing in the sky above the Greeks. Just as he was thinking about this, a loud boom could be heard. Ares appeared in the sky above the Trojans. The goddess of discord, Eris, was running between the opposing armies. It's not just them. Pei Ziyan could clearly feel that more than 10 gods had appeared. They were all hidden within their own camps. Mortals could not see the gods, except for people like Pei Ziyan, who had the acute senses of a priest. Pei Ziyan, who was driving the chariot forward, was shocked. He immediately ordered the chariot to slow down. He could feel that many gods had appeared. The battlefield would definitely have some unexpected changes. It was better to wait and see. Could it be that the gods have decided to intervene in this battle? Pei Ziyan thought to himself, "Where's Hector?" Achilles kept looking around. Under his orders, the chariot moved around the battlefield. Since Automodon was driving the chariot, and Mars Santos was pulling the chariot, Achilles was able to focus all his attention on killing the Trojans around him. He was invincible on the battlefield. No one was a match for him. Everywhere he went, the Trojans retreated and suffered heavy casualties. However, Achilles was not in the mood to fight. He was looking for Hector in the crowd. All the Trojans he killed were soldiers who were blocking his way. Achilles is trying his best to find Hector in the crowd. Damn it. Although fate has decided that Achilles will kill Hector, Hector is too important. I have to intervene and see if he has a chance of survival. Apollo thought to himself as he watched the battlefield closely. But to stop Achilles, even if it's temporarily, I need a suitable sacrifice. Apollo's gaze swept across the Trojan heroes on the battlefield, and he stared at one spot. Although I will offend Aphrodite, I can't care less. Apollo turned into Priam's son, Lycaon. He approached Aeneas, who was fighting fiercely with the Greeks around him. Honorable Aeneas, there is a Greek hero slaughtering our soldiers in front of us. Let's go and stop him from killing our warriors. You are right, Prince Lycaon. Our warriors are precious. We cannot let him kill our warriors. Let's go and kill him. Under the guidance of Apollo's Lycaon, Aeneas ran in the direction of Achilles. Pei Ziyan saw all this from afar, but he was far away. Also, this was Apollo's direct intervention. He could not stop Aeneas from going to Achilles. Apollo is leading Aeneas to Achilles. He is simply going to die. He wants to die in Hector's place. Sigh, Apollo really cares for Hector. He even dared to sacrifice the son of the goddess of alliance. Aeneas was the son of Aphrodite, the goddess of love. If he died at the hands of Achilles because of Apollo's seduction, Aphrodite might hate Apollo. Pei Ziyan did not continue to act rashly. He stood on the chariot, holding a spear in one hand and killing the Greek soldiers around him. However, all his attention was focused on Aeneas. Under the guidance of Lycaon, Aeneas soon saw Achilles, who was slaughtering the Trojan warriors in the distance. Achilles was wearing a shiny armor. He was the most eye-catching existence on the battlefield. His moving figure could be seen from afar. When Aeneas saw that it was Achilles, he secretly felt bitter. These heroes all knew how strong Achilles was. They tried their best to avoid fighting him directly. No one was a fool. When Coconus was invincible, all the heroes in the Greek camp chose to avoid fighting and let the soldiers exhaust Coconus' strength. Now that Achilles was unstoppable, the heroes of Troy also had the intention of letting the soldiers exhaust Achilles' strength. But now, not long after the war began, he met Achilles. But when Aeneas saw Lycaon looking at him with a puzzled expression, an impulse drove Aeneas to order the chariot to charge towards Achilles, who was not far away. When Aeneas dashed towards Achilles, he didn't notice that Lycaon didn't follow him. Instead, he slowly vanished into thin air. Achilles immediately noticed Aeneas approaching him and said loudly, "Aeneas, how dare you leave the team and come in front of me? I'll give you a chance. Hurry up and retreat. Otherwise, you'll die." Aeneas was also a very powerful hero with his own pride and unyielding spirit. Although he knew that he was no match for Achilles, Achilles' words also deeply provoked Aeneas, making him not want to retreat. Aeneas retorted, "Son of Peleus, I know that you are the son of the sea goddess Thetis, but I am the son of the beautiful goddess Aphrodite, the grandson of Zeus." With that, Aeneas roared, "Behold the spear!" Whoosh! Aeneas threw the spear in his hand at Achilles with all his strength. The spear turned into a meteor, streaking across the sky and instantly arriving in front of Achilles. Achilles raised the shield in his hand to block. With a poof sound, the spear hit the shield, penetrated 2 layers, and stopped moving forward. Achilles was furious and threw the spear in his hand at Aeneas. Whoosh! The sound of the spear piercing through the air was ear-piercing. The entire spear was like an arrow released from a bow, rapidly piercing towards Aeneas. Aeneas hurriedly raised the shield in his hand to block. The sharp spear came from afar, and with a loud bang, the spear struck Aeneas's shield with great force. The tip of the spear pierced through the shield and pierced Aeneas's arm. Blood immediately flowed from Aeneas's arm, staining his shoulder armor. Before Achilles made his move, he still had some reservations about Aphrodite. Now that he had made his move, he showed no mercy. Seeing that his spear did not kill Aeneas, he waved his sword and ordered, "Automodon, charge!" Automodon immediately drove his chariot towards Aeneas, swearing to kill him. The god immediately noticed that although Poseidon was against the Trojans, he felt pity for Aeneas. If Aeneas dies because he listens to Apollo, it will be regrettable. I am also worried that Zeus will be angry. Although he hates the house of Priam, he does not want to completely destroy it. He is using Aeneas to continue this powerful royal family. However, there is no need for me to interfere. Aphrodite is here. Suddenly, a thick black fog rose. Aphrodite saw that her son Aeneas was about to be assassinated by Achilles. She knew that she was no match for Achilles, so she immediately descended into the thick black fog. She stretched out her white arms, took her beloved son, Aeneas, and hurried away. Achilles, though he could not see for a moment, picked up another spear and threw it fiercely in her direction. "I will not let you hurt Aeneas." Poseidon arrived in an instant. He could not see with his mortal eyes. He caught the spear and threw it at Achilles' feet. Damn it! Another god has come to help Aeneas. When the thick black fog dissipated, Achilles immediately noticed the situation. He said gloomily, "I have let him escape time and time again." As he spoke, Achilles shouted even louder, "Automodon, continue to charge. Do not worry about the Trojan battle formation. I can kill them like cutting grass now." Chapter 624. The goddess of love has saved her son. Although there's still Aeneas's script in the future, who can guarantee that it will be the same because of my involvement? Poseidon saw that Aphrodite had saved Aeneas from afar and heaved a sigh of relief. He had a good relationship with Aeneas and did not wish to lose his life to Achilles. Having lost his enemy, Achilles was enraged. He rushed into the Trojan camp and began slaughtering the Trojan soldiers. That was not enough. He had also set his sights on Iphention, who was still fighting in the distance. Achilles ordered Automedon to drive his chariot towards Iphention. The chariot was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had covered a distance and was nearing Iphention. Iphention had already seen Achilles in his dazzling armor charging towards him. He panicked and wanted to escape, but the chariot had already appeared in front of him. Iphention knew that he couldn't escape from Achilles, who was charging at him aggressively. He raised his spear and threw it at Achilles. However, he was panicking and lost his aim, causing the spear to deviate from the chariot. Uffed, the chariot sped past Iphention. Achilles swung his sword at Iphention's neck, decapitating him. The headless corpse spurted blood into the air. It was about a meter high, and the corpse fell heavily to the ground. The people around all sucked in a breath of cold air. Because most people fought with spears, they rarely used swords, mainly because bronze swords were very brittle, so beheading rarely happened. Now that they had seen it, they felt that it was very terrifying. Even Automedon felt that something was wrong when he saw this. He handed the spear in his hand to Achilles, who took it and sheathed his sword. He scanned the battlefield and saw a Trojan hero not far away. He ordered Automedon to go forward. Seeing Achilles look over and order the chariot to charge towards him, Timoleon knew that he could not escape. However, he was not afraid. He raised his spear and charged toward Achilles. Your courage is commendable, but your stupidity is unparalleled. Clang! Timoleon's spear was blocked by Achilles' shield, and Achilles' spear lightly stabbed towards Timoleon. Pooh! A bloody hole appeared in Timoleon's throat. Blood spurted out and stained the ground red. He fell heavily to the ground, and it seemed like he would not survive. Achilles was not satisfied with killing Thermorion, so he continued to charge toward a Trojan hero not far away. My heart is burning with hatred. Only by killing Hector can it cool down. If I can't find Hector, I'll kill more Trojan heroes. Let's see how long you can endure. When Hippodamus saw Achilles rushing towards him, he knew that his misfortune had arrived. He was frightened, but he didn't want to die without a fight. He shouted for help while thrusting his spear towards Achilles. Perhaps because Hippodamus was panicking, the strength of his spear thrust was very weak. Achilles easily pushed Hippodamus' spear away. Then, the spear in his hand transformed into a bolt of lightning. With a quick thrust, it broke through Hippodamus' armor and pierced his body. Pooh! The spear pierced through Hippodamus' heart and pierced a large hole in his chest. He died instantly, and his heavy corpse fell to the ground, sending up a lot of dust. In the twinkling of an eye, Achilles killed the three heroes, Iphithion, Timoleon, and Hippodamus, and caused the Trojans to distance themselves from Achilles, afraid that they would be targeted by him and die on the battlefield. Achilles, the brave and invincible Achilles. The Greeks, on the other hand, had their morale boosted. They cheered and shouted, and the strength of the Trojans and Greeks began to tilt again. Diomedes, who was far away, heard the cheers and saw that Achilles was invincible and invincible. He was filled with envy and jealousy. He raised his hands and prayed to the sky. Daughter of Zeus with Aegis, Athena with infinite power, if you had blessed my father with kindness during the war, then please help me now. Athena heard Diomedes' prayer and gave him strength. She said, "Summon your courage, Diomedes. I have injected the power of your father, Tydeus, into your chest, and you can see the gods with your eyes. But remember, this power only lasts for a quarter of an hour." Look, Aphrodite actually dared to interfere with fate to save her son. She hasn't escaped from the battlefield yet, and she's not far from you. You should hurry up and teach her a lesson, Athena said. Diomedes heard Athena's words and was happy. He felt the great power in his body and nodded. He turned around and saw Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty. Originally, mortals did not have the courage to attack gods, but Athena had given him strength and courage. Without hesitation, He thrust his spear at Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty. Ordinary iron could not hurt a god, but Athena's power was added to the spear. The spear suddenly lit up and pierced Aphrodite's palm. "Lowly mortal, you dare to attack me?" Aphrodite screamed. She did not think that a lowly mortal would dare to stab her with a spear and even hurt her. After all, it was impossible for ordinary weapons to harm a god's body. Only a god's weapon could harm a god. A drop of divine blood dripped from Aphrodite's palm, and even her son, Aeneas, fell to the ground. At this time, Apollo, who had heard the noise, rushed forward to protect the fallen Aeneas. Diomedes, who had received the power of Athena, was full of courage. He was no longer afraid of the gods. Although he saw Apollo protecting Aeneas, he still rushed towards Aeneas. Diomedes thrust his spear at Aeneas, who was lying on the ground. How could Apollo let him succeed? He gently pushed the spear away. Diomedes was filled with courage, and the spear in his hand stabbed at Aeneas again. Once again, Apollo pushed the spear away. Diomedes stabbed at Aeneas 3 times in a row. The spear was blocked by Apollo each time, but this provocation completely angered Apollo. A mere mortal repeatedly attacked Aeneas, who was under his protection. Even though it wasn't an attack directed at him, it still made him lose a lot of face. Apollo shouted, "Ares, punish this impudent mortal!" Ares, who was in the distance, heard Apollo's voice and immediately responded to Apollo's call. He rushed towards Diomedes, and the spear in his hand quickly struck at Diomedes. However, it did not succeed. Athena, who had quickly rushed over, pushed the spear away. Ares saw that his spear was blocked by Athena, and he did not gain anything. He threw the spear in his hand at Diomedes, but it was blocked by Athena. She seemed to be determined to protect the mortal Diomedes. "Ares, you dare to fight with me. I'll let you know that I'm not someone you can compare to." As she said this, she saw that Diomedes was about to counterattack. She stabbed at him with her spear. It was just a little bit, but the spear in Diomedes' hand suddenly lit up. The light was as dazzling as the North Star, and the spear was like a meteor piercing towards Ares. Ares' face instantly turned gloomy. Originally, he did not care much about Diomedes' spear, but now there was a sudden change. He could not block Athena's spear. The spear pierced deep into the armor of the god of war, piercing through his flesh and causing him to cry out in pain. Ares did not think that Athena would dare to make a move and even hurt him through a mortal. Just as he was about to counterattack, they heard a cold snort. This was a warning from Zeus. The battle between the gods had reached the red line. The gods were silent. Ares and Athena stood silently without moving. We saw Diomedes repeatedly stabbing Aphrodite and Ares. He could not help but be shocked. "God's blood, I see God's blood." God's blood was actually a type of spiritual liquid. Some were white in color, while others were bright red like the blood of mortals. Some God's blood shone with a golden light, as if the sun was shining in it. But let's put the God's blood aside for now. I can't take it in front of everyone. Diomedes is the son of Tydeus. Who is he? Can he hurt a god without being punished immediately? Yin quickly picked up a bow from the chariot. He pulled the bowstring slightly and placed an arrow on it. He aimed at Diomedes in the distance and released the bowstring with his right hand. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air and hit Diomedes at an unimaginable speed. Diomedes was hit by the arrow, and fresh blood flowed from his body. He grimaced in pain. His whole body was filled with power, and he vowed to be as glorious as Achilles on the battlefield. He did not expect that he would be hit by a sneak attack before he could show his strength. Diomedes followed the direction of the arrow and saw Paris in the distance. He was slowly putting away his bow. "Paris, it's you again. Do you dare to fight me head-on?" Diomedes roared loudly. He had been hit by the arrow and was injured. His heart was burning with anger, and he wanted nothing more than to rush over and tear Paris into pieces. However, he was very far away from Yin, and by the time he rushed over, Yin might have already disappeared to who knows where. Besides, Pei Zi did not care at all. There were so many gods watching, and he was protected by Athena. They could not kill him, so he would not be so unlucky. And with this delay, a thick black fog exploded in the surroundings, and the god disappeared in an instant. Even Aeneas, who was on the ground, disappeared. Diomedes lost his target and was sweating profusely. He only had a quarter of an hour's worth of power, and he would not have that much power in the future. He was about to look for Pei Zi in the distance, but when he looked around, he could not find him. Despicable, hateful Paris. He shot an arrow and then ran away. The next time I see him, I must kill this despicable person. Diomedes was so angry that he could only vent his anger on the Trojans. In one breath, he killed 13 of them. Chapter 6:25. Achilles wantonly slaughtered the Trojan soldiers and heroes while shouting, "Automodon, continue to charge. Find the Trojan princes and kill them. I don't believe that Hector can still hide from me." Automodon's eyes were sharp. Very quickly, he spotted Prince Permin of Troy. He immediately set his sights on him and charged towards him. Achilles is caught up. Prince Permin knew that if he fought with Achilles, he would not be able to survive. However, Achilles was already rushing towards him on his chariot. The chariot was pulled by some kind of horse and was extremely fast. There was no way for him to dodge. He shouted Hector's name and threw his spear at Achilles. Pah! The spear reached its target, but it was easily blocked by Achilles' shield and bounced off. The speed of the chariot was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, it was beside Prince Permin. Achilles stabbed out with his spear. Prince Permin did not even have time to react. All he heard was a pu sound as the spear pierced through his body. Prince Permin was killed on the spot. Fresh blood flowed out of Permin's body like a fountain. His corpse fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Permin. Hector saw his younger brother lying on the ground and shouted loudly. This younger brother of his had been very close since he was young. He did not expect Achilles to kill him. He was so angry that his eyes turned black. Although Apollo had warned him many times, he could not hold it in any longer. He pounced toward Achilles. They're finally here. Apollo sighed. At the same time, the gazes of all the gods turned to look at him. The attention of all the gods has left. Pei Zi could feel that all the gods were paying attention to Hector and Achilles. However, not a single one of them was paying attention to him. Pei Zi's heart leaped with joy. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He took the risk and rushed towards the spot where Aphrodite and Ares had been injured. With a wave of his hand, the 2 drops of God's blood disappeared into thin air. Good. At this point, Achilles saw Hector rushing towards him. Not only was he not afraid, he even cheered him on. His face was filled with joy. He had searched the entire battlefield and killed countless people just to find Hector. Now that he had appeared, one could imagine the joy in his heart. It is this man who pains me to the very depths of my heart. Because of this, I've never been able to bury Patroclus, causing his soul to linger outside the underworld. Achilles shouted, "Hector, we are the strongest heroes in each other's camp. Let us not hide. Let us fight to the death." Achilles' words were full of arrogance, as if Hector was doomed to die if he rushed over to fight him. However, Hector was not afraid at all. "Achilles, you are indeed very powerful. I know you are a brave man, but God may help me to win." As he spoke, Hector threw the spear in his hand. With a whoosh, the spear was like a sharp arrow, piercing through the sky and shooting toward Achilles. Bang! Achilles raised his shield and blocked the spear. The sharp spear pierced through all 4 layers of the shield, but in the end, it was unable to break through the defense of the shield. Seeing that the spear attack had no effect, Hector picked up another spear and rushed towards Achilles. Although the shield in Achilles' hand had blocked the attack of the spear, the strength of the spear still made his hand a little numb. This showed how much strength Hector had thrown the spear with. Achilles saw Hector rushing towards him, and without hesitation, he jumped off the chariot and rushed towards Hector. The distance between the two was instantly shortened, and they collided. Hector's spear turned into a silver dragon and pierced towards Achilles, who was running towards him. Achilles raised his shield and immediately blocked the giant silver dragon. The spear could not break through the defense of the shield, and he took the opportunity to quickly stab the spear in his hand to Hector. Bang! Hector raised his shield to block Achilles' spear, but the shield was only an ordinary item, and it could not block the spear. With a poof, the spear pierced through the shield in Hector's hand. The tip of the spear pushed forward, and Hector dodged to the side, avoiding the tip of the spear. Hector saw that the defense of Achilles' shield was strong, and the spear in his hand changed from a stab to a sweep, swiftly sweeping towards the side of Achilles' body. Bang! Achilles' shield once again blocked the sweep of Hector's spear, but the strong force made Achilles involuntarily take a step back. Hector's sweeping spear was blocked, and he took the opportunity to stab down, stabbing toward Achilles' feet. Achilles took a few steps back, avoiding Hector's spear. Achilles and Hector were both wearing godly armor, and they were fighting fiercely. Mount Olympus, all the gods watched this thrilling, fateful battle anxiously. Hector and Achilles fought fiercely at the beginning, but gradually he was at a disadvantage. Gods, Zeus, sitting on his gold and ivory throne, called out to all the gods present. Think about the situation before you. The time has come to decide. Do you want Hector to escape death again, or do you want him to die? Zeus' words reached the ears of all the gods present, and for a while, no one responded. Everyone seemed to be thinking about how to deal with Hector. Athena stood up and said, "Father, what are you thinking? Do you want to let someone whom the goddess of fortune has determined to die escape death?" Before Zeus could speak, Athena said, "However, you are the greatest king of gods. Do what you want, but don't expect the gods to agree to your suggestion." Zeus nodded and did not say anything more. On the battlefield below, the battle between Achilles and Hector had reached a climax. Achilles thrust his spear at Hector like a bolt of lightning. Bang! The spear pierced through Hector's shield again, and the tip of the spear pierced through the shield towards Hector's chest. Hector dodged, dodging the spear that had been weakened by the shield. But the shield in his hand was also full of holes in the process of blocking the spear and could no longer be used. Hector dropped the shield in his hand and stabbed towards Achilles with the spear in both hands. Achilles raised his shield to block the attack. Hector, who was holding the spear with both hands, increased the power that he poured into the spear. It pierced through the 5 layers of Achilles' shield in an instant, and the tip of the spear came out as well, stabbing toward Achilles' body. Achilles obviously did not expect Hector to be able to pierce through the shield made by the gods. He did not have time to dodge, and the tip of the spear pierced his armor. Clang! The tip of the spear and the armor made a sound of metal clashing, but the defense of this armor was also very amazing. Hector's full force thrust of the spear, after being weakened by the shield, could not leave a single mark on Achilles' armor. Achilles did not want to be outdone, and the spear in his hand stabbed towards Hector. Hector quickly retreated, and just as the spear was about to pierce him, he dodged and narrowly dodged the spear. At this time, seeing that his spear did not succeed, Achilles used force in his hand and threw it towards Hector, who was not far away. Swoosh! The sound of the spear piercing through the air was instantly heard, and the entire spear flew towards Hector at an extremely fast speed. Hector's reaction was still considered fast, and he quickly bent his body, and the entire spear flew over his head. Just as Hector stood up and steadied himself, he quickly threw the spear in his hand. Swoosh! The spear also turned into a meteor, piercing through the sky and attacking Achilles. Achilles still raised the shield in his hand to block the spear that Hector had thrown. Bang! The heavy impact of the spear pierced through the 5-layered shield in Achilles' hand, and there was a clang on the armor. Achilles pulled out the long sword at his waist, and using the shield as cover, he rushed towards Hector. He was very fast, and very soon, he was close to Hector. After Hector threw the spear, he also pulled out the long sword at his waist and rushed towards Achilles. The two of them collided, and the long swords flashed coldly as they stabbed towards each other. Clang! There was only a sound, and both of them were hit by a sword, but the holy armor protected both of them from harm. Then, The two of them fought in close combat, and from time to time, sword marks were left on the armor. Damn, this is the armor that God gave to my father, Peleus. It is protecting Hector and, at the same time, providing him with strength to fight against me. It's hard to tell who will win, but I know that this armor was originally mine, and I am very familiar with it. I know that there is a small gap between the shoulder and the collarbone. Achilles' eyes were gloomy, and the sword and shield in his hand gradually gained the upper hand. He was looking for an opportunity. Although Hector was wearing his armor, he was the most familiar with the armor. As long as he found an opportunity, he could kill Hector. At that moment, Achilles simply threw away the shield and fought with Hector. The holy armor made it so that neither of them could do anything to the other. Achilles stabbed Hector several times with his long sword, but it only left a small mark on the armor, and sparks flew, and there was a dang, dang, dang sound. Hector has been tricked by me. He is already used to the protection of the armor. Suddenly, during the battle between Hector and Achilles, he revealed a flaw. Achilles did not let go of this extremely rare opportunity, and the long sword in his hand flashed and instantly stabbed towards Hector. Poof! The tip of the bronze long sword followed the flaw, and in the gap between the collarbone and the shoulder, it pierced through Hector's throat. Blood flowed uncontrollably, and Hector's armor was dyed red. After receiving a heavy blow, Hector quickly retreated, using his hand to cover the wound to prevent blood from flowing out. But it was of no use, and blood immediately spurted out. Achilles, who had achieved a fatal effect, did not attack again. This was already fatal. Even if it was Hector, he would also die. Almost at the same time, the gods cried out. In the fated battle, life and death were decided. Chapter 6:26. Hector could no longer hold on and fell with a thud. But the strong life force of a hero made Hector beg. Achilles, I'm begging you on your life. No matter how much gold and silver you want, just send my body back to Troy and let the Trojans bury me according to the funeral rites. Achilles' expression was cold. He shook his head and replied coldly, You are the murderer of my friend Patroclus. Even if Priam is willing to pay a ransom equal to your weight in gold, I will not agree. I will feed your body to the dogs. Achilles thought that Hector killing his friend Patroclus was unforgivable. Patroclus had not been buried until now because he wanted to use Hector as a sacrifice to Patroclus. More importantly, Achilles' heart was filled with anger. Don't I know that fate has revealed its ferocious face? For Patroclus, I had to step on this path. What else do I have to lose? Achilles thought to himself. He could not vent his anger on God, so he naturally vented it on Hector. I knew it. Hector spat out blood as he spoke. He was almost at the end of his rope. The only reason he could still speak was because of the unwillingness in his heart. I know that you have a heart of stone and will not pity me, but you are going against the law of God. When God takes revenge for me, when you are shot at the central gate of Troy and are about to die, you will remember my words. After Hector said this last prophecy, his soul left his body and flew into the underworld in the blink of an eye. But Achilles shouted, Just die. No matter how Zeus and God arrange my fate, I will accept it. Now feed the dogs. Achilles hated Hector to the core and did not care about anything he said. He swore to drag the body back as a sacrifice to his friend. After saying that, Achilles personally peeled off the bloody armor that originally belonged to him from Hector's corpse. Hector is dead. Hector is dead. Achilles killing Hector was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Trojans on the battlefield. Hector had always been the protector of Troy. As long as he was on the battlefield, no one would panic. But at this moment, Hector was killed by Achilles. The morale of the Trojans instantly hit rock bottom, while the morale of the Greeks was high. This directly caused the Trojans to be unable to resist the Greeks. They were defeated one after another and fled towards Troy. When Paezian saw this, he shouted, System! As soon as he finished speaking, the system shuddered. A plum blossom appeared in front of him. It quickly enlarged and turned into a transparent information interface with a faint sense of light. Quest! Your political skills have allowed you to control fate. Use one auspicious omen to force the gods to temporarily stand by your side and protect your safety. Without any hesitation, Pei Ziyun pressed the button. I have 24 fate points. I'm only one fate point away from giving the oracle, but I'm willing to spend one for Hector. As soon as he pressed the button, Achilles suddenly changed. He killed Hector and stood up. All of a sudden, a huge rainbow descended from the sky, landing on Achilles. Achilles bathed in the rainbow, reflecting the golden light. The Greeks, who had just won, were stunned. They did not have the mood to chase after Achilles. Instead, they swarmed around Achilles like a tidal wave to watch. They all looked at the godlike Achilles and Hector, who was lying on the ground, with complicated expressions. After all, Hector was the first general of Troy. He was invincible on the battlefield and had left a deep impression on the Greeks. Achilles looked at the Greeks who had gathered and shouted, "Friends, heroes, thank the gods for allowing me to kill this man. We want to see, without Hector, how long can Troy resist?" Achilles' words, according to normal history, were indeed true. Not long after Hector's death, Troy's city was conquered by the Greeks. However, my friend Patroclus is still lying on the ship and has not been buried. Let us sing a song of victory and bring this enemy of mine back to pay tribute to my friend. As Achilles spoke, he did not even bother to leave the dead body on the chariot. He picked up a knife and poked a hole in the ankle and heel of Hector's body. He then used a belt to thread it through the hole and tied it to the chariot. This was extremely disrespectful to the dead. The surrounding Greeks wanted to say something, but in the end, they did not say anything. Now that Achilles had killed Hector, his reputation was at its peak. He was still brooding over the fact that Hector had killed Patroclus. At this point, if someone tried to persuade him to respect the dead, he would probably reject them harshly. Achilles jumped onto the chariot, and with a flick of his whip, the horse started galloping. The chariot dragged Hector's body and sped towards the direction of the warship. Mount Olympus, the chariot dragged Hector's body. Soon, the heroic Hector was covered in mud, and his flesh was torn by sharp stones and wooden thorns, staining his body red. Zeus gloomily watched everything that Achilles had done. Apollo's face was even more gloomy. Even the Greek gods looked at Achilles and shook their heads, as if they had already sentenced him to death in their hearts. It was the destiny of heroes to kill each other, but few dared to insult the dead. That year, King Creon of Thebes arranged for the funerals of his two nephews. Eteocles, who had died for his country, was given a grand funeral. The citizens sent the hearse to the cemetery, but the traitor Polynices, who was his nephew, had his body exposed outside the city and was not given a proper burial. Because of this incident, King Creon was destroyed. Because of Hades, and because of the will of the gods, and because Hector was a descendant of Zeus. O great Zeus, the king of the gods, fate is changing rapidly. Achilles has desecrated the corpse, and he will immediately be punished by fate. Looking at this unexpected rainbow, even Hera's expression changed. She no longer spoke for her beloved son Achilles, but for Zeus. Hearing this, Zeus' expression improved a little. "Since you also think so, then so be it." Saying this, his face darkened, and he ordered in a low voice, "Quick, go and ask the goddess of fate what happened." City of Troy. The battle outside the city could be seen clearly from the top of the city walls. The people of Troy stood on top of the city walls to watch the battle. At first, the two sides were evenly matched, but since Achilles wantonly slaughtered the heroes and soldiers of Troy, the faces of the Trojans became ugly. When Hector's mother, Hector, saw Hector's misfortune from the top of the city walls, she tore off her veil in grief and wailed, "My child, the enemy is so cruel. Not only did he kill you, he also disgraced your corpse." Sob, sob. Hector's sorrow infected Priam. Originally, when he saw Hector killed by Achilles, although he was heartbroken, as a king, he still forced himself to be calm. At this moment, he was infected and also wept bitterly. "My child Hector, fate has treated you so unfairly. After death, Your corpse still has to be disgraced like this. Don't worry, I will definitely redeem your corpse." King Priam and Queen Hector's weeping infected a group of people. Many elders could not help but wipe their tears. Hector's reputation in Troy were good, and his death was undoubtedly a great blow to the people of Troy. But when the Trojans saw Achilles abuse Hector's corpse, there was a mournful wail from the top of the city walls. The news of Hector's death and his corpse being abused spread throughout Troy in an instant. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation toward Achilles. Cries came from the whole city. Everyone felt sad for Hector's unfortunate encounter. Hector was such a kind person to actually suffer such abuse from the enemy. This was said by a woman in the city as she covered her face and wept. "God, please have mercy on Hector. Don't let him suffer such misfortune. Let his soul rest in peace." An old man of Troy prayed, "Don't worry, God will definitely punish the sins of the Greeks." A middle-aged man said, "The news of Hector being killed by Achilles and his corpse being disgraced quickly spread back to the mansion. When Anroma heard this news, he instantly fainted and his body fell straight down. Fortunately, a maid reacted quickly and caught his body. Pei Ziyun was retreating. Although he had expected this, he could not help but stop when he saw all this. He touched the hilt of his sword. Pei Ziyun was also very angry about Achilles' corpse being disgraced. If he could, he would rush up and kill Achilles right now. At this point, the shadow suddenly moved and spoke. "Paris, you are very wise not to go. Achilles' fate has already reached its peak. If you go, you will also be killed. However, Achilles killed Hector and used up half of his fate. Do you know what would have happened to Troy if the gods did not attack them?" The mysterious shadow spoke to Pei Ziyun when the gods were not paying attention. Greece is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. The rivers are short and rapid, and the coast is full of twists and turns. It is a good location for sailing and trading. However, there are many mountains within their territory. 3/4 of the land is mountainous. Their agriculture is naturally deficient, and it is impossible for them to achieve hegemony. Without this war, Troy, which controls the trade and has a large number of farms, will continue to grow stronger. In Hector's generation, they will be able to rule Asia Minor. They might even be able to go north and obtain a rich granary. At that time, Greece will not be able to withstand a single blow. When Pei Ziyun heard this, he suppressed his anger and thought about it. The mysterious shadow nodded his head lightly, agreeing with what Pei Ziyun said. "What you said is right. If the gods did not attack them, the Greeks would not be a match for the Trojans. Hector has the potential to become a true king. That is why Apollo was so kind to him. And Achilles has killed Hector, which will also exhaust his destiny. Let's wait and see. His death is not far away. You're still not a match for Achilles. However, you have already obtained 3 drops of God's blood. Return to the city and carry out the journey of destiny. I will help you take revenge and kill Achilles." The mysterious shadow's words were very tempting, but Pei Ziyun was not moved. He said, "There is no need. I can kill Achilles myself. Tell me, how should I carry out the journey of destiny?" "There is a dense forest in front. I have already drawn up the ritual. All you have to do is find the location, and the god's blood that you have obtained will be activated." The mysterious shadow immediately explained the method to him. Pei Ziyun looked around and saw that there was indeed a dense forest not far away. He jumped off the chariot and took large strides towards the forest. Before long, he had reached the forest. There were few people in the forest, and Pei Ziyun dove in. Based on his senses, he found the location that the lady had mentioned. "It's here," the shadow spoke. Feeling that no one was paying attention to him, Pei Ziyun was about to step on it when he suddenly asked, "Is the enemy strong this time?" "Not very strong, but very annoying," the lady replied. Pei Ziyun nodded his head and stepped on it. Boom! Everything in front of him changed. Chapter 6:27. Mount Olympus on the battlefield of Troy. Achilles killed Hector. and something that none of the other gods expected happened. A huge rainbow that spanned across heaven and earth hung down from the sky. It seemed to be celebrating Achilles' killing of Hector. When the gods saw this scene, they looked at each other. This was completely beyond their expectations. Zeus, who was sitting on his throne made of ivory and gold, opened his eyes and continuously looked at the other gods, trying to see who had done such a good thing. But there was no doubt that no one would admit that this rainbow crown was made by themselves. Achilles' performance had already aroused the disgust of the gods, and now that he had obtained the glory of the rainbow crown, several gods suddenly had murderous intent in their hearts. Achilles still had some traces of fate, but now he has to be killed as soon as possible. This idea did not belong to a god. Zeus looked around carefully, but could not find anything, so he gave up and did not continue to investigate. He just said, "Hermes, go and find out the specific reason for the rainbow crown." Zeus called Hermes over and ordered him to investigate. The rainbow crown that had appeared without him made Zeus feel a bit worried. The somewhat dull banquet quickly concluded, and the other gods left the banquet hall with complicated feelings. "My dear, why don't you go to the goddess of fortune and ask her what's going on?" Zeus turned to Hera and said. Hera nodded and agreed. Her authority was connected to Zeus, and even though Achilles had once been her favorite child, she would not be biased towards him at all. Hera quickly left and arrived at the place where the three goddesses of fate were. Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos welcomed her. Hera was not in the mood to receive such treatment, and she asked, "Goddesses, since you can predict fate, what happened on the battlefield today?" Before the three goddesses of fate could reply, Hera said, "The great Zeus has already investigated, and it was not a god who gave Achilles the glorious rainbow crown." "But why did this happen?" The three goddesses of fate nodded, and Lachesis said, "Esteemed Hera, we also saw these changes. However, even we can't easily investigate matters of fate. Please give us some time, and we'll give you an answer." "Very good. You're not giving me an answer. You're giving the gods, the revered king of the gods, Zeus, a clear answer," Hera said. Goddess Clotho said, "Respected Hera, we will definitely give the gods and Zeus an answer before dawn tomorrow. You can rest assured." Hera nodded and left in satisfaction. She believed that the three goddesses of fate knew how important this matter was, and that Zeus was very concerned about it. After Hera left, the three goddesses of fate began a discussion. "I feel like fate has changed a little, leading to the appearance of the rainbow crown," Crosso said. "Could it be that Achilles' fate has changed? Does he want to escape the judgment of fate?" Atropos asked. "No, I can sense that Achilles' fate hasn't changed," Lachesis said. "The appearance of the rainbow crown is simply inconceivable, and we didn't sense it at all. Could it be that fate is going to ignore us and act alone?" Atropos said, "Fate is unpredictable, and even we can't completely control it. It's not impossible for fate to bypass us," Lachesis said. "There's no point in discussing here. How about we hold a fate ceremony and seek an answer from fate?" Crosso said. All right, the two goddesses agreed. Troy, forest outside, the city Pei Yun stepped into the Lady Phantom's position, and his vision instantly darkened. He waited for a long time, but the darkness still did not recede, so he tried to slowly advance. He walked in the darkness for a very long time. Just as he was getting a little impatient, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of him, and then he suddenly opened up. In front of him was a tall mountain. The mountain was towering and tall, more than 1,000 jam tall. The vegetation on it was lush and verdant, and there were also countless cliffs and precipices. Pei Yun was shocked, and he had a guess. Is this Mount Olympus? In the past, he had seen Mount Olympus from Typhon's point of view, and it was very similar to the mountain in front of him. However, in the next moment, he saw many titans climbing the cliffs. The cliffs were extremely steep, and some were smooth and shiny. However, the titans did not expend much effort to climb them. The titans were all tall and muscular, but their nimble bodies allowed them to climb the cliffs with ease. No, these aren't titans, they're giants. Pei Ziyin started to feel suspicious. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Although he could not see its face clearly, the priestess immediately had a feeling. It's Hades. No, something's not right. He saw Hades try and strike, knocking a titan off a cliff. Even a powerful titan would be smashed to pieces if he fell off a cliff that was thousands of meters tall. The titans did not seem to be afraid, and they continued to climb up the cliff. The process was very slow, but none of them gave up. This feeling, could it be that the Romans adapted Roman mythology, where the gods and humans fought side by side? Pei Ziyin thought to himself as he looked at the scene in front of him. Is this the same as the original Typhon script? In the Orthodox mythology, Typhon was just a small character and was quickly defeated by Zeus. However, the Roman mythology was edited to include Typhon breaking the tendons of Zeus's arms and legs. It was said that this was the origin of the ancient Egyptian mythology. Seth was the god of the desert and the god of the storm. He fought with the god Horus for power, and in the end, he admitted defeat. In the myth of Typhon, Zeus's tendons were pulled out, and Hermes recovered them. Zeus regained his strength and defeated Typhon. The two processes were very similar and were copied from the Egyptian mythology. Just as he was thinking about this, Pei Ziyun's gaze froze. He saw a man with a red mark on his body. This man was a bald man with explosive muscles, and he gave off a cruel and bloodthirsty vibe. He held two knives in his hands, and there were faint traces of blood on the knives, making him look like a god of death. A monster pounced on him, and he killed it with a few slashes. As soon as he finished speaking, the system shook, and a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It quickly enlarged and became a transparent information interface with a faint sense of light. Mission: kill Kratos, and end this line of fate, incomplete. This mission, as well as the familiar feeling and scene, made Pei Ziyun's mouth open, and he could not close it for a long time. No wonder I felt something was wrong. It seemed right, but it wasn't. Pei Ziyun smiled bitterly and shook his head. He really did not think that it would be here. Only now did he confirm that his previous thoughts were wrong. It was indeed a little unexpected. Did I just come out from Ares' tomb? Pei Ziyun muttered to himself. In Orthodox mythology, gods would not kill, so naturally, Ares would not die. Now that a tomb had appeared, it naturally meant that in this world, Ares had been killed by someone, and his position as the god of war had been snatched away. At this moment, a one-eyed giant suddenly appeared. Noticing Pei Ziyun, it roared angrily and pounced towards him. The one-eyed giant's sudden appearance shocked Pei Ziyun. Although the one-eyed giant was tall and mighty, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but he could not pinpoint what it was. The one-eyed giant pounced towards Pei Ziyun and directly used both hands to slap Pei Ziyun. If the slap landed, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Pei Ziyun did not show any signs of panic. With a flash, he easily dodged the one-eyed giant's attack, and with a thrust of the spear in his hand, he pierced the one-eyed giant's body. Blood flowed out of the one-eyed giant, and when Pei Ziyun pulled out the spear, more blood flowed out. Roar! The giant was severely injured and was very angry. It let out a loud roar, but it gave Pei Ziyun a strange feeling. The one-eyed giant turned around and pounced towards Pei Ziyun again. This time, it did not use both hands to attack, but instead used one hand to attack and the other to defend. Just as the Cyclops was about to pounce on him, Pei Ziyun dodged to the side, once again dodging the Cyclops' attack. This time, he did not waste any time. He raised his spear, and before the Cyclops could react, he pierced it into the Cyclops' chest. The tip of the spear was extremely sharp, and almost half of it had pierced into the one-eyed giant's chest. The one-eyed giant's heart was pierced by Pei Ziyun, and fresh blood spurted out like a fountain. It stopped moving, and its entire body slammed into the ground, making a deafening sound. No. Pei Ziyun's face darkened. The first generation of one-eyed giants were the children of Uranus and Gaia. There were 3 of them, and they were strong, stubborn, and impulsive. They knew how to make and use various tools and weapons. Uranus had imprisoned them in the dark abyss. In order to fight against the Titans, Zeus released them in the dark abyss. Under the command of Hephaestus, Zeus forged a lightning spear, Poseidon forged a trident, Hades forged a pitchfork, Artemis forged a bow and moonlight arrow, and Apollo forged a sun arrow. There were very few of these one-eyed giants. Of course, there was another type of one-eyed giant in the world. They were the children of Poseidon. Although they had spawned a race, there were not many of them. Even Odysseus, who was under the protection of Athena, used a trick to blind one, and Poseidon took revenge on him. The one-eyed giants were a race that was close to the level of gods. How could he kill one so easily? Too weak, too weak. Pei Ziyun felt it. And if I kill it, I won't gain anything from it. No gain. Perhaps this is how fate works, but Pei Ziyun stepped forward and touched the blood, examining it carefully. There's no god's blood. No wonder I felt something was wrong. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as his hand was stained with the one-eyed giant's blood. This one-eyed giant is really too weak, don't you think? Pei Ziyun turned to a man who was walking slowly towards him. Kratos. This man was the one with the red mark on his body, the bald man with explosive muscles. He was holding 2 knives in his hands as he walked towards Pei Ziyun. Chapter 628. Stranger, who are you? The bald Kratos said in a deep voice. He had just killed a monster, and the 2 knives in his hand were stained with blood. The blood flowed along the mysterious patterns on the knives and dripped from the tips of the knives to the ground, leaving a line of bright red blood on the road he had walked on. At this moment, he noticed the stranger in front of him. He looked soft and harmless, but a one-eyed giant fell in front of him, indicating that he was extraordinary. Pei Ziyun narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at the man in front of him. He had just observed him. Now that he looked closer, he found that this man was tall and full of power. His image matched the rumors. I am Prince Paris of Troy, Pei Ziyun replied. Prince of Troy? Never heard of it, Kratos said coldly. It was hard to say when Kratos was from. It was unusual not to have heard of Troy. However, he deduced from Pei Ziyun's words that this was a prince of a kingdom. He said loudly, I am Kratos, the god of war. Kratos, the god of war? Is there such a weak god? Pei Ziyun was startled. Suddenly, he laughed until he was out of breath. His voice was loud and clear. Besides, on Mount Olympus, I have only heard that the god of war is Ares. In fact, Pei Ziyun had long known that the man in front of him was the legendary Kratos, the god of war who had killed all the Greek gods. The reason why Pei Ziyun was laughing unscrupulously at this moment was because the priest's intuition clearly told him that by Greek standards, Kratos' strength at this time was far from reaching the level of a god. It could be said that he was very weak and completely unworthy of the title of god of war. Ares died a long time ago. Are you his remnant? Kratos was furious. Pei Ziyun was undoubtedly looking down on him and provoking him. As a god, he could not tolerate such a thing happening. Kratos held 2 bloody knives in his hands. Because of the blood, the knives were faintly glowing red. He roared and rushed toward Pei Ziyun. The speed of his charge was extremely fast and powerful. When he was about 5 meters away from Pei Ziyun, he jumped up and slashed the knives down fiercely from the air. Bang! Pei Ziyun dodged the slash of the 2 knives. The 2 glowing red knives slashed the place where he had just stood, leaving 2 deep knife marks. The road was originally hard stone. To be able to leave 2 deep knife marks on the stone showed that the strength was great. Pei Ziyun snorted coldly, his long sword stabbing towards the side of Kratos' body. Kratos turned his body, his right hand drawing an arc of light in the air. Ding! With a crisp sound, the long saber in Kratos' right hand steadily blocked Pei Ziyun's long sword. Without waiting for Pei Ziyun's long sword to change, the long saber in Kratos' left hand slashed at Pei Ziyun's right hand with the rotation of his body. Pei Ziyun looked at the ferocious-looking long blade coming towards him. He quickly retracted his right hand and dodged the spinning blade. 2 slashes didn't work. Kratos' eyes were cold and cruel. He had been clear about love and hate since he was a child. He was decisive and brave. He was rough, but also meticulous, cruel, and gentle. After his wife and daughter were mistakenly killed by him, he continued to be cruel. After he obtained the blade of hell, he became sadistic and murderous. At this time, he was still a person who hadn't completely lost his conscience, but he was still extremely cruel. Kratos forced back Pei-Ziyun's long sword. Without any hesitation, he stomped on the ground and pounced toward Pei-Ziyun. The long knives in his hands cut toward Pei-Ziyun's neck from the left and right sides in the form of a cross. Pei-Ziyun quickly retreated before the two knives closed. For the first time, there was a hint of caution on his face. Although Kratos' strength was worthy of the title of war god, his current strength was still slightly ahead of Pei-Ziyun when he didn't activate his special skills. Pei-Ziyun immediately activated his two special skills without hesitation. Agility of the Wind, Cast Iron, and Cast Copper. After activating the two special skills, Pei-Ziyun's skin faintly had a metallic luster, and his feet had a little more agility of the wind. Pei-Ziyun tapped his feet and dashed toward Kratos' side. Kratos was about to use the same trick again when Pei-Ziyun tapped his feet and turned in the opposite direction at a faster speed. Kratos' body couldn't stop quickly due to inertia, but he immediately adjusted his direction and slashed horizontally toward Pei-Ziyun's body in the opposite direction. Clang! A cold light flashed. Pei-Ziyun easily blocked the horizontal slash of the long knife with his long sword and continued to attack Kratos from another direction without slowing down. Because Pei-Ziyun was too fast, Kratos only had time to slash one more time as he rushed forward, but it was easily blocked by Pei-Ziyun. Pei-Ziyun blocked the long knife, and the long sword stabbed toward Kratos like lightning. The long knives in Kratos' hands had been slashed out, and he seemed to be unable to block the sword stabbing from the side. However, he reacted quickly and leaped forward quickly. When the long sword just pierced his skin, his body had already fallen to the ground a few meters away. Kratos turned over and quickly stood up on the ground, but the long knife in his left hand had fallen to the ground. At this time, Pei-Ziyun flashed and stabbed again with his long sword, but Kratos blocked the long knife in his right hand in front of his chest. Ding! Another crisp sound, but Pei-Ziyun didn't give him another chance to respond. He rushed forward and slashed with his long sword with momentum. Puff! This time, Kratos couldn't block Pei-Ziyun's long sword, and a deep wound appeared on his left arm. Blood stained Kratos' left arm, but it didn't change his expression at all. Seizing the moment when Pei-Ziyun swept past from the left, he turned sharply and slashed the long knife in his right hand at Pei-Ziyun. Clang! Pei-Ziyun had expected it and blocked the long knife with his long sword. Roar! But Kratos roared angrily and pressed the long knife in his hand, blocking the long sword and slashing at Pei-Ziyun's body again. Clang! Kratos' long knife slashed Pei-Ziyun's shoulder. The armor flashed with cold light, and the blade cut a knife mark on Pei-Ziyun's shoulder armor. Pei-Ziyun took advantage of this gap and rushed forward, dodging Kratos' left fist. He looked up at Kratos' expression and saw that he was cold and didn't care about the wound on his arm at all. The knife mark on Pei-Ziyun's shoulder armor cut open, but it didn't go deep into the flesh. It stopped bleeding after a little. Seeing that Kratos was about to pounce again, he quickly interrupted, "Wait, I have something to say." Pei-Ziyun's words made Kratos, who was about to pounce, pause. He was also puzzled. "Prince Paris? Your power isn't something a mortal can have. Who are you?" Although Kratos was not as strong as he had imagined at this moment, his strength was completely beyond the average level. But Pei-Ziyun not only blocked Kratos' attack, but also injured him. For Kratos, Pei-Ziyun's strength was enough to make him stop and listen to what Pei-Ziyun had to say. "Kratos, answer my question first, and then I'll answer yours," Pei-Ziyun said with a light smile. According to Kratos' temper, he wouldn't easily talk nonsense with Pei-Ziyun and would directly attack. But the fierce battle just now had made him wary of this Prince Paris. Some of the monsters he had killed were strong, and some of them could even injure him. However, none of them gave him the feeling that Prince Paris was as dangerous as the one in front of him. He felt that the person in front of him was not a mortal, but a god. If he had a choice, Kratos would still prefer to fight the monsters rather than fight the person in front of him for no reason, because he felt that the person in front of him could threaten his life. Kratos nodded lightly and said in a cold voice, "Yes." Paisian smiled in his heart when he heard his answer. From the battle, just now, he had clearly felt the difference in level between him and Greece. In the last battle of Tifang, what he felt was real, and everything was history. But the feeling now was specious, and this was actually weakness. Kratos, who claimed to be a god, was only a little stronger than him, and hadn't even broken through the boundary of a real god. And the weapon in the opponent's hand didn't break his sword. Although this sword was part of the weapon given by God, it wasn't too strong. The godly armor also blocked the opponent's weapon. All of this showed that he was weak. Paisian thought about it and asked, "I'm very curious. Why did Ares conspire with the three sisters of vengeance to overthrow the rule of Zeus?" Let's not talk about the motive. After all, to dare to overthrow the ruler of Zeus, one must at least be close to the power of Zeus. Otherwise, what would happen even if he was overthrown? It's nothing more than a wedding dress for someone else. Even if Ares had a problem with his brain, in fact, the act of overthrowing Zeus did happen once. But the gods involved, Hera was hung in mid-air as a warning to the public. Apollo and Poseidon were banished from heaven and sent down the mountain to do some work for mortals to sober up. Athena didn't even say that she would be punished. None of the gods would be directly, physically hurt. Under such circumstances, why would Zeus want to kill Ares because of Ares' plot? Why would he allow a mortal like you to kill a god and allow you to ascend to the throne of the god of war? People who dote on pets will have disputes with others and even fight because of their pets. But as long as one has a basic brain, who would kill others for their pets? This was indeed what Pei Ziyin was curious about. From his point of view, the relationship between the gods and humans was the same as the relationship between humans and their pets. Pets could be loved and cared for. Fighting with other humans, gods, for their pets was understandable, just like the Battle of Troy. But rational people wouldn't kill people for their pets, and the same went for gods. It was an iron rule not to kill gods. All opposing gods would at most be imprisoned. Once the precedent of killing a god was set, the god system would face destruction. To the order of the gods, allowing mortals with godly blood to ascend to godhood had already shaken the foundation of the gods, not to mention killing a god. No matter how much humans love cats and dogs, if they found out that cats and dogs could evolve into intelligent animals, there would only be mass extinction. If he wanted to ascend to godhood, he had to be like Hercules and ascend legally through the channel of fate. What was the foundation and logic behind Kratos' ascension? Vaguely, Paisian understood why the Phantom Lady hated Kratos, but didn't care much about Kratos, who said that he would destroy the entire Mount Olympus. Also, he felt that this world was specious but actually wrong, and its level was relatively low. Even if it is a line of fate, it has no foundation and is as weak as a dream. Chapter 6:29. Hearing Paisian's words, Kratos was infuriated for some reason and said, "Nonsense. Since Ares rebelled, he must be killed even if he was his son." Paisian smiled, thinking that Kratos was worthy of being the one who killed the Greek gods, but he didn't agree with Kratos' words. In the whole of Greek mythology, there was no killing of gods. Gaia failed many times in his rebellions, so according to this logic, he should have been killed. Paisian smiled at Kratos. "Kratos, is this the logic of Easterners or mortals? You're a god, but you keep the logic of mortals. It's incredible. You have to understand that every god is a part of the world. Killing them destroys a part of the world. Not every god is like Hercules with no specific duties. Besides, if you can kill and get a godly position, which god can sleep peacefully? Just like you, Kratos, when you killed Ares and got the godly position of the god of war, the only way for you to solve problems in the future is to kill, 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 and cause the destruction of the entire god system." While Paisian was still talking, Kratos was already furious. He felt that these words seemed to destroy his foundation and completely negate the meaning of his existence. Great hatred surged in his heart, even more hateful than Ares, who caused him to kill his wife and daughter. He immediately charged at Kratos with his twin sabers. Looking at Kratos charging at him, Phasion smiled lightly and said, "Fine, I've talked so much with you, and I've bought some time." With that, Phasion raised his hand. "Come." Kratos immediately realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. Boom! After Phasion yelled, his vision went black. When he saw light again, he found himself on the ground above a void. The void was surrounded by darkness, and there was only a small piece of land and two godly palaces floating quietly in the darkness. One of the two temples was unfamiliar, but the other was very familiar. It was obviously a Greek-style temple, but it hadn't been roofed yet. But the corresponding structure of the temple was very complete, and the only thing missing was the roof of the temple. Those with sharp eyes could even see many statues. Kratos, although your original Destiny line has no foundation and is of a low level, you're the main character. At this moment, Phasion appeared in front of Kratos in the robe of a Taoist lord. With his hands behind his back, he said calmly, "If I want to kill you, you'll definitely counterattack. I can only use this opportunity to talk to you, to invite you here. Fortunately, I learned a lot during the journey of fate last time. Plus, this world is illusory and rough, so I was able to bring you here and cut off your connection with the world. In this world, you are no longer the main character. All magical abilities and spells are useless against you, only battle skills." Phasion's expression was calm. Kratos appearing in the space was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, which was why he was so calm. When Kratos saw Phasion appear in front of him, his pupils constricted slightly, and his expression was solemn. "Are you a god of a pagan nation?" Kratos sensed that his opponent's power was obviously an alien power that was growing endlessly and was about to surpass him in the blink of an eye. Phasion smiled. "Sort of. You see, this is my territory. The last time someone died here, it was Typhon." When Kratos heard Phasion say that Typhon died here, his heart turned cold, but he calmed down in the blink of an eye. He had been fighting all his life and encountered countless strong enemies, all of whom died in his hands. How could he panic? Kratos saw that Phasion's power was still rising and knew that he couldn't delay any longer. With a roar, he charged at Phasion with a flash of his saber. The saber technique is extremely brutal, concise, and almost perfect. What a pity. Phasion shook his head. With a flash, he appeared behind Kratos and hit his wrist with his palm. With a snap, the long saber flew out, followed by an elbow. Bam! Kratos was knocked out by the force of this elbow. He got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Teleportation? Kratos asked in confusion. He wanted to find his saber, but found it disappeared in an instant. He tried to summon it, but the saber buzzed and was in the temple. Not bad. Teleportation. You can die without regrets. Phasion chuckled. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't bring my weapons and armor in, it would be easier to kill you. But I didn't bring any weapons, so you're not allowed to use them. When he fought with Typhon here, he faced the attacks of more than 100 snake heads. It took him a long time to find an opening. In the end, he had to use his trump card, King Lu's sword, to kill Typhon. But now was different from the past. His power was stronger than before, so he didn't need to use King Lu's sword. Besides, he had used King Lu's sword once and suffered a great loss. At most, he could use it twice. Kratos didn't say a word and rushed to the temple. Boom! The temple shook slightly, but he couldn't break in. This is the temple of the Taoist of the Great Su dynasty. It was formed by killing countless demons. How can you break it in a short time? Phasion said with a smile. Kratos' face was gloomy. In this unknown space, the enemy could teleport, so he had almost no chance of winning. But he wasn't a person who would give up easily. Even if he knew it was difficult to win, he would fight with all his strength. Even if he died in battle, he would die honorably, not in humiliation. Thinking of this, Kratos roared and rushed toward Phasion again. Phasion didn't wait for him to get close. His figure appeared in front of Kratos in an instant. and his fist punched toward Kratos' face with the force of a thunderbolt. Bang! This time, Kratos was prepared. He instantly raised his fist and punched back, colliding with Pei Ziyun's fist and making a loud noise. Kratos was once again knocked back by Pei Ziyun's tremendous force. Before he could regain his footing, Pei Ziyun appeared at his side again and punched him. Bang! Kratos, who hadn't stood firm, was caught off guard by Pei Ziyun's teleportation again and fell to the ground. Pei Ziyun didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he smiled and said, "Kratos, is that all you've got? If that's all you've got, I don't believe you can kill Ares and the other Greek gods." Kratos climbed up from the ground and roared angrily. His body grew in size, and the muscles on his arms bulged. His aura rose steadily, and in an instant, his strength reached the same level as Pei Ziyun's. Not bad. Is this your real strength? In this case, it's more like it. Arrogant god from the other world, you'll pay for your arrogance. Kratos roared and swooped down. Let's see how strong you are now. After Pei Ziyun said that, he teleported and appeared 1 meter in front of Kratos. His fist, glowing with a metallic luster, swung down quickly. Boom! Kratos was caught off guard the first time, but this time he had expected it. Kratos' fist also instantly met Pei Ziyun's attack. Their fists collided again. The powerful force caused a loud bang at the point of collision, and the ground shook under the force of the collision. Pei Ziyun took a few steps back and stopped. His iron fist was bloody, and his finger bones were cracked. But it didn't matter. His hand shook and healed. Kratos retreated even more. Although he wasn't as embarrassed as before, and his fist was only slightly injured, it didn't heal. Ha, good. Kratos, this is a warrior. After Pei Ziyun said that, his figure flashed and appeared behind Kratos. His fist silently smashed toward the back of Kratos' head. Kratos had expected it. He turned his body quickly and blocked it with a punch. But Kratos' hurried punch was not strong enough. He was sent flying again and fell to the ground. This time, Pei Ziyun didn't give him time to get up. His figure flashed again and appeared above Kratos, stomping hard with both feet. Bang! Kratos' body rolled quickly and narrowly escaped Pei Ziyun's crushing stomp, while Pei Ziyun's feet stomped hard on the ground, causing a tremor. Pei Ziyun didn't follow up with another attack. Kratos was a person who was more explosive the more dangerous he was. Although he was isolated from the world, it was very possible. Instead of taking risks, it was better to knock him down again and again. Kratos got up again, but before he could stand firm, Pei Ziyun's figure appeared behind him again. He immediately turned around and punched. There was no figure behind him, and Pei Ziyun was nowhere to be seen. Kratos felt something was wrong. Suddenly, the back of his head was hit hard. Kratos' whole body flew out in an instant, and his head was dizzy. Before he landed, he was hit again like a storm. Bang! Pei Ziyun stomped hard on Kratos' body in the air and slammed him directly to the ground, making a pit in the ground. The dizzy Kratos lay on the ground, and before he could react, Pei Ziyun stomped heavily on Kratos' chest with the momentum of Mount Tai. Puff! Kratos spat out a mouthful of blood, and there was the sound of bones breaking. The blood that was spat out seemed to have intelligence and was about to flow back into Kratos' body. Ripples appeared in the space, suppressing the blood and turning it into an iron block. Kratos, you have to understand that in my space, you can't get any replenishment. That is to say, you can only consume and not replenish. Every bit of strength you use is less. How much strength do you have left now? After saying that, Pei Ziyun stomped again, but at this time, Kratos had woken up and raised his arm to block Pei Ziyun's foot. Pei Ziyun shook his head and chuckled. He had tested the limit of Kratos' strength. At this time, he decided to end the battle quickly and kill Kratos quickly. As soon as he finished thinking, Pei Ziyun flashed and appeared at Kratos' side, kicking out. Bang! Kratos' whole body was kicked into the air. Before his body could reach the highest point, he was stomped heavily on the ground by Pei Ziyun, who had teleported. Puff! Kratos couldn't withstand such a heavy blow. He spat out another mouthful of blood, which turned into iron blocks in the blink of an eye. Before Kratos' body hit the ground, Pei Zi-Yun kicked out again, kicking Kratos into the air. Just as he was about to kick again, Kratos suddenly roared, and a red light flashed and hugged Pei Zi-Yun. There was a continuous sound of slapping as Kratos was about to strangle Pei Zi-Yun. Another burst of strength. It's not easy. How much strength did it consume to break through the seal of space in an instant? Pei Zi-Yun, who was in his arms, suddenly became empty. Then he teleported behind him and stabbed fiercely, wind and thunder cut. Replacing the sword with his hand, a sword light came out, and the tip of the sword was dyed with a thin layer of cyan. With a puff, a thick mist of blood sprayed in front of him. His hand directly stabbed into Kratos' body and came out from his back. Then, he didn't have to pull it out at all. His hand was empty again, and the next moment, Pei Zi-Yun appeared above him and stomped heavily. With a bang, Kratos' whole body was smashed to the ground. Boom! A deep dent appeared on the ground. Chapter 630. At that moment, there was a loud boom. The Titans, who were attacking Mount Olympus, suddenly stopped. Then, the gods stopped fighting as well. Zeus hissed, "Kratos!" Even in the depths of Ares' tomb, a powerful force suddenly appeared, and a figure appeared. It was Ares. He was resurrected, and he shouted, "Kratos! Kratos!" Not to mention the surrounding monsters. No matter where they came from, they abandoned their hostility in an instant and searched for him, shouting, "Kratos can't die." Athena had moved to the tomb. Seeing all this, Pei Zi-Yun, who was hiding in the space, couldn't help but wipe his sweat. It's just as I thought. This illogical world actually relies on Kratos. Killing Kratos seems to be a close call, but I'm actually preparing for a rainy day. The first rule is that I can't fight Kratos in the original realm. In that case, the whole world will support him. Even Ares, who was killed by Kratos, will protect Kratos. At this time, Kratos had already breathed his last. At the moment of his death, his body turned into a red light and was projected above the Greek god temple. Boom! The temple, which was not covered, was quickly covered, and the whole temple was complete. The moment the cover was covered, the Greek god temple emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the whole space. The Desu god temple and the newly built Greek god temple reflected each other. The power of the two temples entangled and turned into a tornado, wrapping around Pei Zi-Yun and rushing into a passage. In his last glance, Pei Zi-Yun saw the original realm. The whole world was collapsing. Then, his soul seemed to turn into light, into an arrow, following a path and arriving at a familiar yet strange world. Boom! Pei Zi-Yun instantly entered a familiar yet strange body. He hadn't experienced this body for a long time, and it made him feel a little unfamiliar. But soon he got used to this body. This was his body to begin with. Pei Zi-Yun suddenly opened his eyes, and two beams of light shot out from his eyes, piercing a hole in the glazed tiles of the hall. This space was also in the void, but the area was much larger than the Greek world. When he opened his eyes, the power returned to his body. Pei Zi-Yun felt unprecedentedly powerful, stronger than when he left here. This is the Great Su? Pei Zi-Yun thought to himself as more and more information flowed into his mind, helping him to overcome the discomfort he felt when he had just returned. In the blink of an eye, he had a clearer understanding of this world. In the next moment, Pei Zi-Yun's face darkened. He stood up and waved his sleeves, causing ripples to form in the air. His body entered the ripples. In the next instant, he appeared 1,000 zhang up in the sky, looking down at everything below him. This was Boluo Island, and the entire island was lush with vegetation. Many residences had been built on the island, and farmland had been opened up. At a glance, one could tell that there were tens of thousands of commoners. There were refugees from the Great Su dynasty, and there were also assimilated natives. It was a thriving place. This wasn't strange at all. Back then, Pei Zi-Yun had only stayed for 3 years and had already come up with a complete strategy. Using Goldflow Island as a bridge, he absorbed refugees and resources from the mainland and cultivated Buyuo Island. When he left, the population was 20,000. It is not surprising that they are even more prosperous now. However, there were many ships surrounding the island. At a glance, there were hundreds of ships. An endless stream of soldiers came down from the ships with weapons in their hands. Leading them were a few Taoists. They were wielding magical weapons and were slaughtering the soldiers on the island. The number of soldiers on the island was small, and there were no powerful people in charge. Faced with the attacks of the Taoists and the soldiers, they were slowly losing ground. Kill them all. The Taoists led a large number of soldiers towards the center of the island. The fort in the center of the island wasn't very big, but it had been changed from a traditional convex polygon to a concave polygon. This improvement meant that no matter which point of the fort was attacked, the attacker would be exposed to the crossfire of more than one side of the fort, usually 2 or 3 sides. In history, there were cases where 100 people fought against a few thousand people. This was built by Pei Ziyun. It could be said that unless the inside was breached, this fort alone could suppress the fate of Buyuo Island. Even if thousands of pirates or natives attacked it, it would still be safe. However, against the Taoists, it might not be safe. There's not much time left. Pei Ziyun had just stood up when he felt a strong force pulling him back. It was like a rubber band being pulled back, trying to pull his soul back. Even so, he didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he hit himself in the air above the fort. Seeing that his family was temporarily safe, he wasn't in a hurry to save them. He wanted to see who these people were and what their motives were. When the entire fort was surrounded by the Taoist army, someone stood out and shouted, "Surrender! We are under the orders of the Taoist. The 7 sects have allied together, and you can't possibly resist us." Their words spread to the inside of the redoubt and immediately caused a commotion. Pei Ziyun's mother, Pei Qianshi, Yi Su-er, and Liao Qingyi were all there. Their faces were filled with worry, and they didn't know what to do. Yi Su-er was holding onto a little girl, while the Canton princess was holding onto a little boy. They looked to be about 6 or 7 years old, and were Pei Ziyun's children. They looked at the worried faces of the adults and didn't dare to make a sound. Liao Qingyi had also grown up. She shouted toward the outside, "How dare you do this? If my master wakes up, he will definitely take revenge on you. Your master has long since fallen into a deep sleep or even died. If not for the fact that we had taken over Golden Island, he would have come out long ago if he was awake." A Taoist stood out and said, they dared to attack Buyuo Island without any fear because they had confirmed that Pei Ziyun had fallen into a deep sleep. "You have guts. Who said that I'm not around?" Pei Ziyun's words were like rolling thunder, reaching the ears of these Taoists from afar. His voice boomed in their ears as he appeared soundlessly in front of the fort. "It's the new Taoist." Everyone looked at Pei Ziyun, and their faces fell. They were all filled with fear and unease. Some of them were so afraid that they dropped their weapons. A Taoist stood up and spoke in a trembling voice, "Tao, Monarch, this is a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Pei Ziyun shook his head gently and sighed. "AI, looks like I've been too merciful. Everyone, don't be afraid. There are so many of us. As long as we escape, the Taoist will seek justice for us. I don't believe that he can really kill all of us." A Taoist amongst the crowd shouted out, "Oh, are there really people who aren't afraid of death?" Pei Ziyun stretched out his right hand, and a long spear flew out of his hands. With a flick of his hand, the spear transformed into a bolt of lightning as it flew towards the Taoist. The Taoist hurriedly chanted a spell as a shield appeared in front of him. However, it was of no use. All that could be seen was a flash of lightning, and with a pew sound, the shield pierced through the Taoist's head. Pum! The Taoist's corpse flew 10 meters away, smashing into several soldiers before falling to the ground. The entire area was silent. Seeing that the new Taoist had killed his sect leader with a wave of his hand, he shouted, "Run!" The few Taoists turned into a gust of wind as they ran towards the ship. Seeing the few Taoists running away, the surrounding soldiers scattered and ran towards the ship outside the island. Pei Zi shook his head. He felt that these stubborn people were a joke. Without saying anything more, he flashed and appeared beside one of the Taoists. With a single finger, the Taoist didn't even have time to react before Pei Ziyun's finger landed on his head. The Taoist's body trembled slightly as he fell to the ground dead. There were weapons flying towards Pei Ziyun, but Pei Ziyun ignored them. With a wave of his sleeves, all the weapons fell to the ground. His figure disappeared once again, and in the next moment, he appeared beside another Taoist. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm the sect leader of the Yushui sect. My Yushui sect has killed many demons. Spare me, I won't dare to do it again." The Taoist saw that Pei Ziyun had killed several sect leaders. They were all earth immortals, and yet they couldn't resist at all. He couldn't help but be shocked. "I don't have much time." Pei Ziyun shook his head and pointed his finger. The sect leader of the Yushui sect saw that there was no way out. With a roar, a thunderstorm arose. However, with a single point of his finger, all the resistance crumbled like paper, following which the sect leader of the Yushui sect groaned and died. It's a pity that there are only 3 sect leaders on land. Pei Ziyun watched as the Taoists and soldiers escaped onto the ships. He didn't chase after them. When they left the sea, his eyes focused and he shouted, "Wind, come!" The sky suddenly turned dark. The sky was dark, indicating that a storm was coming. The wind blew away the dark clouds. What was even more terrifying was that the waves were like tsunamis. Everyone looked on in shock. They could only see the turbid waves surging towards them. In front of the dark and terrifying waves, the hundreds of ships were as weak as small boats. "No!" Everyone was crying and shouting. They saw the waves crashing down heavily. They saw the ships rushing towards the peak of the waves, falling into the valley of the waves, and sinking into the sea. Boom! A minute later, a broken mast and sail could be seen on the surface of the sea. Many people were holding on to it. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun stepped onto the water. Although his steps seemed slow, with a few steps, he traversed a few hundred meters. "Tao Lord, spare me. I won't dare to," a Taoist said. But before he could finish his sentence, a sword light flashed and a pew sound could be heard. His head flew up into the sky and a pillar of blood spurted out. The headless corpse of the Taoist fell into the sea. Pei Ziyun had just killed one Taoist when his body flashed and appeared behind another. This Taoist was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Tao Lord, this is all a misunderstanding. The previous Tao Lord wanted us to do this. I know his secret. Spare my life, and I will confess to you immediately." Pei Ziyun shook his head and said, "I gave you a chance. How can I be merciful now?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sword light flashed and the Taoist fell to the ground. After killing these few people, Pei Ziyun stopped attacking. The rest of the people heaved a sigh of relief. One of them suddenly shouted, "No, Tao Lord, you can't do this. You killed 10,000 of my people in one go. You will definitely suffer." Before he could finish speaking, the next wave of the tsunami had arrived. All of a sudden, the screams stopped and the waves crashed down heavily. All the sails that were floating above the water disappeared. Within the waves, people could be seen with looks of despair on their faces. Their arms were stretched out towards the sky. Everything was swallowed up by the tsunami. This time, no one struggled or screamed. Only the wind continued to blow. After some time, the wind gradually calmed down. The clouds dispersed and the sky became clear again. Everything returned to normal. The power of typhoon, the power of natural disasters. Pei Ziyun stepped onto the surface of the water. Traces of the backlash were getting closer and closer to him. However, as soon as it reached his body, it started to burn. Pei Ziyun shook his head. He had finally understood the power of a god. Chapter 631. Suddenly, the sea became calm again. Occasionally, a few planks would float on the surface of the sea, telling the world that a ship had been destroyed. Pei Ziyun had mixed feelings. The feeling of being able to summon the power of the heavens and kill his enemies in an instant was too good. He could not help but sigh. This is the power of a god. It seems like a portion of the Greek world's godly power has been transferred here. It's a pity that it cannot last. I can feel the pulling force getting stronger and stronger. When Pei Ziyun had just left the world of the Sioux, he was already invincible. But that time, he could only use his physical strength. Now, he could summon the power of the heavens and earth. Even some of the gods in the Greek world could not do this. To him, the Sioux was no longer secret. At this level, no matter how strong the political and military system was, it would not be able to withstand a single blow. It was no wonder that many of the gods in Mount Olympus looked down on him. As he thought about this, Pei Ziyun suddenly felt weak. He knew that he did not have much time left. In a flash, he arrived at the fort. "My son, husband." "Father, master." Inside the fort, Pei Qianshi, Yi Su-er, the Canton princess, Liao Qingyi, and their children all cried out when they saw Pei Ziyun. They had been extremely worried when Pei Ziyun was not around. Especially recently, news of Pei Ziyun's slumber had been leaked. Many people had been provoking Boluo Island to lure Pei Ziyun out. When they confirmed that Pei Ziyun was not around, 7 sects had attacked Boluo Island. Luckily, Pei Ziyun had returned in time. If not, their loved ones would not have survived. "All of you have suffered during this period of time." Pei Ziyun nodded to the crowd. "Husband, it's nothing for us to suffer. As long as you are fine." Everyone spoke to Pei Ziyun, as if they wanted to pour out all of their longing for him. But Pei Ziyun did not have much time to talk to them. He was racing against time. "I don't have much time here. I have not completed my transformation. If there's anything, wait until I have completed my transformation," Pei Ziyun said hurriedly. "This matter was caused by the previous Tao Lord. I will kill him now to prevent any future troubles." As he spoke, he opened his palm. Spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged towards him. In an instant, a translucent spear of light appeared in his hand. The moment the light spear appeared, the surrounding air trembled faintly. Pei Ziyun's gaze instantly pierced through the layers of space, traversing thousands of mountains and rivers. With a single glance, he saw the former Tao Lord's primordial spirit that was suppressed underground. At that point, Pei Ziyun threw the spear of light into the air. The spear of light sliced through the air, piercing through the air before landing heavily on the ground. In the deepest part of the Dragon Aura-blessed land, inside the shimmering barrier was a dilapidated palace. The palace was covered in frost and snow. Broken god statues, broken swords, armors, and artifacts were everywhere. In the garden, although it was still in ruins, the withered tea trees had sprouted, and a dried-up pond was filled with water. The Pavilion of Time had been repaired. The Tao monarch laughed. "Indeed, times have changed. Pei Ziyun, your fleshly body has achieved the Tao, and you've suppressed the entire world. You forced the imperial court to change its ruler, and even caused the death of awakening emperor. However, I didn't dare to oppose it openly, but secretly opened some traps so that the incense and fate of the Tao sect on the ground could flow into me and increase my strength. If you don't transform in a few more days, I'm afraid the imperial court will make even bigger moves. But if I don't die, a portion of the Tao monarch status will always be in my hands. Let's see how you transform." As he said that, the Tao monarch couldn't help but laugh out loud. "After all, I've already achieved the Tao. I just need to replenish my strength. As for you, you haven't fully achieved the Tao. You won the previous round. This round will continue. Now that the 7 sects have joined forces, we'll first destroy your foundation on the ground." The Tao monarch's eyes were cold as he spoke. Just as he said that, his expression changed and he felt a chill in his heart. He looked up into the sky. In an instant, a spot of light landed heavily on the seal. Boom! A hole appeared in the sturdy Dragon Chi barrier. The Tao monarch was overjoyed. Could it be that someone has opened the seal? No, that's not right. Following that, the spot of light transformed into a long spear and landed without hesitation. It's Pei Ziyun's attack. The Tao monarch caught a glimpse of it and was immediately alarmed. He stretched out his hand, and light shone from his fingers. With a clanging sound, it transformed into a large hand that grabbed the long spear. But as soon as the long spear landed, there was a loud boom as the palm exploded. Instantly, it was filled with flashes of light and a rain of fire. The entire space shook as if it was about to collapse. Even the first Yuan can't defend against it. The Tao monarch was shocked. Although a hole had appeared in the seal, the threat of the spear of light was greater. He immediately raised his hand again. 10,000 Daos returned. With a loud boom, numerous types of Dao Qi gathered and formed shield. This was the manifestation of the fate energy of the various sects on the ground. It immediately protected the Tao monarch. No matter how strong the spear of light was, even if it broke the Dragon Qi seal, the first Yuan would still be able to defend against it. Once the seal is broken, I can escape. The Tao monarch wanted to take the opportunity to escape from the Dragon Qi seal. Unexpectedly, the spear landed. Before it could even get close, the shield was shattered. The Tao monarch's primordial spirit felt threatened, and his expression changed. He shouted loudly, "No!" But the spear of light did not give him any time to react. In an instant, it broke through the shield. Actually, the tip of the spear was damaged as well. A large amount of starlight exploded out, containing thousands of cold stars. The core of the spear shrank, turning into a smaller, yet more terrifying spear. The Tao monarch let out a cry of despair. He blocked the spear of light that was moving at an incredible speed, and a bolt of lightning shot out. Boom! The spear of light pierced through the lightning and shot into the body of the Tao monarch's primordial spirit. Instantly, the primordial spirit trembled and exploded with a loud boom. The Tao monarch's primordial spirit changed as a look of pain appeared on his face. A hole appeared in his chest. Amidst the roar, the Tao monarch's body split into many pieces, turning into a few identical small people that wanted to escape. This was the Tao monarch's primordial spirit. The short spear did not split, but instead pierced towards one of the small people. Instantly, the small person screamed out in pain as his Dao Qi dissipated in all directions. However, he could no longer form a primordial spirit. Damn it, no! The remaining small people's faces changed. The primordial spirit had already been destroyed. Even if he had strength left, what use would it be? Pei Ziyun, I achieved my Dao in this world. You killed me, and you will be punished by the heavens. The Tao monarch screamed, but the short spear did not hesitate. Under the despairing eyes of the small people, it pierced through. With a loud boom, another small person exploded, turning into dust. I didn't think that I would die here today. After killing several of them, the Tao monarch shouted. But before he could finish speaking, the short spear pierced through him. The final small person of the Tao monarch looked sad and happy at the same time, as if he couldn't believe what he had just seen. He stretched out his hand halfway, and then suddenly dropped it. Boom! The Dao Qi dissipated, and the thick Dao Qi continued to spread. Everywhere it went, the withered garden was restored to its former glory. The pond was filled with water, and the palace was restored to its former glory. But the Dao monarch was dead. All right, the previous Dao monarch has been killed by me. You don't have to worry anymore. I will awaken soon. When I do, I will become a true immortal. Pei Ziyun held the hands of his two wives as he spoke. He then bowed to his mother. As soon as he finished speaking, his body started to fade in the air until he disappeared. Within the space, Pei Ziyun's body suddenly appeared in the Dessous, and he had fallen into a deep slumber. Baluo Island, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Many of them were unable to react to what had just happened. Pei Ziyun had suddenly appeared, and before he had even said a few words, he had used an earth-shattering divine ability to kill tens of thousands of people in one fell swoop. After that, he said that he had killed the previous Dao Lord, and then suddenly disappeared. Mother, has father become an immortal? The boy shook the Canton princess's hand and asked. Yes, your father has become an immortal, as long as he's not dead. The Canton princess and Yi Su had tears in their eyes. They were relieved that their husband had returned safely. 5 years ago, their husband had gone missing. Although he had told them about it, he had been missing for 5 years, and they were still worried. Now everything was fine. They looked up at the sky and mumbled, "As long as he's back." Rinwei looked at all of this and felt relieved. He then said, "Old madam, the true sovereign has appeared. Everything is fine now. We can send a fleet back to Golden Island. If I'm not wrong, the Imperial Court will send troops to help. Not only will they be able to reclaim Golden Island, they will also punish the rebels and even kill a few officials." Rinwei bowed as he spoke. "Why would the Imperial Court do this? They know that my husband has appeared?" Yisuer asked curiously. "Although this was a test by the Taoist sect, who gave us hundreds of boats. Who are these sailors who are obviously soldiers? It must be someone from the Imperial Court, or at least someone from the Imperial Court. We've migrated tens of thousands of people to Baluo Island. How many spies are there among them? Today's battle, there's no need for us to report it. The Imperial Court will know about it. Once, twice, but not thrice. The Imperial Court has already done it twice and wouldn't dare to do it a third time." Rinwei sighed as he spoke. This time, they had killed the Tao monarch. If there was a third time, based on his understanding of Pei Ziyin, even if the Great Su dynasty had 100 million people to protect, it would still be destroyed. The Canton princess was in an awkward position. She held on to the boy's hand and refused to let go. Yisu, then nodded her head. "Since that's the case, there are still people on the sea. Send people to rescue them. As for how to deal with them, I'll leave it to Mr." Rinwei bowed. "Yes." At this point, in the time it took to exchange a few words, there was a loud boom. Pei Ziyun's soul seemed to have turned into a beam of light and turned into an arrow, flying back along a path. Boom! Pei Ziyun entered a familiar space. The next moment, he appeared in the tomb of Ares. The moment he appeared, countless monsters and gods turned to look at him. Zeus, Hades, Poseidon, Gaia, Athena, it's a pity they're all fake. Pei Ziyun shook his head and saw that half of the world had collapsed. Only Mount Olympus and this tomb were still intact. Foreign gods hand over Kratos. Hand over Kratos. The monsters and gods shouted in unison as they charged towards him. Goodbye. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun's body flickered and disappeared from this world. As he disappeared, the last piece of the world collapsed, turning into countless pieces. Chapter 632. Dense forest. Pei Ziyun appeared and looked around. He realized that his surroundings were the same as when he first entered, and he was standing in the middle of the array. He had returned. Not far away, the Phantom Lady stood there quietly. She had been waiting for a long time. Ever since Pei Ziyun entered that world, she had been waiting. This time, she had helped Pei Ziyun return to Troy quickly to get the 3 drops of God's blood, all for this journey of destiny. She looked at Pei Ziyun, who was slowly emerging from the spell, and smiled. Paris, you've done well. That thread of fate has been severed. Pei Ziyun heard her words and was shocked. This is a thread of destiny? Why do I feel so weak? Pei Ziyun had experienced the world and felt that Kratos was too weak as a god. That was why he had such a question. Naturally, there is more than one possibility in the world. Sometimes it faces many possibilities, but there is only one. The Phantom Lady seemed to be in a good mood as she spoke. Respectable lady, according to you, the world I just experienced was one of the many possibilities? That means there are other possibilities? Then will the possibility that I just faced appear in this world? I said that there are many possibilities in the world, but do you think there will be 2 fates appearing at the same time? Pei Ziyun thought about it and said, that's impossible. If there are 2, the world will split into 2, and each world will be weakened by half. Yes, all fates are very short and weak before they become reality. Also, the threads of destiny are not equal. The lower the possibility, the weaker it is. If that's the case, the world I just went to was a thread of destiny with a lower possibility. That's why it was so weak. Pei Ziyun asked, you can think of it that way. There is a huge gap between possibility and reality. It's not as if there is no meaning to it. In fact, it's the exact opposite. Even before it becomes reality, there's a difference in status between possibilities. The more logical the possibility is, the more likely it is. If the origin is wrong, or even if it's based on an absurd possibility, its value will be lower. Hearing the Phantom Lady's words, Pei Ziyun nodded, agreeing with her. She then smiled at Pei Ziyun. Paris, you've done a good job this time. I shall reward you accordingly. See you next time. With that, her figure slowly disappeared into the dense forest, as if she had never appeared. Pei Ziyun was already used to her disappearing ways, so he wasn't too surprised. This time, the Lady Phantom had helped him retrieve the 3 drops of God's blood. Her motive was still for him to help her sever that thread of fate. Now that he had severed that thread of fate, it was almost impossible for that to happen again in this world's evolution. Pei Ziyun waited in the forest for quite some time. When he felt that she had left, he asked, "The next time we meet?" "Maybe there won't be a next time." As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted, "System." A plum blossom quickly appeared and enlarged, turning into a transparent information interface with a faint sense of light. There were words displayed on it. Mission: kill Kratos and end this line of destiny. Completed. Pei Ziyun pressed down heavily and revealed a look of surprise. I've obtained 3 fate points. Now I can issue the oracle. Another line of words appeared on the transparent information interface. Mission: Oracle of the 3 goddesses of fate, many sons of the gods, countless heroes, their noble blood spilled in Troy. A new god will be born among the mortals. 26/25. This oracle was given to the 3 goddesses of fate by the plum blossom. Through the 3 goddesses of fate, it was reasonable and no one could stop it. Even the gods had to respect the arrangements of fate. Even if they didn't want to see mortals ascend to godhood, since fate had arranged it this way, they had to be careful. This didn't mean that all the gods obeyed fate. In reality, the gods were always using and twisting fate. The prophecy, oracle, of Zeus being overthrown was twisted by Zeus time and time again. Even the Battle of Troy was a war that Zeus fought to overthrow fate. No god would obey fate and die. However, if it wasn't a matter of life and death, their resistance wouldn't be as strong. Once this oracle was issued, he would have the chance to ascend to godhood and wouldn't have to face the combined forces of the gods. This was fate's arrangement. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun pressed down heavily. Boom! Suddenly, an invisible ripple spread out, joining the lines of fate of this world. It seemed like everything had changed, but at the same time, nothing had changed. But to the naked eye, the world was still operating as usual. Nothing had changed. Mount Olympus, temple of the goddess of fate, Mount Olympus was deep in the sea of clouds. The main hall at the top of the mountain was a corridor made up of pillars. The pillars were made up of marble pillars that were carved with great deeds. There were evergreen vines climbing all year round, and it was connected to the palaces of the gods. The gods who lived on Mount Olympus were arranged according to the hierarchy of the gods, from the foot of the mountain to the top. The 3 goddesses of fate, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, were only below Apollo and Artemis. In fact, they were even above Hephaestus and Aphrodite. The temple of the goddess of fate was located halfway up the mountain. This was a relatively high position for all the gods on Mount Olympus. The fact that the palaces of the 3 goddesses of fate were here not only meant that the gods of fate were very high, but they were also highly valued on Mount Olympus. The palace was a circular one made of marble, supported by 36 pillars. The surrounding stairs and roads were all paved with pure white marble. Inside the palace, there were reliefs and murals engraved with mysterious patterns, as well as various patterns of the stars, giving off a very mysterious feeling. But at this time, the 3 goddesses of fate were kneeling in a magic circle. This magic circle was densely packed with innumerable lines that formed a concentric circle. The 3 goddesses of fate were sitting in the magic circle, communicating with these lines of fate. They wanted to find out the truth about the rainbow crown and understand the future of fate. At this moment, the three goddesses of fate groaned, and tears of blood flowed from their eyes. They seemed to have encountered similar situations before, so they didn't panic. They closed their eyes and rested quietly. They were suffering from the backlash of fate and couldn't open their eyes at this moment. After issuing the oracle, Pei Ziyun slowly walked out of the forest and headed for the distant Troy city. I didn't expect that the Kratos of that world was only a line of fate that might appear in this world. But the advancement in power he gave me is real, which means that there's a certain possibility of that world. And the Phantom Lady asked me to cut off the line of fate of that world, so that Kratos will not appear in this world. No, I was wrong just now. It didn't give me power, but it made up for a certain flaw in my status. My power didn't increase at all, but a certain possibility of fate was completed. Typhon and Kratos. On the way back to Troy, Pei Ziyun kept thinking about the problem of the lines of fate that he had experienced, and now he had some clues. It feels like they're all leaning towards disaster. Could it be that I will become the god of disaster in Greece? But there are already goddesses of discord in this aspect. Mount Olympus, the morning sun shone on Mount Olympus, bathing the whole mountain in golden sunlight, making the towering Mount Olympus look holy and majestic. Today was the day that the three goddesses of fate agreed to give the answer to the rainbow crown. Seeing that they didn't come, Hera personally went to the palace of the three goddesses of fate. She walked up the white marble stairs and slowly entered the palace. As soon as she stepped into the hall, she saw the three goddesses of fate kneeling on the ground with their eyes closed. She could still see their tears of blood. What's going on? Hera looked at the scene in front of her and was shocked. She didn't know what had happened to the three goddesses of fate to be in such a sorry state. This was a rare situation. Honorable Hera, as you can see, we suffered the backlash of fate during the ceremony, causing us to temporarily be unable to open our eyes. However, we will recover after a while, Clotos said. What kind of fate appeared and caused you to suffer such a severe backlash? Hera asked with a serious expression. When we were performing the fate ceremony, we received feedback from fate. A oracle appeared, Atropos said. Oh, what kind of oracle? Hera became even more curious. She didn't know what kind of oracle could cause the three goddesses of fate to be so heavily injured. Many sons of the gods, countless heroes, their noble blood spilled on Troy, and a new god will be born among the mortals, Lachesis said. What? This oracle from the three goddesses of fate caused Hera to take a step back and feel fear. This sort of oracle was something that had never happened before. This sort of oracle had been directly sent to the three goddesses of fate, and it was completely out of the control of the gods. No matter if it was humans or gods, they all feared the unknown. I need to immediately tell this to the king of the gods, Zeus, and have him make a decision, Hera said with a serious expression. Just as Hera was about to leave, she remembered why she had come here and asked, "Did you find out the reason for the incident with the rainbow crown?" It's a pity that just as we were about to obtain the answer, we received the oracle from fate and suffered the backlash. So you didn't find out anything? Hera asked. That's right. After we recover from our injuries, we can continue to pray to fate and see if we can find an answer, Lachesis said. All right, I know what happened to you. I'll report to Zeus immediately. Hera hurried away after she finished speaking. Chapter 633. Greek camp Achilles had dragged Hector's body all the way back to the warship with a chariot. In the process, the body had been stained by the stones and mud, and there was a clear blood stain. Achilles untied Hector's body from the chariot and dragged it to the warship, where Patroclus's body lay quietly on the wooden plank. Bam! Achilles threw Hector's body heavily to the ground, and it crawled face down in front of Patroclus's body. His face and body were covered in blood, as if he was asking for Patroclus's forgiveness. News of Achilles' victorious return immediately spread throughout the Greek camp. Commander Agamemnon, Achilles has brought back Hector's body. It looks like he's going to cremate Patroclus's body. The herald Tipios immediately rushed back to report. Yes, order our warriors to cut wood, pile up firewood, and build a cremation table. These will be needed soon, Agamemnon said. Yes, Commander, the herald, Tipios, replied and immediately went to pass on the order. Achilles threw Hector's body down and heard the news. Achilles, Agamemnon ordered the warriors to take the animals to cut wood. They're going to cut down the tallest tree on Mount Ida. Agamemnon is so tactful. To be honest, he had killed Hector, and it was a good omen. Achilles suddenly felt fearless. He laughed and gathered the warriors. He ordered, "All of you put on your armor. Saddle all the chariots with horses. We're going to hold a funeral for Patroclus." The Greek warriors that Achilles belonged to lined up neatly, and the chariots were lined up in rows. Not only that, but the rest of the heroes and princes also wore armor and joined in. The procession was huge. Achilles put Patroclus's body into the coffin. Hector's body was still tied to the chariot with a belt through the hole between the ankle and the heel. Soon, the funeral procession moved forward, the princes, warriors, and charioteers in front, followed by thousands of armored soldiers on foot. These soldiers followed the chariot step by step in an orderly manner. Achilles and a few others carried the coffin with Patroclus's body, while Hector's body was dragged behind in the chariot. This kind of behavior raised eyebrows. Achilles is insulting the corpse of a hero. Isn't he afraid of God's punishment? Shoo, I don't know if God has punished us, but if Achilles hears this, he will be angry. After walking for a while, they came to an open area in the camp, where a cremation platform had been built with wood. Achilles placed the coffin on a large pile of wood on the crematorium, stepped back, cut off a lock of his brown hair with a knife, and gazed at the vast sea. "Ah, river god of Spearseus, my father once made a vow that when I returned in triumph, I should cut off my hair as a sacrifice and sacrifice 50 sheep in your sacred forest and altar. Unfortunately, his wish failed. River god, you did not accept my prayers and did not allow me to return to my homeland. Now, please forgive me, but I can only offer my hair to Patroclus and let him take it to Hades." As he spoke, Achilles placed a lock of hair in his friend's hand and lit the pile of wood with the torch he held in his hand. The fire burned fiercely, engulfing Patroclus's body, and the flames rose to the sky. The Greeks formed a circle around the burning crematorium. At this time, all the Greeks deeply cherished Patroclus, who was once a powerful hero active on the battlefield. At that time, he turned the tide and saved the Greeks from a desperate situation, but unfortunately, he was killed by Hector. Achilles said to the burning body of Patroclus, "My friend, Patroclus, may you enter the underworld in happiness. The vow I made to you has been fulfilled. Only Hector's body has not been burned. His body will be fed to the dogs," Achilles said fiercely. Achilles said fiercely. With a wave of his hand, a group of hungry dogs barked ferociously at Hector's corpse. As soon as the soldiers let go of the reins, these hungry dogs would pounce and devour Hector's corpse. The surrounding heroes and princes looked at this scene with complicated expressions. Some felt that Achilles had gone too far. Although the two sides fought like fire and water, under normal circumstances, corpses would not be insulted. Moreover, Paris had respected the bodies of the dead Greek heroes last time. He had cleaned all their bodies, smeared them with perfume, and even sent Patroclus's body back. Now, Achilles' actions were completely different from Paris's. If Paris knew how Achilles treated Hector's corpse, would he still respect the Greek hero's corpse? Would he still return Patroclus's corpse? Everyone was thinking about this, but Achilles' attitude was firm. He had just returned victorious, and with the previous example, no one dared to offend him. Everyone chose to remain silent. Woof, woof, woof. The soldiers let go of the reins in their hands. These hungry dogs had been starving for a few days, and Hector's body was smeared with the smell of the dogs' favorite food. They all pounced on Hector's body, looking like they were going to eat his body clean. But God was very angry when he saw this scene. Aphrodite suddenly appeared next to Hector's body, guarding it from a group of hungry dogs. The hungry dogs felt the breath of God and were so scared that they whimpered and ran away. Then Aphrodite anointed Hector's body with oil of rose and ointment of immortality, so that all the bruises and filth which she had dragged him away disappeared. Apollo also sent a thick fog to cover Hector's body so that the sun would not dry it. The Greek heroes and soldiers saw that the hungry dogs did not dare to go near Hector's body, and that a thick fog had covered Hector's body. Everyone's expressions were solemn. It was obvious that God had taken action to protect Hector's body from suffering. If Hector's body was mistreated like this, wouldn't God be angry? Achilles' expression was also solemn. He knew that God had taken action to protect Hector's body, and his idea of feeding Hector's body to the dogs might not work. Achilles must die, Apollo said sorrowfully. Hector had always been a hero under Apollo's protection. Seeing his body being humiliated by Achilles, Apollo's anger flared. Honorable Apollo, perhaps Achilles understood this, so he did not hold back, Aphrodite said. Is that so? But the punishment of the gods is not only in life, Apollo said in a low voice. Apollo's words were straightforward. The gods could punish a person not only in life, but also in the soul after death. That's Hades' domain. Besides, we can't humiliate Achilles too much for Hector's sake. Apollo was about to say something when his ears suddenly twitched. He heard the sound of a horn. Mortals could not hear this horn, but to the gods, it seemed to be able to ignore the barriers of space. They could hear it clearly no matter how far away they were. With this horn, the gods quickly rushed back to Mount Olympus. Apollo was shocked. He had not heard this horn for a long time. What's going on? The last time I heard this sound was when the giants of Gaia attacked Mount Olympus. What happened this time? Let's hurry back and find out, Aphrodite said. With that, the two gods rose into the sky, passed through layers of barriers, and quickly rushed back to Mount Olympus. Returning to the top of the sacred mountain, Apollo stepped into the hall of the central palace. He felt a different atmosphere, and he saw the solemn expressions of the gods. It seemed that something big had happened this time. Just as Apollo was about to ask, Artemis pulled him to the side and whispered, "My dear brother, the three goddesses of fate have received feedback from fate. At the same time, they have also suffered a backlash. They have issued a new oracle. A new god will be born among the humans." Apollo was shocked. This news was too unexpected. There was no warning at all. A new god will be born among the humans? Apollo was in disbelief. Ever since Hercules became a god, Zeus had been keeping a close eye on the heroes among the mortals to prevent anyone from becoming a god. The outbreak of the Battle of Troy was also Zeus' intention to eliminate the heroes among the mortals who might become a threat, to prevent the possibility of becoming a god. But the current situation seemed to be far beyond his expectations, and Apollo fell into deep thought. Zeus sat on a throne made of gold and ivory. His expression was also very serious, no longer as relaxed and happy as before. He also felt that the situation was out of his control. His face was dark, and he did not speak. A new god was born among the mortals. The Battle of Troy was too unexpected for the gods. The surrounding gods had solemn expressions. They were also shocked by this news, and it was an oracle officially issued by the three goddesses of fate. The gods discussed among themselves about the possibility of becoming a god this time. Hera whispered to the main gods, "Who is this new god? I feel that it is not Greek." Poseidon frowned. This was not good news. If a mortal could become a god, it would shake the foundation of the gods, and it was an uncontrollable ascension. "Do you still remember the auspicious omen that Achilles gave?" Apollo said with a frown. Although everyone knew that Apollo wanted Achilles dead, they all agreed with Apollo's words. The scene of Achilles killing Hector with the rainbow crown had left a deep impression on the gods. This time, he might be the one who became a god among the mortals. The gods looked at each other and saw the murderous intent in each other's eyes. Achilles must die, but Achilles still has the afterglow of fate, a god said with a frown. Everyone agreed that he had to die. A deity said with a frown. With the afterglow of fate, there was some resistance to killing him. This afterglow of fate is not enough to protect him. I believe that our Father will quickly eliminate Achilles for us. The gods respected fate, but they did not fear it. This afterglow was not enough to protect Achilles. Chapter 634. Zeus felt uneasy. He pushed the clouds away with his hand and looked at Achilles in the Greek camp. But what he saw made him angry. Achilles harnessed the warhorse, pierced the holes in the heels and ankles of Hector's corpse with a leather belt, and tied Hector's body to the chariot. Snap! With the sound of a whip, the warhorse pulled the chariot and galloped around the tomb of Patroclus, and Hector's body was dragged behind the chariot for 3 laps. Hector's body was dragged with cuts and marks, which was a classic case of corpse abuse. The gods on Mount Olympus were very sad and indignant when they saw this scene. They felt that Achilles' actions were too much and should not be forgiven. Even Hera, who had always supported the Greeks, kept her mouth shut. The gods had always been very taboo to abuse corpses, and Achilles had undoubtedly angered them. Zeus' face was sullen, and he looked at Achilles in the clouds without saying a word. His heart was already burning with anger. Iris, go tell Thetis to tell Achilles that the gods, including me, are angry at him for wantonly abusing Hector's body and detaining it on the ship. Zeus ordered the rainbow goddess Elise. Yes, dear Zeus, Elise said, turned into a rainbow and disappeared from Mount Olympus. This time, the horn was blown to summon the gods, mainly to tell them that the 3 goddesses of fate had issued an oracle that someone among the mortals would become a new god. This was a major event, and Zeus' biggest doubt about the mortals becoming gods was Achilles. Not only was Achilles the most powerful among the mortals, but he was also the closest to the gods. More importantly, Achilles was the prophesied child of destiny who posed a threat to Zeus. In the face of this threat and all kinds of accidents, Zeus had made a decision and said to Hermes, "Hasn't Memnon arrived yet? Send a wind for his journey so that he can reach the Trojan battlefield as soon as possible." "I understand, revered father," Hermes replied and sighed in his heart. Even if Achilles had the afterglow of fate, killing Memnon, the son of the goddess of dawn, would definitely consume it. Zeus was determined to execute Achilles as soon as possible. When the gathering was over and the gods dispersed, Hera called out to Apollo, who was about to leave the hall. "Your redoubtable father, Zeus, is looking for you." "Come with me," said Hera. Apollo followed Hera back into the hall, and when he returned, he saw Zeus sitting on his throne made of ivory and gold, his face ashen. Zeus had already made up his mind. With a sullen face, he said, "Apollo, I allow you to kill Achilles immediately with the help of a mortal. If that is not possible, kill him yourself." "Yes," Apollo agreed. With Zeus's permission, Apollo no longer had to restrain himself. He had long wanted to kill Achilles, but it had been inconvenient for him to do so. Even when Achilles had insulted Hector's body, Apollo had endured it and not attacked Achilles. Now that he had Zeus's permission, he no longer had to be passive. The palace of the deep-sea Thetis. Following Zeus's order, Elise quickly arrived at Thetis' palace. "Dear Elise, what brings you here?" Thetis said kindly. "Thetis, Zeus asked me to come," Elise said lightly. When the sea goddess heard that Zeus asked Elise to come to her, her expression became dignified. "Zeus ordered me to find you and tell you to find your son, Achilles, and tell him that the gods, including Zeus, are furious at him for wantonly humiliating Hector's corpse and detaining the corpse on the ship to prevent it from being ransomed," said the rainbow goddess, Elise. Thetis's face changed. She didn't expect Achilles to make this mistake. What made her even more afraid was Zeus's tone. She was just about to say something when the rainbow goddess Elise issued Zeus's order. Her figure flashed and disappeared from the palace of Thetis in the deep sea. Thetis was stunned for a moment and did not dare to delay. She immediately left the palace and arrived at Achilles' barracks in a short time. Because she came invisibly, the soldiers outside the barracks could not find her figure. Achilles was sitting in a daze in the barracks at the moment. He didn't even notice Thetis coming in. Thetis slowly approached and sat down, saying gently, "Dear son, How long do you want to torture yourself by sighing and not eating? Thetis sympathized with Achilles, but there was nothing she could do. Achilles looked at his mother and said, "Mother, although I killed Hector and avenged my good friend Patroclus, I am not happy at all. How much you miss your good friend Patroclus. Fortunately, you are not blinded by hatred." Thetis said with a straight face, "My son, listen to what Zeus wants me to say to you. He and the gods are angry because you mistreated Hector's body and kept his body on the ship. My son, ask for a generous ransom and hand over the body." Thetis knew that if Achilles still disobeyed the will of the gods, he would be greeted with endless anger. At that time, he would not be able to live in peace even after death. Achilles looked up and looked at his mother. "Mother, I respect the opinions of Zeus and the gods. Whoever gives me the ransom can take the body back." Achilles had seen how the gods had protected Hector's body during the day, and now his mother's words. He had thought it through. If he continued to hold on to Hector's body, the gods would definitely not allow it. He might as well be generous and hand over Hector's body so that he would not continue to offend the gods. "My son, you will be happy with your decision today. The gods will forgive your rashness," Thetis said happily. At this time, a messenger came in with a message. "Dear Prince Achilles, there is someone outside who claims to be King Priam of Troy. He only brought an old man with him." "Oh, how dare he come to camp with only an old man? Invite him in," Achilles said. "Yes, sir." The messenger slowly left. Not long after, King Priam was led into Achilles' barracks. Achilles sat on a woolen mat and watched Priam walk in. He saw that Priam was a white-haired old man with many wrinkles on his face. When Priam entered the barracks, he saw Achilles sitting on a woolen cushion, and Achilles was staring at him. He quickly walked in front of Achilles, hugged his knees, kissed the hands that had killed so many of his sons, and stared at Achilles' face. Achilles and his friends looked at the old man in surprise, not understanding why he would do such a lowly thing. After all, Priam was the king of Troy. Even in the warring Greek camps, he would be respected. The old man begged, "Holy Achilles, think of your father. He is as old as I am. Perhaps he is also hated and threatened by his neighbors. Like me, he is helpless and afraid. But he still longs to see his son again. He hopes that his son can return from Troy in triumph. You are right. My father, Peleus, has sent several waves of messengers, hoping that I will return in triumph. He misses me very much," Achilles said. Priam listened to Achilles and continued, "Yes, your father, Peleus, misses you so much that he can at least send messengers to communicate with you. But what about me? When the Greeks came to Troy, I still had 10 sons, but they all died in battle. I'm the one who suffered the most in this war. Now you have taken away the only son who can protect us, the city, and the people. These sons of mine, they will never come back. When I miss them, what else can I do but cry at their graves? Holy Achilles, I hope you have pity on me. I've lost 10 sons, and I can't even bury the body of the only son who could protect us. I'm so sad and desperate. Therefore, I have come to your warship, hoping to ransom my son Hector. I have brought you a large ransom. Son of Peleus, please listen to the advice of God. Think of your father, and have pity on me." This time, Priam had come to Achilles' warship with the determination to succeed or die trying, so he spoke his mind. The effect of Priam's words was obvious. It aroused Achilles' nostalgia for his old father, Peleus. Achilles gently let go of the old man's hand and helped him up. He said sympathetically, "Poor you, you have suffered so much. How dare you come to my warship alone to meet the man who killed your son? Well, I am willing to return Hector's body to you, because my mother has told me the order of Zeus. And I also understand that God has helped you and brought you to my warship. Otherwise, no matter how brave a mortal is, he would not be able to come here." In fact, this was the main reason why Achilles agreed. The Greek camp was very strict, but this old man came in without alerting anyone. This must be the direct help of God. Now, God's attitude was very clear. No matter how confident Achilles was, he did not dare to go against the collective will of God. When Priam heard that Achilles had agreed to return Hector's body to him, he was overjoyed. He had come here to find Achilles to redeem Hector's body. He had never thought that Achilles would agree to his request so easily. Dear Achilles, thank you so much for listening to my plea and agreeing to redeem Hector's body for me. I will give you all the ransom money I have brought to thank you for your kindness. Chapter 635. Hearing this, Achilles did not refuse. He ordered the soldiers to remove the ransom gifts from Priam's chariot. Most of the gifts were gold and bronze, with a few spices and rare treasures. All the gifts were removed and placed on Achilles' chariot, leaving only a cloak and a tights, which were used to cover Hector's body. Priam was finally able to see his son. There were drag marks all over Hector's body. Gently stroking the wounds, Priam could imagine what kind of abuse Hector's body had suffered after his death. For a moment, tears flowed down his face. Achilles called his friend's name. Patroclus, if you hear in the underworld that I have returned Hector's body to his father, please do not be angry with me. The ransom he has brought is very generous, and you have a share of it. And Zeus has also ordered me not to torture Hector's body, and not to keep his body in custody. Now, following the will of the gods, I have returned his body to his father. Achilles called out to Patroclus, hoping that his action of returning Hector's body to Priam would be understood. Hermes, who was invisible, stood beside Priam, watching him cry. He said to himself, "Old king, you have ransomed your son with a large sum of money. But when Agamemnon and the other Greek princes and heroes learn of this, they will detain you and demand triple the ransom from your son at home." Priam was shocked. He hurriedly called for his attendants to put on the tights and cloak for Hector's body. Together, they stealthily rode out of the Greek camp with the body. Hermes, just as he had come, descended in the mist, making it invisible to the Greeks. Soon, he was far away from the Greek camp. Priam and his attendants drove the chariot towards Troy. They hurried along the way, and by dawn, they had arrived outside Troy. At dawn, everything was asleep except for Priam's daughter, Cassandra, who was watching from the tower. When she saw her father sitting in the chariot and Hector's body in the chariot, she could not help but burst into tears. Hector was her eldest brother, and he took good care of his younger siblings. Seeing him lying on the chariot as if he was asleep, Cassandra felt as if a knife was twisting in her heart. Pei-Zi-Yun had been waiting at the top of the city walls for a long time. When he saw the carriage returning, he ordered the soldiers to open the gates. The war chariot slowly drove into the city. Pei-Zi-Yun waved his hand, and a group of soldiers came forward to protect the chariot. At the same time, they steered the chariot and guided Priam's chariot towards the palace. As soon as the procession reached the palace gates, Roma, who had been waiting for a long time, came to greet them. When she saw the corpse of her husband lying on the chariot, she held Hector's head and cried her heart out. When everyone heard Andromar's heart-wrenching cries, they could not help but shed tears. Even King Priam shed tears. Pei-Zi-Yun remained silent. Although he wasn't going to cry, he was affected by the atmosphere, and his heart was filled with sadness. "Dear husband, you have made me a pitiful widow, and left me alone with my pitiful child. I'm afraid your son will not be able to be raised to adulthood. Troy will soon be destroyed, and you will no longer be able to protect the city and the people in it. Soon, we will be captured and put on the warships of the Greeks, and I will not be spared." Andromar cried to his son, Astyanax, and said, "And you, my pitiful son, Astyanax, will also serve a cruel master and share your mother's shame. Or you will be pushed down from the city walls by a Greek, because your father killed his brother, or his father, or his son." When Pei-Zi-Yun heard Andromar's words, he knew that she was talking about fate. He sighed and said, "Andromar, don't worry. I will protect you and your son. My husband, Hector, you see, in the end, it is Paris who has always been hostile to me and your son. But Troy is about to be destroyed, and Paris is powerless to protect us. Because your own fate is not in your control, how can you protect us?" Andromar said and cried bitterly, as if he had lost all hope. Pazian shook his head slightly. He knew that no matter what he said, Andromar would not believe that he could protect them. And to protect Troy from destruction, she would not believe him even more. Pazian didn't intend to convince him. Everything would be decided by the facts. He then turned to the tired and white-haired Priamus and said, "Father, you haven't slept the entire night. Go back and rest. Leave the rest to me." As he said this, Pazian called for a messenger. "Order people to prepare firewood and find a craftsman to build a wooden bed. Build a cremation table in the open area of the palace garden as soon as possible." "Yes, Prince Paris." The messenger immediately accepted the order and bowed before leaving. Pazian ordered people to move Hector's body into a room. He personally wiped the body and stitched up the wounds on the body. After cleaning the body, Pazian carefully applied balm on the body and dressed it in luxurious clothes. After everything was done, Hector's body looked brand new. He was no longer in a sorry state. At this moment, he seemed to be sleeping on the bed. "Prince Paris, the cremation table has been built." A messenger came in and reported. Find a few people to move Prince Hector's body to the wooden bed on the cremation table." Pazian ordered. Everyone obeyed. Unknowingly, the power had been transferred to Paris. In history, Paris had a bad reputation. Hence, even if Hector died, it would not be his turn. But now, Paris was good at scheming and had many achievements in the war. Hector's death was what everyone expected. Palace garden, open area, a 2-meter-high cremation table was erected. The palace craftsman had used wood to build the cremation table. At the top of the cremation table was an exquisite wooden bed. Around the cremation table, there were many flammable firewood. Beside the cremation table, there was a temporary altar. The altar in the middle was also 2 meters high. On it, there were statues of Zeus and Apollo. Hector's body was transported over. Using a ladder, it was placed on the tall wooden bed. In front of the altar, the priestess, Princess Cassandra, stood quietly. Servants carried the gold and led the bull up. Cassandra took the tray and placed the gold on the altar. She then slaughtered the bull and sacrificed it. "The fearsome Zeus, the god of distance shooting, Apollo, you are so noble. I hope that you will grant me grace and allow Hector's soul to rest in peace in the underworld." After the sacrifice was completed, everyone stood in a circle around the cremation table. They moved slowly and looked at Hector, who was lying quietly on the wooden bed. They were deeply reminiscing about him. "My dear son, Hector, how cruel you are to leave us so early. The safety of Troy and the people of Troy are all on your shoulders. With you gone, what will happen to Troy? How can you bear to see Troy destroyed in the hands of the thugs?" As Priam spoke, he couldn't help but shed tears. The elders who were listening all used their hands to wipe the tears from the corners of their eyes. Hector's mother, Hector, was crying her heart out. Even now, she still couldn't accept the reality of Hector's departure. Pazian held a torch in his hand and gently lit the pile of firewood. A huge fire rose into the sky. The blazing flames cast a bright red glow on the surroundings. "Hector, my son," Hecuba cried out miserably, then suddenly fainted. Queen," a maid quickly caught her body. "Bring the queen to rest," Pazian commanded. The fire burned for a long period of time. Everyone was silent as they reminisced about Hector's life. Gradually, the fire became smaller and smaller. All that was left of the cremation table was a pile of ashes. Everyone used sweet wine to extinguish the remaining ashes. They picked up some bones from the ashes and wrapped them in a purple cloth. They placed them in a small golden box and sent people to bury them. Pazian then turned around to face Priam. "Father, I wish to speak to you." Priam was shocked. He followed Paris through a corridor and heard his son ask, "Father, when Troy was destroyed by that person, what was the biggest difficulty you faced in rebuilding it?" Priamus was taken aback by Paris' sudden question. He didn't expect Paris to ask such a question. Thinking about it, he realized something and said, "Establishing a city isn't easy. Talents, resources, authority, and strength are all indispensable. But Paris, we are the children of God. We have power and authority. We do not lack it. Pei nodded. He was a political expert and a master of the art of war. Of course, he understood that the foundation of all political power was power. The princes of this world were not like the ones in the world of the Sioux. The princes had the blood of God in them. It was not difficult for them to suppress the mortals. With power and money, it is not difficult. Only craftsmen, doctors, prophets, and scholars are more difficult. With them, even if the prince lost his city, it would not be difficult to rebuild it. At this point, Priam had already understood. He looked at his son with a sad and tender gaze. Paris, I will prepare these for you. You can leave with a known. Pooh! Pei laughed. Priam was indeed a good father. He thought that Paris would want to escape if Hector died. It was better to make things easier for him. But at this point, he said, Father, you are wrong. I have to prepare these, but it is better to be safe than sorry. It is too late if something happens. How can I leave by myself? If I want to leave, I have to kill Achilles first. Priam's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He was about to say something when he saw Paris turn around and say, Besides, can I even leave? Hearing this, Priam was speechless. He let out a long sigh. Chapter 636. After Hector was buried, Paisian brought Anon and Helen back to the mansion. When they arrived at the mansion, Helen, who had just cried, said sadly, Anon, Hector is the one I admire the most among my husband's brothers. It's been 6 years since Paris brought me, an unfortunate woman, to Troy. In these 6 years, I've never heard Hector say a single bad word. Although King Priam protected me like a father, whenever there was a quarrel between my brothers, whenever my husband's brothers and sisters came out to scold me, Hector would always stand up to persuade them to calm down and help me out. Hector is dead, and I've lost a friend and a brother who comforted me. Now, everyone is going to despise me. Helen could not help but cry as she spoke of her sadness. Everyone around her sighed. Anon comforted her. Helen, although I'm sad that Hector is gone, we still have Paris to rely on. Paisian knew that Helen had many emotions. 6 years ago, she was still the queen of Sparta, and now she was following him. If Troy was stable, everything would be fine, but now that it was on the verge of collapse, she could not help but feel emotional. Thinking of this, Paisian called out in his heart system. A plum blossom appeared in front of him and quickly grew larger, turning into a transparent information interface with a faint sense of light. Hero Bloodline. Level 5, 475. 5%. I'm only 25% away from level 10. This bit of experience can definitely be achieved by killing a stronger hero, such as Ajax, or simply killing Achilles. There was not much time left for Pei Ziyun, and the final showdown was getting closer and closer. When that time came, he would have to reveal his true intentions. When Achilles was killed, the gods would abandon him. At that time, there would be no more gods to protect him, and he would have to rely on himself for everything. Thinking of this, Paisian said loudly to the servant, Gather everyone. Yes, Prince Paris. The servant bowed and retreated. Not long after, the well-prepared crowd rushed into the courtyard. Looking at each other, Anon and Helen stopped crying and comforting each other, wondering what Paris had in mind. Pei Ziyun surveyed his surroundings. The first thing he saw was Jesney and Kusai Leah. Following that, he heard the sound of footsteps. A group of soldiers stepped forward. They were all clad in leather armor, which gleamed under the sunlight. These were all slaves that Pei Ziyun had bought over the years. These slaves had participated in many battles, and those who didn't manage to survive had become veterans and were filled with killing intent. There were also slaves who had a special skill and were on standby in the garden. After a long period of training, they were already able to handle their respective posts with ease. As for Jessen, he was in charge of contacting the merchants, bards, and people of other professions from the various kingdoms and cities. This was to establish a complete intelligence network. This was the task that Pei Ziyun had given him, and he had completed it excellently. Kuseli yet also achieved great results in terms of trade, goods, and money. This made Pei Ziyun feel more at ease in entrusting all these matters to her. Everyone lined up and bowed. Prince Paris. Pei Ziyun nodded. He was very satisfied with everyone's mental state. He listened to Jessen's report and said, Prince Paris, the ships are ready. Very good. How many ships are there in total? Pei Ziyun asked. He was not as clear about his own assets as Jessen and the rest. A total of 12 ships. Pei Ziyun nodded. With these ships, he would be able to bring some things away easily. 12 ships wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number either. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun asked again, what about the other preparations? The 3 best craftsmen in the city have been gathered according to your instructions. All the knowledge in the city has been copied onto parchments. These things are all stored on different ships to prevent any accidents from happening. Pei Ziyun nodded. He approved of everything that Jessen had done. Ever since Jessen had started following him, he had always done his best. Although he liked to take advantage of others, he had always turned a blind eye to these innocuous things. Pei Ziyun nodded. Not bad. Jessen, you've done well. I hope you will continue to work hard. After speaking to Jessen, Pei Ziyun turned to look at Kuseli, waiting for her report. Respectable Prince Paris, this time I have recorded all the goods and people we need to bring away. Some of our less important businesses have also been sold to recoup our capital. As she finished speaking, Kuseli took out a thick parchment and passed it to Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun took the parchment and nodded. He didn't read it immediately. Kuseli, you've done well too. With you and Jessen as my right and left hands, you've saved me a lot of trouble. I will now officially return your slave contract to you and give you your freedom. As he said this, Pei Ziyun took the slave contract from the servant and passed it to Kuseli. Kuseli's hands trembled as she received the slave contract. She had worked so hard for so long just to regain her freedom. She sobbed and said, Thank you, Prince Paris. When Pei Ziyun saw that everything was prepared, he lowered his voice and said to everyone present, These are just my personal preparations. I have already obtained my father's approval to carry out the torch plan. Once Troy fails, this will be the capital for us to reignite. Father will also send some reliable people to join us. There won't be many, not more than 100 people. Back then, Father rebuilt the city of Troy from the ruins. Once Troy is destroyed in this war, we can rely on our capital to rebuild our city. We have to let the Greeks understand that even if they can defeat us and destroy our city, we have the confidence to rebuild it at any time. Other than Father and Mother, only you guys know about the torch plan. I hope you won't leak it out. Yes, everyone replied. Most of these people were slaves that Pei Ziyun had bought, and their interests were tied to Pei Ziyun's. It could be said that they were bound together for good or bad, so there was no need to worry about information being leaked. As for the elite soldiers sent by the palace, although they had been carefully selected, they were not Pei Ziyun's own people after all. It was difficult to control them, so it was better to leave them in the city. Seeing that everything was prepared, he then turned to Helen and asked, Helen, are you coming with us? Or, are you staying in the city? Helen thought about it and felt that it might not be safe to stay in the city. She said, Together. Pei Ziyun nodded and said, All right, Enon, bring everyone to Mount Ida and make it our base. If anything happens, we can pass through Mount Ida at any time, reach the opposite coast, and board a ship to leave Troy. Enon nodded and said, Dear Paris, don't worry. I will definitely make it our safest base. No one is more familiar with Mount Ida than I am. If everyone follows me, I can guarantee that there will be no losses. What Enon said was true. She and Paris had grown up on Mount Ida, and no one was more familiar with them than she was. Retreating to Mount Ida would be safer. Pei Ziyun did not secretly build a base on Mount Ida at the beginning of the Trojan War. At that time, he still felt that there was hope of winning. However, after being expelled last time, he made arrangements for the failure of the war after returning. This was because Pei Ziyun understood that the victory of the Greeks in the Battle of Troy was the ending of the script set by the gods. Although some subtle changes could be made to the script, the ending could not be changed so easily. When Troy was breached, there must be a place that could temporarily resist the pursuing Greeks, and Mount Ida became the first choice. It was a place with high mountains and dense forests, and the Greeks could not mobilize a large number of soldiers to launch an attack, let alone use large siege weapons. Therefore, the attack would be very limited, which would give the people who escaped from Troy a chance to breathe. Even if Mount Ida could not resist the Greeks' attack in the end, there were still ships arranged on the opposite side of Mount Ida that could go out to sea at any time. Therefore, Mt. Ida was a good place to attack and defend from. It's a pity that this is the world of the gods. Pei Zi-Yun did not think that his plan could be hidden from the gods, so it was impossible to build a large base. The entire staff was reduced several times, and there were only about 100 people. Then retreat immediately. Pei Zi-Yun waved his hand and ordered. Seeing that everyone had left, he fell into deep thought. It's impossible to move a large number of treasures. If the king understood my hint, he would break up the whole thing and hide some high-quality treasures and gold in more than a dozen locations. It would be difficult for the Greeks to dig them out one by one. However, these are actually small details. Mount Ida is high and dense, and it is impossible for the Greeks to mobilize a large number of soldiers to launch an attack, let alone use large machinery. However, the heroes can catch up. Therefore, to escape, we have to go through the Greek heroes. Not to mention anything else, the king of Sparta, Menelaus, will definitely catch up for Helen. If I were really rational, I would definitely leave Helen behind, but I won't do that. Unless she lets me down, I will never abandon her. Besides, I have worked so hard for so long. Is it just to survive? Pei Zi-Yun had been thinking hard and gradually gained a lot of experience from the methods of the gods. Look, how do the gods face fate? They all go with fate first, but there are small changes in the process, leaving some leeway. When fate has generally reached its goal, there will be a turn. Look, Hercules was destined to have 12 great achievements, but after he was done, the gods immediately acted, not giving him time and opportunity to continue accumulating power, and continued to go with fate, letting Hercules ascend to Mount Olympus, and Hera even married Hebe to him. But in the blink of an eye, Hercules was expelled, and even the marriage with Hebe was in name only, and they could only see each other once in a long time. In this battle of Troy, Zeus did not directly overturn the ruling of fate. Fate said that the son of Thetis is more powerful than her father, so find a mortal to marry her. This is how the gods deal with fate. Chapter 637. At this point, someone from the palace came to report happily. Prince Paris, the king of Ethiopia, Memnon, is here. Oh, Memnon is here? Pei Zi-Yun asked in surprise. If Memnon was here, it meant that the war was coming to an end. Go back and report that I will be here soon. The servant bowed and left a report back to the palace. Everyone looked at Pei Zi-Yun, waiting for him to make up his mind. Someone asked, Prince Paris, do you still want to carry out the order? Pei Zi-Yun did not want his plan to be interrupted by Memnon's arrival. Besides, Memnon's arrival would not change the fate of Troy. He said resolutely, carry out the plan immediately. Since Pei Zi-Yun had already made up his mind, he could only carry it out. Pei Zi-Yun brought everyone out of the mansion. There were already many chariots ready to go. Anon and Helen boarded the chariot. Basically, everything that needed to be prepared was already in the chariot. My dear, you must take care of yourself, Anon said to Pei Zi-Yun. Paris, take care. Helen said goodbye to Pei Zi-Yun reluctantly. Pei Zi-Yun nodded his head and watched as the war chariot left. Everyone took advantage of the darkness of the night to leave the city. As soon as they left, Pei Zi-Yun boarded the war chariot and muttered to himself, Now, I have nothing to worry about in Troy City. I can go all out. As he said this, he ordered to the palace. At the entrance of the palace, King Priam was already waiting for them. Many Trojan soldiers stood by the side, and a golden chariot was parked at the side. Paris, let's go and welcome our respected ally, King Memnon of Ethiopia. Pei Zi-Yun nodded and said, Yes, father. The group slowly set off towards the secret pier of Troy. King Memnon of Ethiopia was the son of the goddess of dawn, Eos, and Prince Tenotus of Troy. He had set off for Troy a long time ago, but Ethiopia was rather far away, and he had only arrived now. Everyone rushed to the secret pier, and Pei-Yun saw a fleet slowly sailing towards them. The Trojan soldiers stood in 2 rows, and a red carpet was laid in the middle, welcoming the arrival of their ally. After a while, the ship docked, and Memnon and his soldiers disembarked. "My dear King Memnon of Ethiopia, welcome from afar," Priam said. Memnon was a burly man. He also saw Priam greeting him. He smiled and said, "Priam, King of Troy, thank you very much for your warm welcome." After that, the two of them gave each other a warm hug. "King Memnon, I am the Prince of Troy, Paris. Welcome." Pei-Yun stepped forward and said, "In such a situation, those who could support Troy were all loyal allies. They had shed their last drop of blood for Troy. Oh, Paris, I've heard of your name a long time ago. You were the one who abducted the Spartan king's queen, right?" After saying this, Memnon laughed out loud. Pei-Yun wasn't embarrassed and laughed along with him. After so much time had passed, everyone was able to remain calm when they talked about this matter. "King Memnon, we have prepared a sumptuous banquet for you in the palace. Please come with me, esteemed guest." Priam led Memnon to the golden chariot pulled by 4 fine horses. When the king was seated, the driver pulled the reins, and the chariot slowly moved towards the palace. The chariot stopped at the entrance of the palace. The majestic palace of Troy made Memnon say, "The palaces of Troy are indeed grander than ours." King Priam smiled and didn't say much. He held Memnon's hand and walked towards the banquet hall of the palace. In the banquet hall, the tables were filled with all sorts of delicacies. Fruits were placed neatly on trays, and sweet wine was filled to the brim with bronze wine pots. There were bards singing beautiful poems, and a group of dancers were dancing in the middle of the hall. Servants filed in, holding trays in their hands. They were all covered with white silk, and the contents of the trays couldn't be seen clearly. "King Memnon, these precious gifts are a small token of our appreciation. We hope you will accept them." Priam said, "King Priam, thank you very much for your warm hospitality, and thank you for your generous gifts." Memnon said, "Compared to these gifts, King Memnon, our friendship is the most precious." "Haha, King Memnon, come, cheers for our friendship." Priam raised his golden cup full of wine and drank it in one gulp. Memnon also drank all the wine in his hand. After drinking, he didn't forget to tip the cup to show that he had drunk it all. "King Memnon, it must have been hard for you to cross mountains and rivers," Priam said. "King Priam, I can't say that it was hard, but this journey has broadened our horizons a lot. Since we set off from Ethiopia, this journey of mine." Memnon told everyone of his long journey from the coast to Mount Ida and the city of Troy. He told the story of his adventures on the road. There were a few times when Memnon was in danger, and the stories were breathtaking to the ears of the people around him. Priam listened with great interest and laughed heartily from time to time. The people around him were also fascinated, as if they were the next Memnon. He shook Memnon's hand warmly and said, "Memnon, I am so grateful that God gave me the honor to welcome you in the palace. You surpass all mortals and are more like God. Therefore, I am sure that you will join us to destroy our enemies." King Priam raised his cup again and drank to this new ally. Memnon admired the precious wine cup in his hand. It was a masterpiece of Hephaestus and had become an heirloom of the Trojan royal family. Now it was one of the gifts. Memnon looked at it for a while and looked away. He replied, "I don't want to brag or make promises at the banquet. A man can only show his true heroism on the battlefield." "Well said, King Memnon. A real man can only show his bravery on the battlefield. No amount of talk in private can prove it," Priam said loudly. "That's right, respected King of Troy. Now let us go to bed and rest. There is still an intense battle waiting for us tomorrow, and we need to conserve our energy to prepare for it." With that, the steady Menon stood up and was about to leave. Priam didn't expect Memnon to leave just like that, so he didn't force him to stay. After all, there was indeed a battle tomorrow. He said, "King Memnon, follow my servant to the guest room in the palace. These precious gifts will be delivered to you as well." Memnon nodded and left under the guidance of the palace servant. The other guests also followed Memnon out of the banquet. Priamus looked at Memnon's disappearing silhouette and swept his gaze across the hall. All the guests had left, and only he and Pei Ziyun were left. His face darkened as he asked Pei Ziyun, "Paris, can this powerful hero save us?" Although he wanted Memnon to be the one to save Troy, he was not. No one could save Troy. Pei Ziyun shook his head and said firmly, "No." "Is that so?" King Priam was not disappointed. It was as if he had expected this result. After a long silence, he said, "When Hector was young, he was doted on by Apollo. He protected him many times on the battlefield. Because of this, when Hector died, I understood the fate of Troy. Although I had guessed it before, I could not accept this reality. Now, even the person who protected Troy has left me. What else can I not accept? Paris, I will leave everything in Troy to you." Pei Ziyun sighed in his heart. He knew that after Hector died, Priam had lost his old ambitions. Now, he was like a tiger without teeth. He was no longer strong. Priam had once rebuilt Troy from the ruins. Now that Troy was about to be destroyed, he did not want his life's work to go down the drain. He hoped that Paris could take up this responsibility and rebuild Troy in the future when there was a suitable opportunity. Pei Ziyun did not make any promises. He said, "Father, I hope you can write an order for Roma to bring her son along with me. She has some prejudice against me." When Priam heard this, tears flowed down his face. He shouted, "Hector, did you hear that? You protected your brother with everything you had, and you are also protecting your son. Leave in peace. Don't worry about anything on the road. Paris will protect them, and he will continue to protect Troy." Priam's voice gradually became hoarse towards the end, until he could no longer make a sound, but his tears kept flowing nonstop. It was obvious that he was thinking of Hector and was also sad for Troy's future. "Father, as long as I'm still in Troy, I will protect it well. I will not let the enemy trample on it. Actually, I hope that you and Mother can retreat together. I'm enough here." Priam shook his head and said, "Paris, Troy was built by me from the ruins. It is like all of you, my child. I will not give up on my child. Even if I cannot save it in the end, I will protect it with my life. Your mother has the same thoughts. We are all old and can stay. You are different. The future belongs to you young people. You have to shoulder the responsibility of rebuilding Troy. So if you can leave early, leave early." After saying this, Priam sighed softly and did not speak anymore. He looked up at the starry sky and was in a daze. It was as if there was an answer he was looking for. Pei Ziyun shook his head and turned to leave the palace. Chapter 638. Mount Olympus night shrouded the earth. The gods of Mount Olympus were still feasting in the central palace. The gods sat around Zeus, and in the middle was a thick red mist of blood. At this moment, the red mist was thicker than before, which meant that a large number of people had died in this war. While the food and wine on the table were consumed by the gods, new food, wine, and fresh fruits were automatically delivered to the hall through the bronze tripod with golden wheels made by Hephaestus. The gods were still discussing the war in Troy. During this period of time, the war in Troy could be said to be turbulent. Various key figures appeared and died. Some time ago, Hector had died, and now the gods were discussing which key figure would go to the realm of Hades next. The Battle of Troy was about to come to an end, and the gods could not allow any unpredictable mistakes to occur. Zeus had actually seen everything, including Paris's preparations. But it was just a mere 100 people, and he did not have the heart to care too much. Some time ago, the oracle made him feel like he was out of control for the first time. This feeling was not good, so he was much stricter this time than before. He tried his best not to let any uncontrollable factors happen. Zeus glanced at the gods present and said, "Some of you gods here care about the Greeks, and some care about the Trojans, but it is all in vain. There are still countless horses and soldiers on both sides who will be sacrificed on the battlefield. You worry about the safety of some people, but do not think that you can plead with me for their lives, because fate is just as merciless to me as it is to you." When the gods heard Zeus' words, they all felt a chill in their hearts, especially the mortals in this war who were close to the gods. They felt even more uneasy. The matter of the rainbow crown last time has not been clarified, and this time it is the oracle. You should know how harsh fate is to me. Since fate treats me so mercilessly and harshly, it will treat you the same. You must know this in your hearts. After Zeus finished speaking, he glanced at the gods around him again to see their reactions. Seeing that everyone was silent, he continued, "Since Memnon has come to Troy, let him extinguish the remaining light of Achilles' destiny and end this war as soon as possible." This war had been going on for more than 6 years, and both the gods and humans were tired. After the last bit of Achilles' destiny was extinguished, killing him would also end this war. But hearing Zeus' words, the goddess of dawn, Eos, did not look too good. Zeus did not care what the gods below thought. He turned to the silent Apollo and said, "Apollo, are you ready?" Last time, he left Apollo alone because he wanted Apollo to understand his determination to kill Achilles. Apollo, who was drinking alone, knew that Zeus was talking about Achilles, so he replied, "I'm ready." Once the light of his destiny is extinguished, I will kill him through Paris. Hearing Apollo's words, Zeus said, "Achilles is very powerful among mortals. Can you kill him with Paris's help? If you can't, then do it yourself. Paris is an excellent archer. If I give him enough power, he will be able to kill Achilles," Apollo said. Zeus nodded, obviously agreeing with Apollo's words. He believed that without the remaining light of fate, killing Achilles would not be difficult. "Everyone, this war has been going on for too long, and too many people have died. I know that many children of the gods have died in this war, including a few of my sons. But it's all worth it. After this war, we will have a long peace. Come, let us drink to the peace that is coming." After saying that, he picked up the wine cup on the table and drained it in one gulp. The other gods also drained the wine in their cups. Because of Zeus' warning, the atmosphere of the banquet was very gloomy. The gods were all thinking about their own matters, drinking wine and eating delicious food in silence. They did not talk much. After a while, the banquet ended. None of the gods dared to go against Zeus' will, so they quietly left the banquet hall. Hera heard everything Zeus said and knew what he was thinking. She called out to Athena, who was about to leave, and said, "Ask Hercules to prepare his divine bow and give Greece a hero. He will follow fate and shoot an arrow at Paris at the critical moment." Apollo still wants to use Paris to kill Achilles. "Won't that affect it?" Athena asked. "Then shoot the arrow at Paris after he kills Achilles. This is fate's arrangement, and it must be shot. I believe that there are gods who follow fate." Athena nodded in agreement. Now that the war of Troy was about to end, Paris would have no value if Achilles was dead. It was reasonable to kill him, and no god would protect him. When Paris gave the golden apple to Aphrodite, the goddess of love, it planted a thorn in Hera and Athena's hearts. Although they had used various means to effectively reduce their resentment, Hera still did not intend to let Paris go at the critical moment. The last time Kokosnos was hit by Hercules' poisonous arrow, it was enough to take his life. This time, if he were to use the poisonous arrow against Paris again, Paris would most likely die. However, his wife, Anon, would save him. This was fate's arrangement, but whether or not it could be achieved depended on whether the gods were willing to let it go. The next morning, the goddess of dawn, Eos, reluctantly rose into the sky because she had also heard Zeus' words and knew the fate of her beloved son, Memnon. To extinguish the afterglow of Achilles' fate, she could only fill it with Memnon's life. This was something the goddess of dawn did not want to see. However, the war of Troy had been going on for so long, and many of the gods' children had died. Even Zeus' son had died. There was no reason why her son could not die. She had no choice but to accept the arrangement. No matter how unwilling she was, the dawn still had to rise. In the guest room of Troy's palace, Memnon woke up. After a long and arduous journey, he had finally had a good night's sleep. This made him very satisfied. However, there was a huge battle today. Memnon reluctantly climbed out of bed and put on his armor. He tightened the belt on his armor, sheathed his sword at his waist, and walked out. As soon as he walked out, he saw Pei Ziyin walking towards him from afar. Memnon smiled and said, "My dear Prince Paris, I am honored that you could come to see me so early." "King Memnon, I came here this time to discuss something with you. That's why I came early. I'm afraid I won't have the time to meet you on the battlefield." Pei Ziyin smiled bitterly. "Oh, what is it?" Memnon raised an eyebrow as he spoke. "It's like this. You know that Achilles is very strong. Although many people are not his match, we still have to fight him to the death." "That's right." Memnon nodded. "But I feel that we shouldn't fight him right from the start. We should try our best to kill the other heroes before we fight him. What do you think?" Pei Ziyin said. He knew that as long as Achilles was alive, he would receive special protection. If he was in danger, Apollo would help him. The gods would not allow him to die either. Once Achilles died, he would lose all his value. Why not take this opportunity to go on a killing spree? First, he would eliminate the Greek heroes. This way, he could increase his own strength and delay Achilles' death. This would allow him to be more prepared. As for the gods, since they were about to reveal their true intentions, they wouldn't mind killing a few more. In the past, he was restricted in killing people. Now, he didn't have to worry about that anymore. He could kill as he pleased, as long as Achilles was still alive. "Paris, I'll take your suggestion." Memnon was a steady king. He immediately agreed to Pei Ziyun's suggestion. This was how the art of war worked. First, eliminate the weak. Then focus your strength to deal with the strong. And the best thing about following Pei Ziyun's plan was that the risk was reduced. After all, everyone knew that Achilles was very strong. Fighting him would naturally be risky. Although Achilles was strong, Memnon felt that he wasn't weak either. But if he eliminated the Greek heroes first, then everyone would focus on Achilles. Then, Achilles wouldn't be his match. The strong would definitely slash at the weak. Only the weak would challenge the strong. Even if they had to fight against the strong, they had to use tactics to create an advantage. "Then shall we fight together on the battlefield today?" Memnon asked. The prince in front of him had a good strategy. He wondered how brave he was. "I came here today not only to give you this suggestion, but also to fight alongside you." Pei Ziyun said immediately, "Ha, good. Let's fight alongside each other today. Come, let's gather outside the palace." Memnon said excitedly. Pei Ziyun asked Memnon to fight alongside him because he wanted a strong hero to cover for him. He could use his bow and arrow to kill these heroes. This was undoubtedly the fastest way to kill them. Not long after, Memnon gathered his troops. The warriors and heroes of Troy were also gathered in the army camp. Chariots drove in front. Rows of soldiers followed the chariots towards the outskirts of the city. At this moment, the city gates opened. The chariots and soldiers exited the city gates. The chariots were lined up neatly. The soldiers held long spears in their hands and took firm steps towards the camp of the Greeks. On the other side, the Greeks also knew that today's battle was different. This was the battle that would decide the victor. Under the leadership of Achilles and many other Greek heroes, the warriors also marched towards the direction of the city of Troy with firm steps. The battle between the two sides was about to begin. Chapter 639. Kill! Kill! The Greeks and Trojans clashed. Spears danced in the air, and the sounds of battle shook the heavens. The battle reached its climax in an instant. Pooh! A Greek citizen stabbed a spear into the chest of a Trojan citizen, and fresh blood flowed down the spear. Before the citizen could pull out the spear from the chest of the Trojan citizen who had been stabbed to death, another spear pierced through the body of the Greek citizen from behind. The Trojans were divided into small groups of 3, and they fought together. This was the formation that Pei Zi-yun had taught the Trojans. Even if the number of Greek citizens was twice that of a three-man team, they would not be able to defeat them. Later on, the Greeks learned to fight in small groups. Now, the battlefield was filled with three-man teams killing each other. If they were separated, they would be easily killed. The Greek and Trojan heroes did not have to follow this rule. They fought back and forth on the battlefield, but the ordinary citizens formed into small groups of three, and it was not as easy to kill as before. The citizens of both sides fought hard, and the heroes fought bravely. The intensity of the battle was beyond imagination. Die! An arrow flew towards the chariot, but Achilles did not even look at it. When the arrow reached its target, there was a cracking sound, and the tip of the arrow broke. How could ordinary iron or bronze harm Achilles, who was wearing godly armor? With a throw of the spear, the Trojan who shot the arrow died immediately. The chariot rolled past, and no one could stop it. It was invincible, and the nearby Trojans all died under Achilles' spear. There was a large empty space around Achilles. Everyone was far away from him, and in order to kill more Trojans, Achilles took the initiative to look for Trojans. Pei Zi-yun could see the invincible Achilles from afar. He and Min Nong had decided not to fight Achilles for the time being. Pei Zi-yun then whispered to Min Nong, "It's Achilles, let's go around him." Min Nong nodded and looked at Achilles, who was like a god of war in the distance. Although he was looking forward to fighting him, he had already made a deal with Pei Zi-yun. Hence, he didn't go looking for trouble with Achilles. Instead, he and Pei Zi-yun circled around the area where Achilles was. Along the way, the two of them killed many Greeks and met an old man. Pei Zi-yun could tell at a glance that the old man was Nestor. Nestor was the son of Neleus, and Neleus was the son of the sea god. Pei Zi-yun knew that the god's love would only extend to his grandson's generation. After that, the god's love would fade. At this time, Nestor was standing on a chariot and fighting. There were no Trojan heroes around him, and ordinary Trojan citizens could not resist Nestor's attack. Nestor did not see Pei Zi-yun and Min Nong rushing towards him. Pei Zi-yun knocked an arrow and shot it towards Nestor. However, the arrow missed its mark and landed on the warhorse pulling the chariot. Swish! The old man's warhorse was hit in the head by Pei Zi-yun's arrow. The warhorse neighed loudly as it fell to the ground. The chariot was forced to a stop as well. Memnon raised a spear and rushed over from afar. The old man was shocked and knew that he was no match for Memnon. He quickly called for his son, Antirokos. "I'm coming." Antirokos heard his father's call and rushed over. He used his body to cover his father, Nestor, and threw the spear at Memnon. Swish! The spear rapidly flew towards Memnon. Seeing the spear flying towards him, Memnon quickly dodged to the side. His heart was filled with rage. He hadn't even made a move yet, but he had been blocked by a Greek with a spear. He was about to catch up and kill this Greek with the spear in his hand. Swish! At this moment, an arrow flew towards Antirokos. Antirokos was caught off guard and was shot in the heart. Pooh! Blood immediately flowed out from the wound and dyed Antirokos' armor red. Antirokos let out a blood-curdling scream as his body swayed and fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Antirokos! Nestor cried out in pain. He never thought that Antirokos would be killed so easily. He never thought that his brave son would not die in a fair battle, but by Paris with a sneak attack. Despicable Paris! Do you only know how to kill your enemies with sneak attacks? Nestor glared at Pei Zi-yun. Nestor, as long as you can kill your enemies on the battlefield, it doesn't matter what tool you use, Pei Zi-yun said loudly. Besides, you're already old. Why do you still want to fight? Nestor clenched his fists. He was extremely angry at Pei Zi-yun's shameless words. But at this moment, Memnon was almost in front of him. Facing danger, he quickly called for his son, Trasmodes, to help. Trasmodes heard his father's cry for help and rushed over. But, because he was quite far away, he could not catch up in a short time. Memnon wanted to stab his enemy with his spear, but when he saw the wrinkled and white-haired Nestor, he said, "Old man, I can't fight you. When we were far away, you were very brave. I thought you were a young warrior, so I aimed at you. But now I can see clearly that you are an old man. Leave the battlefield quickly. I can't bear to kill you." Nestor took a few steps back and said, "Don't think that I will forgive you just because you let me go. My son Andarokos was killed by you. I will never be able to wash away my hatred for you. Old man, you should leave quickly. If you want revenge, I will accompany you anytime. But if you wave your spear at us again, you will stay on the battlefield forever." Nestor did not say much. He knew that he was no match for the two of them. Under the cover of his son, Trasmodes, who had rushed over, he rushed towards Achilles and shouted for help. "Great Achilles, come and save us," Nestor said. "My poor boy Antiochus has been killed by 2 despicable Trojans." Achilles heard Nestor's cry for help and said, "Poor Nestor, take me there. I will kill those 2 Trojans for you." With that, he followed Nestor as fast as he could to the battlefield. "What a pity! If only you had killed Nestor." Paezion thought to himself. He did not kill Nestor because he did not want to offend the gods. Even if he had to reveal his true intentions, he could not afford to offend too many gods. After all, after he became a god, it was hard to say whether he would leave. If he stayed, he would still have to deal with these gods. Hercules was a negative example. He had offended many gods and was banished from Mount Olympus. However, Memnon did not have to worry about this when he killed Nestor. Memnon would not be able to live long in this war. This was the most important thing. Why would a dead person need to worry about the wrath of the gods? As for the problem of the soul, Memnon's mother was the goddess of dawn and could protect him. Besides, it was not easy for ordinary gods to interfere in the domain of Hades. However, if you are not an old man, even if you had some connections, I would have killed you immediately. Paezion looked at Nestor and knew that he had asked Achilles for help. He could not delay, or else Achilles would rush over. He said decisively, "Memnon, Achilles will be here soon. There is no need to strip Anarokos' body. Let's follow the plan and change direction again." Memnon was a little depressed. According to his personality, he would not retreat from anyone. However, since he had already agreed to Paezion's suggestion, he could only leave with Paezion and change direction. Where are the enemies? Achilles rushed over under the guidance of Nestor, but he did not find Memnon and Paezion. He only saw the corpse of Anarokos and could only order people to collect Anarokos' body. Nestor looked at the corpse of his son, Antarokos, and felt sad. He said to Achilles, "Achilles, Antarokos did not die in a direct confrontation. He was killed by an arrow from Paris." "Nestor, I sympathize with your tragic experience. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge Antarokos." With these words, Nestor felt a little more relieved. However, the seed of hatred towards Paezion had been planted. If Antarokos had been killed by Paezion on the battlefield, although Nestor would also be angry, he would not be so sad. However, the despicable Trojans had killed Antarokos with an arrow. This was something that he could not let go of. Paezion pulled Memnon to an area of the battlefield. The fighting was also very fierce. A few Greek citizens rushed forward, intending to attack Paezion and Memnon. However, before Paezion could do anything, Memnon had already pounced forward. Memnon's anger from avoiding Achilles was now being vented on the Greeks. Pu-pu-pu. 3 consecutive sounds of spears piercing into flesh could be heard. Before the 3 Greek citizens could fully react, they were quickly killed by Memnon. When the surrounding Greek citizens saw Memnon's bravery, they immediately retreated away from the area where Memnon and Paezion were standing, leaving a large empty space. This was also good. Without other Greek citizens pestering him, it was more convenient for Paezion to observe the battlefield. He immediately used his sharp eyes to scan the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity to find a valuable target. At this moment, his eyes fell on someone. That person was massacring the Trojans in the distance. He looked like a very powerful Greek hero and was exactly the target that Paezion was looking for. Among the Greek heroes, as long as it was not Achilles and a few heroes who were especially close to the gods, all the other heroes were targets. He said to Memnon, "Let's go and kill them." Chapter 640. Look, Memnon, that's great Ajax, a very powerful hero of the Greek coalition. He's killing our warriors. Let's go and kill him. As long as we kill him, the Greeks will lose a powerful ally. There was a hint of excitement in Pei Ziyun's words. Big and small Ajax and Diomedes were heroes on par with Hector. As long as he killed any one of them, even without Anarokos, he would be able to reach the 10th level of his hero bloodline. Furthermore, Athena's care for great Ajax was not as great as Odysseus's. In history, great Ajax and Odysseus fought over the inheritance of Achilles. In the end, great Ajax wanted to kill all the Greeks. However, he was bewitched by Athena and committed the shameful act of killing a flock of sheep. He had no choice but to commit suicide. It was relatively easier for Pei Ziyun to kill great Ajax, and it would not attract the ire of the gods. "All right, let's kill him together," Memnon said happily. He did not care if these heroes were powerful or not. As long as he could fight them, Memnon's blood would boil, and his heart would be filled with the desire to fight. Instantly, Memnon lifted his spear and charged towards big Ajax, who was still fighting fiercely in the distance. Before he even got close to big Ajax, he had already thrown his spear at it. Swoosh! The spear turned into a green lightning, and with a whistling sound, it cut through the sky and reached great Ajax in an instant. Bang! Great Ajax placed the shield in front of his chest to block the spear that was thrown at him. The spear penetrated the layers of defense of the shield, and the tip of the spear continued to pierce towards great Ajax's body. Great Ajax was a veteran of hundreds of battles. A flash of surprise flashed in his heart, but he did not panic. He quickly dodged and nimbly dodged the spear. He looked into the distance and saw the king of Ethiopia, Memnon. Although great Ajax had never seen Memnon before, from the impact of the spear, he knew that this person must be a difficult opponent. Damn it, Hector is dead, and now an even more terrifying hero has come. Is the ally of Troy not enough to kill him? At the same time, Memnon picked up another spear from the ground and rushed towards great Ajax. Great Ajax pulled out the spear from his shield, roared, and rushed towards Memnon. The distance between the two of them quickly shortened. When Memnon was about 2 meters away from big Ajax, the long spear in his hand was already aimed straight at big Ajax's chest. Clang! Great Ajax lightly parried with his spear, deflecting Memnon's incoming spear. Then, great Ajax continued to stab forward with his spear. Bang! Memnon raised the shield in his hand to block great Ajax's spear that was coming at him from a tricky angle. The tip of the spear had just pierced through the shield when it lost its strength and could no longer move forward. Memnon did not let go of the opportunity. He hurriedly retracted the spear that had missed its target and thrust it towards great Ajax once again. Bang! Similarly, great Ajax used the shield in his hand to block Memnon's spear. However, there was a hole in the shield. When the spear collided with the shield, it slid along the shield and stabbed towards great Ajax through the hole. Great Ajax quickly dodged to the side and avoided the unexpected tip of the spear. He snorted coldly and spun his shield, causing the spear to spin along with it, causing Memnon's spear to fall out of his hand. The spear in great Ajax's hand was also thrown out by Memnon using the same method. Both the spear and shield in their hands were discarded at the same time. Clang! Both of them pulled out their long swords from their waists at almost the same time. They looked at each other and saw the strong desire to fight in each other's eyes. Kill! Kill! Both of them shouted again and charged towards each other with their long swords. Big Ajax was the first to stab the long sword in his hand at Memnon. Memnon did not show any signs of weakness. He lifted the long sword in his hand and deflected Big Ajax's attack. Big Ajax could no longer pose any threat to Memnon. Meanwhile, The long sword in his hand flashed with a cold light and slashed horizontally at big Ajax. Clang! Great Ajax retracted his long sword and raised it in front of his chest to block Memnon's slash. Memnon moved his feet, and the long sword turned in an arc and slashed towards Great Ajax's shoulder. Great Ajax did not dare to underestimate the rapid slash of the sword. It dodged to the right and stabbed at Memnon's face. Memnon's sword had already been thrust out, so he did not have time to defend himself. He dodged to the right and barely dodged the sword. Great Ajax took a step forward and slashed his long sword at Memnon's neck. Clang! Another crisp sound of collision was heard. The battle was getting more and more intense. Only the two of them who were in the battle knew the danger clearly. A little carelessness could lead to death under the sword of the other. However, they could feel that Memnon was gradually gaining the upper hand. Up until now, I'm very clear. Achilles could be said to be the #1 hero. Even Hercules only has a slight upper hand. Great Ajax and Diomedes are actually the second tier. Their true strength is above Hector. If they were to fight one-on-one without the help of the gods, the possibility of Hector dying would be higher. So if there was no script, even if Achilles did not come, Great Ajax and Diomedes would have a chance to break through Troy. But because of the script, under the command of fate and the gods, many of Troy's allies died on the battlefield one by one. Paesion had been quietly watching the battle between the two of them. Memnon was calm and steady, but he had a resolute personality. Initially, he did not want to interfere in the battle. However, at this moment, Achilles had already rushed over while shouting something. He knew that he could not delay any longer. Otherwise, if Achilles rushed over, he would not have any chance to kill Great Ajax. Paesion quickly took out his bow, took out an arrow from his quiver, and knocked the arrow on the bowstring. Taking advantage of the battle between Great Ajax and Memnon, Paesion continuously shot out 3 consecutive arrows while Memnon and Big Ajax was being defeated. The speed of the consecutive arrows was extremely fast. It was almost like they were shot at the fierce battle with the force of thunder. Dang! Big Ajax felt threatened. It used its long sword to deflect one of the arrows. However, it was powerless to defend against the next 2 arrows that came its way. Poo-pee-you. The 2 arrows hit Great Ajax's shoulder and right leg. Great Ajax cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Despicable Paris! Ajax the Great roared. Memnon saw that Great Ajax was injured by Paesion's arrows. His eyebrows furrowed for a moment before relaxing. He did not go forward to kill Great Ajax, but in his heart, he had some opinions about Paris. Paris looks like a straightforward man, but at the crucial moment, he still can't get away from scheming. Memnon did not want to kill Great Ajax at this moment, but Paesion needed strength to level up. How could he miss such a good opportunity? He did not care about Memnon's thoughts. He immediately raised his long spear and rushed towards Great Ajax, who was lying on the ground. The long spear in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced towards Great Ajax's chest. Great Ajax used the last bit of his strength and used the long sword in his hand to block the incoming spear. Umph. Paesion snorted coldly. The long spear in his hand shook and knocked away the long sword that blocked his long spear. Once again, he used all his strength to stab towards Great Ajax's chest. Pooh! The tip of the long spear pierced deep into Great Ajax's heart. Paesion did not hesitate and pulled out the spear. Blood gushed out from the wound like a fountain. Great Ajax's body trembled and immediately died. Paris, how dare you? Achilles shouted. He knew that Great Ajax's life was in danger. He threw the long spear in his hand. The long spear pierced through the sky and attacked Paesion. However, Paesion lightly dodged and avoided the powerful spear. He desperately needed to level up. Not to mention Great Ajax. If the time was right, he did not want to let go of the power of little Ajax. I made the right bet. Now that the Battle of Troy is nearing its end, not only me, but many heroes in the Greek camp have actually lost their value. Some people who are heavily favored by the gods will even receive support. But for those who are not deeply favored and can die, or not, it's all up to fate. If I had used this earlier, even if I wanted to use this method to kill great Ajax, I would still be interfered with. But now I have succeeded. Be it the Greeks or the Trojans, it's time for a curtain call. Paisian looked at Achilles, who was rushing towards him, and laughed coldly in his heart. However, he did not say anything. He just stood there quietly, as if he was not afraid of Achilles' approach. When Achilles saw the corpse, he was immediately enraged. He rushed over and saw that Paisian had disregarded his warning and killed Ajax. His eyes were filled with regret and hatred. Paris, I regret letting you go. You shot arrows and killed the righteous and brave heroes of the Greeks many times. Now, you have killed great Ajax. You have to die. But since you have returned Patroclus's body, I still have my promise. When you die, I will give you a proper burial. Achilles, then I thank you for your kindness. But your opponent now is not me. As he said this, Paisian took a step back. That's right. Not far away, Memnon picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at Achilles. Bam! The stone hit Achilles' armor and bounced off. Achilles turned his head to look at Memnon, the anger in his heart spilling out. After Hector's suicide, Achilles' prestige among the Greeks was like the sun in the sky. Even the commander had to avoid him. Now, someone dared to throw a stone at him. This was a humiliation to him. You? Very well. I will let you know the consequences of provoking me. Achilles pointed his finger at Memnon and said angrily. His chest was heaving up and down. It was obvious that he was completely enraged by Memnon. Paris, I will let you go for now. I will settle the score with you later, Achilles said. In his eyes, Paris was just a guy who shot arrows at him. He could deal with him at any time. And the feeling of a hero made him feel that Memnon was terrifying. Hector is dead, and Troy has a new strong hero. What a pity all of you have to die. Achilles shouted, full of confidence. He jumped off the chariot, picked up a spear from the ground, and threw it at Memnon. Paisian shook his head and laughed. He did not care about Achilles' threat at all. Wait a minute. It was still unknown who would kill who. Chapter 641. The spear that Achilles threw was like a bolt of lightning. In a flash, it arrived in front of Memnon. Memnon had no time to react and could only raise his shield. The spear pierced through the shield and stabbed Memnon's shoulder. Memnon grunted. Ignoring the injury on his shoulder, he raised the spear in his hand. With a whistling sound, the spear stabbed towards Achilles. Facing the spear, Achilles did not dare to be careless. His body flashed, but he could not dodge in time. The spear pierced his arm. Blood immediately flowed from his arm and slowly dripped to the ground. Memnon saw that Achilles had been stabbed by a spear and shouted excitedly, Poor guy, although you have some achievements, standing in front of you now is the son of a god. You are no match for him. Because my mother, Eos, is the goddess of Olympus. She is 10 times better than your mother, Thetis. Achilles did not care about the wound on his arm and let it flow. But after a while, the wound stopped bleeding and a layer of blood formed on his arm. He said to Memnon, Stranger, although you are also very strong, the final outcome will tell you who is born more noble between us. With that, Achilles gripped his spear tightly with both hands. Memnon also gripped his spear tightly. The two looked at each other and rushed at each other, facing each other, and began fighting. Memnon's spear pierced toward Achilles. This time, Achilles was prepared. His shield was already in front of him to block the attack. Clang! The spear pierced through the 5 layers of defense of Achilles' shield. It went straight through the entire shield and continued to stab forward, stabbing into the armor with a crisp clang. Achilles saw that his armor had blocked Memnon's spear, and Memnon's spear was stuck in his shield. Achilles did not want to give up this opportunity. The spear in his hand was like a bolt of lightning, stabbing towards Memnon's chest. Memnon blocked it with his shield, and his whole body flashed, dodging the spear that had pierced through the shield. At this time, Memnon had already pulled out the spear in his hand, and once again with great power, it stabbed towards Achilles' face. Achilles raised his shield to block the spear. The two of them exchanged blows back and forth. The shields in their hands were already riddled with holes. Both of them threw down their shields and continued to attack each other. Without the protection of their shields, the battle between the two of them became even more dangerous. A slight mistake could lead to the other party's spear piercing through them. A body that is impervious to swords and spears will always have its limits. Even when facing the weapons of gods, one will still be injured. However, the reason why the weapons of gods are called weapons of gods is because they are mysterious. Paisian looked at the shield that he had tossed aside. Although it couldn't completely defend against the attacks, it was still a tool of the gods. However, it was still wriggling and slowly recovering, kind of like the weapons and armor of the Saint Seiya. Mount Olympus Zeus sat on his throne and watched the battle between Achilles and Memnon in the red mist. Although Achilles and Memnon were fighting fiercely, there was no clear winner. Zeus stood up, took out a golden scale, and placed the life and death weights on it. One was Achilles, and the other was Memnon. Zeus began to weigh them. The two weights were locked in a stalemate. After a while, Memnon leaned toward Hades. Zeus nodded his head in satisfaction. He then turned to Hermes and said, "Go and invite the goddesses of fate over." Hermes nodded his head and turned to leave. Before long, Hermes led the three goddesses of fate into the hall. The three goddesses of fate spoke to Zeus. "Great Zeus, I wonder what instructions do you have for us to come here?" Zeus drained his cup of wine in one gulp and pointed at the red mist. "Look, Achilles and Memnon are locked in a stalemate. Let fate help Achilles and kill Memnon. This will also extinguish the light of Achilles' fate. Yes, with the help of fate, Achilles will kill Memnon." The goddess of fate looked at the scale and announced the result. Boom! With these words, death descended upon Memnon, and light descended upon Achilles. The god saw this and cried out loudly. Some cried out in joy, while others cried out in sorrow. But no matter how much they cried out, they couldn't change Zeus' mind. Achilles and Memnon were still locked in a fierce battle on the ground, and didn't sense the goddess of fate approaching. At this moment, Memnon suddenly felt his heart go numb, and his entire body stiffened. How could Achilles let go of this opportunity? He thrust his spear forward and easily pierced through Memnon's chest. The tip of the spear came out from his back. Puff! Achilles pulled out the spear, and blood spurted out from Memnon's chest like a fountain. Memnon froze for a moment and raised his hand in front of him, as if he wanted to grab something, but he couldn't grab anything. Bang! Memnon's body fell heavily and smashed into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. A great hero, King Memnon of Ethiopia, died on the battlefield of Troy, just like that. The surrounding Greeks saw that Memnon, who was fighting with Achilles, was killed by Achilles' spear, and they let out a huge cheer. The godlike Achilles is invincible. This was a great morale boost for the Greeks. This powerful Trojan had been killed by Achilles, and no one in Troy would be a match for Achilles. On the other hand, the Trojans were the opposite. Seeing that Memnon was able to fight against the invincible Achilles for so long on the battlefield, and his strength was even on par with Achilles, the Trojans who were originally wavering had a glimmer of hope in their hearts again. Now that Memnon, who had been fighting with Achilles for so long, was suddenly killed by Achilles, many of the Trojans were filled with fear. Retreat, retreat, run, let's go back to Troy, where the power of God is protecting us. The Greeks can't attack us. Many of the Trojans saw that the situation was not good, and turned around to escape back to Troy. The two sides were originally evenly matched, but after Memnon was killed, the Trojans completely collapsed. Kill every single one of the Trojans. The Greeks excitedly chased after the fleeing Trojans. This made some of the Greeks think of the Trojans chasing after them. When Achilles did not participate in the battle, he was forced into a desperate situation. Now it was the opposite. Achilles, who had killed Memnon, felt very tired. He panted and looked towards where Paisian was standing, but did not see him. He knew that he had escaped again. Paris, don't even think of escaping. Today, I will make sure that you die under my spear. Achilles was enraged and looked around. Finally, he saw Paris on the road to Troy. He immediately ordered Automodon, chase after him and kill Paris. At this point, the gods Misantos and Balius could feel their misfortune and started crying. Automodon also felt the same way and said, "Godlike Achilles, you are still immortal. After killing Memnon, you are already very tired and injured. You should rest for today and fight again in the future." Achilles replied, "My heart is filled with anger, and I hate that despicable Paris. Today I must kill him." As he said this, he ordered Automodon to chase after him. Seeing that the situation was not good, Paesion hurriedly escaped back to Troy. He did not have the power to save Memnon, because Memnon's death was decided by the gods. Especially when the goddess of destiny approached, he knew that Memnon would definitely die. Since the gods had already interfered, he did not continue to stay there. Instead, he slowly retreated, no longer paying attention to the battle between them. Indeed, after a short while, Achilles, with the help of the goddess of destiny, easily killed Memnon. At this point, the goddess of dawn, Eos, rushed to the battlefield with a face full of tears. She saw her son Memnon's corpse lying quietly on the ground, and her heart was filled with grief. "God of wind, go and bring my son Memnon's corpse back to his hometown." The goddess of dawn, Eos, commanded the god of wind to sweep the ground and bring Memnon's corpse away. The god of wind nodded and pounced down, transforming into a gust of wind that instantly snatched Memnon's corpse from the ground. It then swept it up into the sky, flying towards Memnon's hometown. Memnon's corpse's fresh blood dripped onto the ground. Achilles, who was in hot pursuit of Paesion, did not notice that a gust of wind had swept Memnon's corpse away. At this point, he only had eyes for Paesion. Ever since Paesion had killed many Greek heroes with his arrows, and even killed Ajax in front of him, he had made Paesion a target that he had to kill. At this moment, he was chasing after Paesion. From Achilles' point of view, Paris was dead without a doubt under his spear. At this point, Apollo had already descended to the walls of Troy. His body was hidden, and mortals could not see him. He looked coldly at Achilles, who was pouncing towards him. After killing Memnon, the afterglow of Achilles' destiny is already like burnt charcoal. It may seem bright, but in reality, it will be extinguished in the blink of an eye. Should I kill it myself, or should I borrow Paris's hand? Just as Apollo was deep in thought, the panicked Trojans fled all the way. The faster ones escaped directly into the city of Troy, while the slower ones were chased by the Greeks all the way to the city gates. However, they could no longer enter Troy. The Trojans inside the city saw the flood of Greeks and quickly closed the city gates to prevent the Greeks from taking the opportunity to attack. This huge city was the last barrier of Troy. If it was breached, Troy would be completely destroyed. As soon as Paesion stepped into the city of Troy, he immediately felt Apollo's power on the city walls. He immediately knew that time was up. He turned around and looked at Achilles, who had been chasing after him, and thought to himself, "Achilles, today is the day you die." Achilles had always been ruthless on the battlefield. Hector had died by his hands. Memnon had died by his hands, and many Trojan heroes had died by his hands as well. He could not kill them because the time was not ripe. But now the time was ripe. Chapter 642. Achilles was furious as he watched Paris escape into the city of Troy. He had promised to avenge Nestor's son, Anarokos, and so many heroes of Greece had died to Paris's arrows. This made him determined to kill Paris. However, the gates of Troy were now closed, and he could not enter Troy. But Achilles was not a person who would give up easily. "Fine, let me overthrow the entire city gate and completely destroy Troy." Achilles did not stop moving forward. He rushed towards the gate because he was confident in his strength. He believed that he could smash the gate open with his own strength. Only someone as brave as him would dare to think of this. After all, smashing a gate protected by divine power was the power of God. "Get out of the way, you cowardly Trojans." Achilles was prepared to destroy the gate and break the gateposts so that the Greeks could enter Troy. So he raised his spear and stabbed the Trojans who could not enter. At this moment, Apollo, who was carrying a quiver full of 100-shot arrows, threatened Achilles with a thunderous voice, "Son of Peleus, quickly release the Trojans and retreat as soon as possible. You must be careful, or else a god will take your life." Achilles could tell that this was the voice of a god, but he was now full of confidence and was not afraid. He ignored the warning and replied loudly, "Why do you always protect the Trojans? Are you forcing me to fight against a god? Last time, you helped Hector escape death. I was very angry because of that. Now, I advise you to return to the gods. Otherwise, even if you are a god, my spear will definitely pierce you." As he said that, he killed all the Trojans around him and pushed the city gate heavily. With a boom, the city gate gave off a loud clang sound as it was pushed. Mount Olympus Zeus looked at Achilles' actions in the red mist. Especially when he said that he wanted to fight against a god, Zeus' face was so gloomy that it could drip water. The expressions of the gods were also very cold. Achilles' arrogance of not putting the gods in his eyes caused the gods to hate him even more. A god stepped forward and said, "Great Zeus, fearsome god, Achilles is so arrogant. I suggest that we kill him immediately and throw his soul into hell so that he can suffer for eternity." When Zeus heard this suggestion, his heart stirred. He looked at the godly spirits present and saw that none of them responded, so he didn't directly agree to this suggestion. Hera picked up a grape, peeled it, and put it into Zeus's mouth. She said slowly, "My dear, although Achilles is hateful, he is still the son of Thetis. Thetis has pleaded with you several times, but you have not agreed to let him go. And his crimes are not enough to banish him to Tartarus for eternity. You just have to allow Apollo to kill him. Well, let's go with that. Apollo is about to make his move." As Zeus said this, he looked at the red mist. On the ground, Apollo was furious when he heard Achilles' words. Achilles' behavior was undoubtedly a provocation and contempt, and it was a challenge to the entire divine class. Not to mention Apollo. Even the gods would not tolerate a mortal provoking them. Achilles had undoubtedly crossed the line of the gods. Apollo took the divine bow from his back and took out an arrow from his quiver. He said angrily, "Arrogant Achilles, do you think that just because you are invincible among the mortals, you can challenge the gods? Perhaps Diomedes' act of stabbing the gods has given you mortals the confidence to think that the gods can be challenged, but those who blaspheme the gods must die." Paezion, who was quickly climbing up the city wall, heard Apollo's words and understood that Achilles' words had completely angered Apollo. If not for the oracle, Diomedes, who was under the protection of Athena, might have been able to return alive. But with the oracle, the tolerance of the gods who are threatened has been greatly reduced. Diomedes' act of stabbing the gods is something that the gods cannot tolerate. The fates of these people have been decided. Thinking of this, Paezion smiled. The fates of these people had been arranged by him. He had obtained the opportunity to kill them one by one. Now, the first thing he had to do was to kill Achilles. Paezion climbed up the city walls and raised both of his hands high up in the air. He prayed piously, "O great Apollo, the protector of Troy, the god of accuracy, if you ever protected my brother Hector, then let me kill our enemy Achilles." Apollo, who had wanted to draw his bow and shoot Achilles, heard this and had an idea. Apollo had also attended Peleus' wedding. Like the other gods, he had also blessed Achilles. Now that he was protecting the Trojans and had killed Peleus' only son, it was a little inexcusable. Although he had no other choice, he had no qualms about killing Peleus' only son. But it was good that someone had done it for him. Originally, Apollo had wanted Paris to kill Achilles. It was just that Achilles' words had angered him, and he had wanted to kill him himself. Now that Paris was praying to him to kill Achilles, all he had to do was borrow Paris' hands to do it. Thinking of this, Apollo pointed his finger at Paezion. There was a buzzing sound, and a large amount of divine power instantly entered Paezion's body. Pei Ziyun knew that Apollo had answered his prayers and given him the power to kill Achilles. How could he miss such a good opportunity? He quickly found a high platform nearby and stood on it. Pei Ziyun took a bow from the chariot and pulled the bowstring. Twang! The bowstring made a crisp sound, and Pei Ziyun nodded in satisfaction. With this bow, he would be able to kill Achilles. Pei Ziyun retrieved an arrow from his quiver. The tip of the arrow was shaped like a triangular cone, and it was made out of an exquisitely crafted bronze arrowhead. He placed the bronze arrowhead on the bowstring and pulled the bowstring. He held his breath and focused his attention on Achilles, who was charging through the city gates. Gradually, the power of the gods gathered at the tip of the arrow, and it shone like a star. Achilles, who had always been sharp and alert, did not know that he was about to die. His heart was still filled with fanaticism, and he continued to pound on the city gates, causing them to shake violently. Achilles is dead meat. Pei Ziyun immediately felt this, and his heart sighed. If Achilles' destiny had not been extinguished by killing men known, he would not have been so easily deceived. No matter how good Pei Ziyun's archery skills were, there was always the possibility of an accident. This was the protection that fate had given to Achilles. But Achilles' destiny had already been extinguished, and fate no longer cared for him. Apollo was very cooperative, and with a gentle wave of his hand, a layer of fog descended. The fog quickly covered Pei Ziyun's body, and Achilles could not see Pei Ziyun, who was aiming at him from the high platform. Pei Ziyun's mind was completely focused on the arrow. He carefully aimed at Achilles' heel, because he knew that was his only weakness. Swoosh! Pei Ziyun released the bowstring, and the arrow was like a shooting star, piercing through the air and disappearing into the fog, flying towards Achilles' heel. Achilles kept hitting the city gate, and the sound of the gate's violent clanging completely drowned out the whistling sound of the arrows piercing through the sky. Puffed. The triangular cone-shaped bronze arrow accurately hit Achilles' heel and pierced into it. Achilles felt a piercing pain in his heart. Ever since he could remember, he had never felt such intense pain. Ah! He let out a loud scream, and his heavy body fell to the ground like a collapsing tower, sending up a cloud of dust. Thick blood flowed from his heel, and instantly dyed the ground red. Achilles cursed angrily. Who dares to sneak an arrow at me from the dark? If he dares to fight me face to face, I will make sure his blood runs dry, until his soul escapes to the underworld. Cowards always kill warriors in the dark. Achilles did not care about this degree of injury. Although he knew that his heel was his only weakness, he still pulled the arrow out forcefully. The moment the arrow was pulled out, it brought with it a spray of blood, along with some flesh. Achilles' stubbornness was on full display here. He did not care about this at all. He angrily threw the triangular bronze arrow away and limped to his feet, continuing to slam against the city gates. Bang! The city gate trembled under his continuous violent attacks, as if it would collapse at any time if he continued to attack it. The Trojans inside the city gate trembled as they heard the clanging sound of the city gate being hit. They never imagined that there would be such a terrifying person in the world. He could knock the city gate that was protected by divine power to the point of almost collapsing with his own strength. Everyone thought that Achilles was about to break the city gates and rush in. Their teeth chattered, and their hands that were holding onto their weapons trembled uncontrollably. Their faces were pale. Pei Ziyun spoke truthfully. Looking at the situation, he was a little shocked as well. But upon closer inspection, he saw that Achilles' heel was bleeding profusely, like a fountain, without any signs of stopping. This wound cannot be healed, and the blood is flowing nonstop. At this rate, even if you're Achilles, you will not be able to hold on for long. Pei Ziyun immediately understood. So this is the cause of Achilles' death. That's right, Apollo's arrow of pestilence cannot kill immediately. There has to be a process, and this kind of blood loss is the most terrifying. It can take a few minutes to kill a person. When a person loses more than a fifth of their body's blood, they will go into shock. If they lose a third of their blood, they will die. And with the speed of this fountain, it will reach this level very quickly. Indeed, after a few hits, Achilles' body quickly stiffened, and his movements became sluggish. His strength was disappearing, and he could no longer push the city gates open. He stood there in a daze, and with a bang, he fell amongst the corpses. Achilles is dead. From afar, someone from the Greek army shouted out. At that moment, everyone inside and outside the city was shocked. No, the invincible, godlike Achilles, how could he die? Not only the Greeks, but even the Trojans could not believe this. Following that, an unprecedented tremor filled the entire space. Chapter 643. Following the death of Achilles, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It enlarged rapidly and turned into an information interface with a faint sense of light. Hero's Bloodline. Level 5, 513. 8%. Harvesting Achilles completed. Fate has allowed you to achieve 3 conditions to advance to 0/3. Condition: Troy must be destroyed. Troy must become a sacrifice. This is the prerequisite for you to become a god. Condition: Break the trap of the gods. Gods are intelligent and sensitive. They will set up a trap before they can truly threaten the gods. Please destroy this trap as soon as possible. Condition: Obtain the golden apple. You started with the golden apple and will end with the golden apple. Paisian looked at it and was shocked. His expression darkened. Troy must be destroyed. Only if it is destroyed can I become a god? When his gaze shifted to the second condition, a wave of information was transmitted to him. His expression was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. So that's how it is. The 10th level of the hero bloodline is just barely reaching the level of Achilles. If Achilles destroys Troy, it would be equivalent to completing a great feat and reaching the level of a true demigod like Hercules. No wonder the gods did not allow Achilles to win. But even if it was Hercules, his body could still be destroyed. Becoming a god like that would have its flaws. If the 10th level is the boundary between humans and gods, there is still a gap that needs to be filled before one can reach the level of a true god. The fruit of gods is not a fool. In his previous life, there were many demon kings and gods, level 100, who were courting death. Only when the challenger rose up and was only a step away from them, level 95, would they attack and be killed instead. Gods with brains would not do this. The Greek gods set the threshold to become a demigod as a blacklist and kill point. There was still one more level to reach the level of a true god. That was about level 75. As for the golden apple, I don't care. This is the power that the system needs. Damn it, I wanted to level up and kill all these heroes to save Troy. It seems like the gods did not give me this chance. But even so, I could discard many of my worries. Paisian stood on the platform and saw Achilles' body stiffen as he fell to the ground. He then jumped down from the platform and dashed toward the city gates. Hurry up and open the gate. Achilles is dead. Paisian encouraged the Trojans to quickly open the city gates and snatch the corpse. Not to mention Achilles' identity, just the godly armor on his body was enough for them to snatch the corpse. In the original history, Ajax brandished his spear and rushed over to protect Achilles' corpse. But now that Ajax was dead, no one could protect him. Although the Greeks rushed over, they did not have the strength to protect the corpse. Retrieve Achilles' body. Achilles' subordinates saw Achilles fall dead at the city gates of Troy and were extremely anxious. They all rushed over and swore to protect Achilles' corpse. Paisian looked at the 4 heroes and immediately avoided Monsteus, who was the son of the river god Spearseus and the beautiful daughter of Peleus, Polydora. He also avoided Eutorus, the son of Hermes and Polymele. These 2 heroes were the sons of the gods. He did not want to offend the gods, so he avoided them. Paisian charged towards the 2 heroes, the son of Mimelos, Pizandros, and the white-haired phoenix and Laertes' son, Altemidon. Pizandros saw Paisian rushing toward her aggressively. She knew that Paisian was a hero who could exchange blows with Achilles. She was definitely not a match for him, so she raised her spear and shield to defend herself. Pei Ziyun's spear quickly pierced towards Pizandro's chest. Bang! The spear turned into a bolt of lightning and penetrated Pizandro's shield in the blink of an eye, heading straight for his chest without losing any momentum. Pooh! Pizandro's dodged with all her might, narrowly avoiding her vital organs. However, the tip of the spear still pierced into Pizandro's arm. Fresh blood flowed from her arm. Before she could react, Pei Ziyun pulled out his spear and pierced it again. The spear was like a green dragon, rushing towards Pizandro's chest. Pooh! Pizandro's body was pierced through by the tip of the spear. Her mouth opened slightly as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out. Her body immediately froze. Pong! Pizandro's body fell to the ground. From a moment Pei Ziyun rushed over to the moment he killed Pizandro's, it had only been 3 breaths of time. He quickly pulled out his spear, causing another arrow of blood to spurt out. Pei Ziyun looked at Altemidin and saw that he was defending himself to the death. He could not help but feel happy. If he could defend himself, Achilles would not have killed so many heroes. His eyes turned cold as he raised his blood-stained spear and rushed towards Altemidin. Before he even got close, he threw the spear in his hand at Altemidin. Swish! The spear whistled through the air as it flew towards Altemidin. Bang! The tip of the spear pierced through Altemidin's shield and continued towards Altemidin's chest without slowing down. Altemidin's body flashed, and he barely managed to avoid being hit in his vital organs. The tip of the spear pierced his arm. Before he could rejoice that he had dodged the spear's fatal attack, a cold light flashed and a line of blood appeared on Altemidin's throat. Fresh blood quickly gushed out from the line of blood. His body swayed, and with a bang, he fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Pei Ziyun had killed 2 Greek heroes in a row, causing Monstius and Aeolus' faces to turn pale. However, Achilles' corpse was at their feet, and they could not let Pei Ziyun snatch it away. No matter how afraid they were, they did not run away. Instead, they struggled to protect Achilles' corpse. Mount Olympus in the middle of the red fog. Images of the Trojan war kept flashing by. This time, the images showed Pei Ziyun killing 2 Greek heroes in a row. Hera saw that Pei Ziyun had killed 2 Greek heroes in a row and was furious. She said, "Damn it, where's the bow of Hercules?" Athena, who was standing, said, "I've already sent it down. Nestor will get it later, and I will give him power." "Yes, this time, we must not let Paris live," Hera said. Ignoring the old grudge over the golden apple, in this war, the Trojan hero who had killed the most Greek heroes was not Hector, but Pei Ziyun. Furthermore, Pei Ziyun had just killed Achilles, and now he had killed 2 more Greek heroes. As the god protecting the Greek side, Hera could see very clearly. Now that Achilles was dead, she could not allow Pei Ziyun to continue living. At this moment on the battlefield below, the old Nestor raised his hands and prayed devoutly. "God, I hope you have mercy on me. My son, Antiochus, was killed by the despicable Paris with an arrow. I want to avenge him, but I am old now. I hope you can help me." He had originally wanted Achilles to help him take revenge, but Achilles had been killed by the enemy. He could only pray that the gods could help him avenge his son, Antiochus. His prayer seemed to have a certain effect. Suddenly, at the place where Nestor was praying, 2 bright stars slowly descended from the sky. The stars shone with a silver light. The light was gentle and not dazzling. They fell directly towards Nestor's body. Nestor looked at the 2 bright stars falling from the sky towards him. His body instinctively wanted to dodge, but he suddenly found that his body was bound and could not move. He could only watch as the 2 stars merged into his body. When the 2 bright stars fell, a thick fog appeared where they were. The thick fog covered Nestor's chariot, making it impossible for anyone outside to see anything in the thick fog. Inside, Nestor's body ushered in an earth-shattering change. He became young. After a while, the thick fog gradually dissipated, and the shining silver stars disappeared at the same time. But what was even more shocking was that the old Nestor had become much younger. The surrounding Greek soldiers stared at Nestor, dumbfounded. They didn't understand how Nestor, who had a face full of wrinkles and a head full of white hair, suddenly became so young. Look, Nestor's body has become so young. I just heard him pray to the gods. The gods must have made his body young again. God really dotes on Nestor. If only I could become young as well, Nestor thought to himself. The surrounding soldiers discussed Nestor's sudden youth. They were both envious and jealous, wishing that such a good thing could happen to them. Although it's only a day, this is indeed a young body. Nestor waved his two strong and powerful arms, his face full of excitement. The feeling of youth was really good. Although the gods only allowed him to have a young body for a day, he still liked this feeling very much. And as the fog dissipated, Nestor found a divine bow falling in front of him. This divine bow was the bow of Hercules. He had seen Philoctetes use this divine bow to kill Kronos. Now that he saw this divine bow, how could he not know that the gods had heard his prayers and given him a chance to take revenge? His son Anaurox had been killed by Paesion's arrow, and his heart was filled with the desire for revenge. Now that he had such a fortuitous encounter, he immediately said, "This is the power that the gods have given me to take revenge." As he spoke, Nestor scanned the battlefield and saw Paesion standing at the gate of Troy. "Paris, today I will let you understand the feeling of being shot by an arrow." Nestor knocked an arrow on the Hercules bow. With his young body and strong arms, he easily drew the bow. He took careful aim at Paesion, who was far away, and loosened his fingers. Swoosh! The arrow was like a meteor that streaked across the sky. In an instant, it crossed a long distance and appeared in front of Paesion. Clang! Paesion had long sensed the danger. The moment the arrow was shot, he dodged and blocked the arrow with the spear in his hand. But just as he blocked the arrow, before he had time to catch his breath, a second arrow shot at him with the speed of lightning. Paesion dodged, and the arrow missed again. Then came the third arrow. Insignificant skill. Paesion was a martial arts master and was not afraid of this kind of archery. Just as he was about to dodge again, his body suddenly stiffened and he could no longer move. Chapter 644. It's the power of Hephaestus. Paesion was shocked. He knew that it was the deity who made him unable to move. He was shocked and angry at the same time. It was obvious that after Achilles' death, he was no longer of any use. He thought to himself, they're already burning the bridge after crossing it. He had not tried to block it. His legs gave way and his body bent down. The arrow missed his vitals. Pooh! The arrow hit him in the shoulder. The moment it touched him, the pain seeped deep into his body. The wound rotted and turned black. Paesion knew that this could be the poison arrow that killed Kokkinos. It would not be easy to deal with it. He had to find a place where there was no one around. Only then could he think of a way to expel the poison. He hurriedly said, "Retreat, retreat, retreat. Close the gates." Paesion knew that the deity would not allow him to take Achilles' armor. Without hesitation, he retreated into the city. "Bring back the body of Achilles," cried the Greeks, seeing that the Trojans had all retreated into the city. Troy Palace Princess Cassandra woke up in shock. She realized that she was lying on her bed and her mouth was dry. She saw a bottle of water not far away. She supported herself with one arm and drank a mouthful. She felt that it was cold and woke up. She felt sweat all over her forehead. Just now, she had a nightmare. In the dream, Troy was destroyed, and all the citizens of Troy were slaughtered. Facing the tragic fate of Troy, Cassandra, who knew about it in advance, was extremely sad. She saw everything and loudly reminded the Trojans to be careful, but everyone was indifferent and could not hear her at all. In the end, she screamed until her throat was hoarse and she could not make a single sound. She watched as Troy was destroyed. This was unbearable to her. Dreams can be real. No one has ever listened to my prophecies. Cassandra was slowly pulled into the nightmare again. At this point, a palace maid came in and shouted, "Princess, princess!" Cassandra woke up immediately. Her face was covered in sweat, and she looked around in shock. "I had a horrible nightmare." Princess Cassandra was still scared. "Yes, princess," the maid replied. She saw that the princess was having a nightmare the moment she entered. "I have a feeling that Troy is about to be destroyed." Cassandra murmured to herself with a heavy expression, but she did not intend to talk to a maidservant. "What do you want?" "Princess, Prince Paris was shot by a poisonous arrow on the battlefield," the maid reported. "What?" When Cassandra heard that Paris had been injured, she was shocked. Ever since the start of the war, Paris had never been injured. She did not expect that he would be injured this time. It seemed that the war was becoming more and more intense. Furthermore, this younger brother was the key to the survival of Troy. For him to be injured at this critical juncture, one could not help but wonder if Troy could withstand the attack of the Greeks. She stood up and grabbed the maid's shoulder anxiously. "How is Paris's injury? Take me there quickly." "Princess, the doctor is treating Prince Paris. Please follow me," Cassandra said as she led Cassandra out of the room. Cassandra hurriedly followed the maidservant to the front hall. King Priam was standing there with an anxious look on his face. Cassandra walked into the hall and did not speak. She looked at where Pei Ziyun was lying. There was a group of royal doctors treating him. The royal doctors discussed the treatment from time to time, but after a while, they all shook their heads. One of the doctors stood up and said, "Prince Paris, the poison you have is exactly the same as the one that killed the king of Kuknoth. Only the gods can cure this poison. There is nothing we can do." As Cassandra listened to the discussion, she suddenly remembered a prophecy. The prophecy said that Paris was injured, and only Anon could save him from death. She immediately said, "Paris, where is your wife?" "She has already gone to Mount Ida," Pei Ziyun said. "Then you should go to Mount Ida to find your wife, Anon. Only she can save you." Cassandra immediately said, "This is the prophecy. You asked Athena for it." Then Cassandra immediately pointed to a few servants and said, "Quick, quick, carry Prince Paris to Mount Ida." The servants looked at King Priam. Priam seemed to be deep in thought and said, "Go, Paris. Go and treat him. Come back when you're healed." The servants were about to lift Pei Ziyun when Pei Ziyun's heart moved. He said, "Cassandra, there's no benefit in staying here. Follow me to Mount Ida. Trust me." Pei Ziyun said this because he knew that Troy was about to be destroyed. There was no benefit in Cassandra staying here. She might even be captured by the Greeks. As for his own injuries, they were all following the original script. He had to bear the consequences if his life was not in danger. In history, Paris would die here, and Pei Ziyun would be reborn. He would no longer be restrained and would be free to do whatever he wanted. He would no longer have to worry about the interference of fate. Cassandra didn't understand Pei Ziyun's plan. When she heard Pei Ziyun's words, she was a little hesitant. At this time, Paris left Troy and headed towards Mount Ida. Troy was in dire need of manpower, and she couldn't leave. But then King Priam saw that she was troubled and knew what she was worrying about, and said, "Go, child. I will be enough for Troy. Take care of Paris when you go to Mount Ida." King Priam's words made Cassandra's heart waver. "Priestess, go to Mount Ida. That is where you should go." At this time, a voice came into Cassandra's ears. "It's Apollo." Cassandra heard that even the gods wanted her to go to Mount Ida. It seemed like going to Mount Ida was the right choice. She thought about it and agreed. "Father, after Paris and I go to Mount Ida, it will be very difficult for you to be alone. You must protect yourself and mother," Cassandra said. "My child, you don't have to worry about me and your mother. I created Troy from a pile of ruins. I can still handle this little situation. Father, I will leave first," Cassandra said and turned to leave the hall. A few servants carried Pei Ziyun out of the hall and outside the palace. They carried Pei Ziyun to the chariot, and Cassandra followed. Whack! The skilled coachman cracked his whip, and the chariot started moving towards Mount Ida. Meanwhile, in the side hall at the back, Queen Hecuba turned around and sadly watched her children leave. After a long time, she said to her husband, "Have you made up your mind?" Priamus nodded. "We all know about fate, don't we? In the end, humans can't fight against the will of the gods. The destruction of Troy was imminent, and the torch plan could be carried out through Paris. Go, take your people to Mount Ida. Don't come back until the Greeks retreat," Priam said in his heart. He didn't say it out loud, afraid that the jealous gods would hear him. Greek camp after the battle. The corpses of Achilles and great Ajax were loaded onto the chariot and brought back to the camp. When the chariot reached the camp, a few people carried the corpses back to the warship. At this moment, they were lying quietly on the wooden beds. Everyone surrounded the corpses and thought of the glory of the past. They couldn't help but cry. Without a doubt, these were two great heroes. They had made great contributions in the Battle of Troy, but unfortunately, they had died on the battlefield at this moment. Two great heroes, how painful it is for you to leave me, a Greek hero said with a face full of tears. God, punish the despicable Trojans for us. These two heroes died under the enemy's arrows. God, thank you for bringing the bodies of these two heroes back safely. Inside the warship, Agamemnon, Menelaus, Odysseus, Calchas, and the other Greek heroes and princes silently looked at the corpses of great Ajax and Achilles. They couldn't stop their tears from flowing. Firstly, they were crying for the unfortunate experience of the two heroes. Secondly, they empathized with them. Maybe one day, they would be the one lying here. Someone brought clean water to help the two heroes clean their bodies, changed them into new clothes, and applied the best balm on their bodies. After some cleaning, the blood on the faces and bodies of Achilles and great Ajax were all gone. They lay quietly as if they had fallen asleep. The cries of the people in the warship affected many Greek soldiers. Everyone wiped away their tears. The palace of Thetis of the deep see the cries of the Greeks mourning their heroes reach the bottom of the sea, all the way to Thetis' palace. Although Thetis had long known of Achilles' fate, when she heard the cries of the Greeks mourning for Achilles, she couldn't help but cry. "My child." Her cries caused many sea beasts to cry out in sorrow. Even the sea was affected by her cries, constantly stirring up. The waves on the surface of the sea rolled one after another, and they seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. The prophet Calchas faintly heard the cries of Thetis. He knew that Achilles' mother, the goddess Thetis, was coming. Achilles died on the battlefield, so it was reasonable for his mother to come to visit him. He said to the people in the room with a serious face, "The goddess is coming. We have to avoid her. Don't let the goddess feel that we are being rude." Usually, mortals would avoid places where gods appear to show respect to the gods. Everyone knew that Achilles' mother might come to visit her son, so they listened to Calchas' suggestion and left silently. Sure enough, at night, Thetis walked out of the palace in the deep sea. She separated the huge waves and came to the shore where the Greeks' warship was without any obstacles. Roar! Behind Thetis, the sea monsters let out a loud roar. They could feel the sadness of the goddess, and their roars also carried bursts of mourning. Thetis stepped on the surface of the sea and came forward in stealth. Everyone could only hear the roar of the sea monsters, but they couldn't see the goddess. When Thetis came to the room of the warship, she saw the body of Achilles from afar. She came to the side of the body and saw that the body of Achilles had been taken care of. She hugged her son, kissed his lips, and tears streamed down her face. "My child, how cruel fate is. Your future has been decided a long time ago, and now you have finally come to this step. How sad I am." As she spoke, she could no longer hold it in and began to cry loudly. In the camp, Achilles' two divine horses heard the goddess' cries and sensed that their master had died. They neighed, broke free from the yoke, and disappeared into the night. Since Achilles was dead, they would no longer be driven by mortals. But Thetis was indifferent. She was a god and naturally knew a lot of secrets. The horses that were immortal and could speak were born of the god of West Wind. The god gave them to the hero Peleus, and Peleus gave them to his son Achilles. Mortals only thought it was glory, but did not know that they were the closest to the god to monitor Achilles. Zeus's strategy was so far-sighted and far-sighted. Chapter 645. Originally, fate wanted to use your armor to get rid of a hero. But now there's no need for that. I will take your body back to your homeland. Achilles' body was taken away by Thetis, and the bodies of the heroes and soldiers were given a grand burial. The flames and smoke from the burning of the corpses did not stop for 3 days, showing how many heroes and soldiers had died in this battle. After the matter was settled, the Greeks gathered the princes and heroes for a meeting to find a better way out of the upcoming arrangements. The war had been going on for almost 7 years, but the Greeks had not yet broken through the city of Troy, and too many heroes and soldiers had died. The Greeks had not done anything, and they could not answer to the assembly of the city-states. Everyone had to discuss a good solution. At the meeting of the princes, Menelaus stood up. He looked around at the crowd and said, "Noble princes, please hear me out." When everyone heard Menelaus's words, they all stopped their private discussions and looked at him, waiting to see what Menelaus had to say. "I see our soldiers dying in large numbers, and my heart bleeds. They entered the war for me, and now it seems that none of them will be able to survive, and they will not be able to see their families again." When everyone heard this, they could not help but nod. They had indeed made up their minds to die here. In fact, let us leave this ominous place. Let those who are still alive return by boat. Now that Achilles and Ajax are dead, we can no longer hope to win the war. But to everyone's surprise, Menelaus suddenly changed the topic midway. He wanted to give up the war and leave, which made many of the Greek heroes angry. "As for me, I no longer care about my unvirtuous wife, Helen. I care about you more than her, so let her stay by Paris' side." Menelaus had been instructed by Agamemnon to say this to test the Greeks. In fact, in his heart, he wanted to destroy the Trojans more than anyone else. Diomedes did not see through Menelaus's ploy. He sat quietly, and when he heard Menelaus's words, he stood up angrily and laughed mockingly. "King of Sparta, what a shameful coward you are. The brave sons of the Greeks will not go back with you, and will not rest until they are upon the walls of Troy." Diomedes' words were recognized by many of the Greek heroes and princes present. Now that the war had been going on for so many years, both sides had formed an unwashable hatred, and it was impossible for them to retreat. If they really retreated without any harvest, it would be hard for them to explain to the family and people of the deceased heroes when they returned to their hometown. "Menelaus, you really are a coward. If you want to go home yourself," a Greek hero said mockingly. "I think he's afraid of Paris. After all, he was defeated by Paris. You can go back by yourself. You don't have to drag us along. We're going to climb the walls of Troy. King of Sparta, I didn't expect you to be such a coward. If you back down, you will bring shame to all of Greece." Menelaus's brother, Agamemnon, also pretended to frown at Menelaus, expressing his disapproval. Menelaus, on the other hand, wasn't angry at all when he heard these insults. Instead, he was very happy. With such enthusiasm, he could rest assured. He did not have to worry about everyone's morale being low and retreating. Menelaus stood up again and said, "Great Greek heroes, I am very happy that you have such determination and will. Before this, in the face of repeated setbacks, I was very worried that you would give up this war. Now, your determination has filled me with fighting spirit. Let us work hard together, and we will not rest until we conquer Troy." Menelaus' words stunned everyone for a moment, but they quickly understood. Everyone forgave Menelaus for his decision to retreat just now. Diomedes stood up again and said, "King of Sparta, your worries are unnecessary. All of us here have formed hatred with the Trojans, and we cannot just retreat like this. We must attack the walls of Troy. Now, I take back what I just said to you. I hope that we can work together to conquer Troy." Diomedes had just finished speaking and sat down. After a while, the prophet Calchas stood up and looked around at the Greek princes and heroes. Seeing that they had no intention of speaking, he made a suggestion. "The The walls of Troy were built by the great Poseidon and Apollo. If we attack it by force, the losses will be very great. This is something we cannot afford. Everyone listen, I saw an omen yesterday. An eagle chased a pigeon. The pigeon flew into a crack in the rock and hid. The eagle waited by the mountain rock for a long time, but the pigeon did not come out. The eagle hid in the nearby bushes. This stupid pigeon flew out. The eagle immediately pounced and grabbed it with its sharp claws. We should follow this eagle's example. We cannot attack Troy by force, but we should win with our wits. After he finished speaking, the heroes racked their brains, trying to think of a plan to end this terrible war as soon as possible, but they could not think of anything at the moment. This kind of plan was not something that could be thought of easily. Someone said, "Calchas, you said to win with our wits. Can you give us a plan?" "I can't think of a good plan at the moment. This needs everyone to work together," Calchas said, shaking his head. The people present racked their brains and came up with a plan to win against Troy, but they were all rejected due to various loopholes. Seeing that everyone was once again at a loss, Agamemnon frowned slightly, but he did not have a better idea. Mount Olympus looked at the scene of the princes meeting in the Greek camp and said to Athena, "The Greeks can't think of a good plan at the moment. You can tell the Greeks about the Trojan horse plan and help them conquer Troy." Athena nodded, and in a flash, she flew out of Mount Olympus. Not long later, Athena arrived at the Greek camp. She stood above the prince's meeting room and sent an idea into Odysseus' mind. Odysseus' body shook, and he slowly stood up as if he had understood something. "Friends, do you know what to do?" When everyone saw Odysseus stand up to speak, they looked at him with hope. Odysseus had always been resourceful, and this was a well-known fact among the Greeks. "Odysseus, tell us your idea." Odysseus smiled. Seeing everyone's eager and expectant looks, he enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. "Actually, the plan is very simple, but it will be difficult to implement. We will need many brave Greeks to carry it out." "Odysseus, we Greeks do not lack brave warriors." Odysseus nodded, agreeing with this, and continued. "Let us build a giant wooden horse and hide as many Greek heroes as possible in its belly. The rest of them will leave the coast of Troy and retreat to Tenedos Island. Before we leave, we must burn down the barracks so that the Trojans will see the fireworks from the city walls and lower their guard, allowing them to venture out of the city. At the same time, we will have someone unfamiliar to the Trojans pretend to be a sacrifice. He will tell them that the Greeks were going to sacrifice him to their god in order to retreat, but he managed to escape. He will also say that the Greeks built a giant wooden horse for Athena, and he hid in the belly of the horse, waiting for the enemy to retreat before sneaking out. This person must be able to retell this story to the Trojans and make it sound so real that the Trojans will not suspect anything. The Trojans will definitely pity this poor outsider and drag him and the wooden horse into the city. When our enemy is asleep, he will give us a predetermined signal. At this time, the person hiding in the wooden horse will climb out and light a torch to summon the warriors hiding around Tenedos Island. This way, we can use fire and sword to destroy Troy. Odysseus told them his plan, and everyone was amazed by it. I think this plan is very good and can be carried out. We should be able to use this to destroy Troy. This plan is good, but there are some flaws. With such a large wooden horse, it will not be easy to hide the hero from the Trojans. This plan is very good. Odysseus, you are a genius strategist. Odysseus looked at everyone's reaction to his plan and was elated. What could be better than attracting everyone's attention? If this plan is to be carried out, all the steps must be flawless. If any of the steps are not done well, everything will go to waste. Diomedes expressed his opinion. Agamemnon nodded. He looked at Odysseus and said, "There is no better plan now, but Odysseus' plan needs to be carefully analyzed. If it is carried out, we will be putting the future of the Greeks on the line, so we must be careful." Agamemnon decided to carefully analyze Odysseus' plan. If it was feasible, he would carry it out. At this time, Calchas looked at everything. If we look at the plan alone, It is very crude and inferior. A large wooden horse. If it is normal, shouldn't we check it? Furthermore, a wooden horse with a person hidden in it must be of a different weight than a normal wooden horse. The Trojans will notice it when it is dragged, right? But no matter how ridiculous the plan is, as long as it has the power of God, it will be carried out and won. To put it bluntly, prophets were the mouthpieces of God. Carcass had seen countless such things, so he thought, if it is the will of God, then all the princes and heroes must agree unanimously, and no one would raise any objections. Let's see if anyone can point out this obvious flaw in the plan during the meeting. If not, this must be the unanimous agreement of the messengers. Chapter 646. The princes were discussing Odysseus' Trojan horse plan. At that moment, Prophet Calchas suddenly sensed something and raised his head to look at the sky. He saw a giant eagle flying over the camp. The giant eagle had a wingspan of 7 to 8 meters, and it circled above the Greek camp. Then it let out a sharp cry. The cry was loud and clear, like a thunderclap. This is the eagle of Zeus. The princes and heroes saw Zeus' eagle circling above the Greek camp. They knew that Zeus, the king of the gods, had agreed to the Trojan horse plan and was urging the Greeks to act quickly. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Zeus was the king of the gods. With his support, the Trojan horse plan also meant that it had the support of the gods. General Agamemnon, the eagle has brought the decree of Zeus. Our plan has the support of God, and it will definitely succeed. I think we should implement the plan as soon as possible because God is urging us. We can't let God wait too long. The death knell of Troy has rung. We just need to follow God's will. Everyone was discussing, but they were all about immediately implementing the Trojan horse plan. It was obvious that the arrival of God's eagle had given everyone confidence. Agamemnon looked at the reactions of the Greek heroes and knew that everyone supported this plan. However, he still said to Calchas, Prophet Calchas, this plan has the support of God. Do you have anything else to add? General Agamemnon, God has brought the best news. I have nothing else to add, Calchas said. Agamemnon nodded and said, Great Greek warriors, God has given us guidance. We must implement the Trojan horse plan as soon as possible. Let's attack the walls of Troy together. Attack Troy. The heroes understood the importance of this plan. They all cheered and responded to Agamemnon's suggestion to implement the plan as soon as possible. After discussing the details of the Trojan horse plan, the princes' meeting came to an end and everyone dispersed. Prophet Calchas stood up and walked out. He saw Odysseus. Although he did not like this King Ithaca and felt that he was too smart, he still stopped Odysseus. Austin, do you think this plan will work? Austin saw that it was the prophet who stopped him. Even though he did not like Calchas, he said patiently, You are a prophet. You should know that as long as there is God's support, there is no plan that cannot succeed. With that, Odysseus turned and left without saying much to Calchas. Calchas stood where he was and thought about it. He knew that Austin's words made sense. As long as the plan was supported by the gods, it would definitely succeed. There was no other reason, power. Many wise men in history doubted themselves after their failures. Could it be that their strategies were not good enough and were inferior to monkeys? Actually, it was just that the monkey might have more power and backing. Carcass already knew this. The reason why he asked Austin was because he was worried. After all, they had to give up the entire Greek camp. If they failed, even if the gods encouraged them, they would not be able to make a comeback. Idas and Kitty, this base on the mountainside, had been built for a few years and was starting to take shape. There was only one road that led to the base. Other than the cliff at the back, this was the only road that led to the base. It was a place that was easy to defend, but hard to attack. There were also a few watchtowers in the base. Basically, all the movements in the surroundings could be observed through the watchtowers. If the enemy attacked the base on Mount Ida, the people in the watchtowers would be the first to notice the danger. There were 7 to 8 buildings in the base, and every building was made of wood. At this moment, Paisiun was lying on a soft bed in one of the wooden houses. His face was slightly pale, but it was much better than when he was first sent here. When he was first sent here, Paisiun's face was pale and dark. When Anon and Helen saw him, they were shocked and started crying. It was only when Paisiun reminded her in time that Anon reacted and ran to the Kebulin River to find her father. River god, Kebulin heard that his son-in-law Paris was injured. Under Anon's pleas, he gave Paisiun some spiritual medicine to treat him. This was actually fate. Otherwise, he would not have agreed. Anon used the spiritual medicine given by her father to apply on Paisiun's wound. The effect was very obvious. Not long after it was applied, the wound became much better. Anon, thank you for the spiritual medicine, and thank your father for giving it to me. Without it, I would have been in trouble, Paisiun said. Darling, you are the most important. Without you, I can't live on, Anon said in a low voice. Paris, how do you feel now? Helen asked. I feel much better now. I believe it won't be long before I can get out of bed and walk, Paisiun said with a smile. That's great, Helen said happily. At this moment, a servant came in excitedly and said, Prince Paris, with the death of Achilles, the Greeks have lost the possibility of victory and have retreated. They have burned their camp and only left a wooden horse in the camp. Paisiun heard this and did not say anything. He looked at the servant's excited face and knew that the Trojans were probably just as excited. The Battle of Troy had been going on for almost 7 years. Everyone was exhausted. Now that the Greeks had retreated, it was especially good news for the Trojans. Paisiun sighed and said, Now that the Trojan horse has appeared, it seems that the final moment is not far away. We must be prepared. As for stopping this plan or rescuing the Trojans, there was no need to think about it. The gods of Olympus would not agree. Apart from this, what other news did the Greeks have? Paisiun asked. Prince Paris, we caught a foreigner who was being persecuted by the Greeks. He brought us the latest news of the Greeks, the servant said. Paisiun knew that this person was the one who carried out the Trojan horse plan, but he could not expose him. After a moment of silence, he said, I understand. You can leave now. The servant bowed and left the room. Paisiun pursed his lips and thought for a moment. He quickly glanced at Cassandra and saw that she was in a daze. She said, Cassandra, my beloved sister, what are you thinking about? Paris, my beloved brother, I had a dream. I saw the city of Troy directly connected to the underworld of Hades. I saw the city filled with blood and sparks, and I saw the god of death rushing out from the belly of the wooden horse. But I know that you won't believe me. Even if I say a million things, you still won't believe me. Cassandra's face was full of tears as she said this. She knew the truth of Troy's impending destruction, but before it happened, no one would accept it. Priests and prophets could see many things that ordinary people couldn't. Knowing the truth in advance was also a form of torture for them. Paisiun listened quietly to Cassandra's words. He knew that she had received a revelation, but there was nothing he could do. He looked at the sorrowful Cassandra and said, No, I believe your prophecy. Paisiun's words were out of Cassandra's expectations. She was stunned for a moment. Then tears started flowing down her face. She said, Paris, you believe me. Quickly go to the city and tell father that you are his most beloved son. He will believe your words. Cassandra looked anxious, as if she was afraid that if Paisiun was late, Troy would be breached. But before Paisiun could say anything, she seemed to see the future again. She said, No, Paris, don't go. If you go back, you will immediately be sent to the underworld of Hades. As she said this, Cassandra choked on her tears and turned to leave. Paisiun didn't chase after her. He knew that what she said was right. If he dared to take a step at a critical moment, he would be punished by the gods. In Troy, there was an unlucky man who was awake. He wanted to warn the Trojans, but in the end, his whole family died. That was Apollo's priest, Laocoon. Schemes could be broken, but power could not. Paisiun ordered the servants, Look after her, as well as Hector's wife and son. Don't let them go back now. After giving the order, he sank into deep thought, and his soul sank into space. In the space above the darkness, two small halls stood side by side. The Greek temple is glowing. The small hall was originally dark and calm, but now it was glowing. Paisiun hesitated for a moment. Then his soul went towards the Greek temple. The moment he stepped in, there was a loud boom, and a torch was lit up, illuminating the main hall. The main hall was made of marble, and the pillars were carved with all sorts of monsters. There are also storms, flames, and other disasters. Finally, there was a scene of slaughter. The last statue was very tall, and it was Achilles. He raised his sword and looked like he was shouting, but he could no longer move. The light just now had come from his body. As the light shone, traces of power were extracted, and there were traces of indescribable power. With this power, the entire temple seemed to be wiped clean and became bright and clean. In the middle of the altar, a staircase appeared. I have killed heroes consecutively, and 10 levels have been filled. Now that the staircase for the statue has appeared, I only need to satisfy all the requirements before I can produce the statue and become a complete god. Of the 3 conditions, the first is that the destruction of Troy is imminent, and no one can stop it. The second condition is to fill the trap set by the gods. The power of Achilles has already filled 1/3 of the gap in the trap. I still lack 2 offerings that are close to the gods. Where can I fill this gap? Paisiun frowned and thought, if I were to kill those normal heroes, how many would I need to kill to fill the gap? Thinking of this, Paisiun shook his head. The gods would not agree to this, especially when there is a prophecy. Paisiun thought hard, and suddenly he thought of a target. Perhaps this can be done. I have done many things for you. Isn't it time for me to make a request? Chapter 6:47. Greek camp, quick! Move the last batch onto the ship. Some heroes yelled as they rushed people to move the goods onto the ship, but more people were looking at a giant wooden horse. The entire horse was made of sturdy wood. It was 3 meters wide, 3 meters tall, and 8 meters long. There was a small door under the horse's belly, and it was 2 meters above the ground. This wooden horse was made by the Greek army's craftsmen over the course of several days, using the best freshly cut wood. At that moment, the Greeks were all gathered in the open space of the camp. They looked at the wooden horse and started discussing it. Everyone had their own opinions. Can the Trojans carry such a big wooden horse back? I don't think there's much space on this horse. Won't it be too cramped for our heroes to lie inside? God, I believe that only your will can allow the Trojans to carry the horse back smoothly. This person was right. Austin looked at the discussion and stood up. He cleared his throat, and the crowd quieted down. Everyone looked at him, waiting for him to speak. Heroes, now is the time to show our true strength and courage. Because now, our heroes have to crawl into the horse's belly and hide inside for a period of time without sunlight to welcome the bright future. Please believe me, crawling into the horse's belly requires more courage than facing the enemy. Only the bravest of people can do it. The rest can take the ship to Tenido's island. Only one brave and smart person will stay near the wooden horse. He will do as I say. Who is willing to take on this responsibility? Everyone hesitated at Austin's words. After all, this mission was to face the Trojans alone. Normal people would not have such great courage. However, a Greek, Serene, who only had a thin trace of hero blood and was not eye-catching in the allied army, showed extraordinary courage. He said, I am willing to take on this mission. Let the Trojans torture me. Let them burn me alive. I have made up my mind. Shenon's words moved the Greeks around him, and they all offered their best wishes. Serene, good. If you survive, I will give you some gold, bronze, and a few women. Even if you die, your family will receive them. Everyone cheered and shouted at Serene. Everyone praised his courage. General Agamemnon nodded and promised to keep his promise. A smile appeared on Austin's face. Seeing that there was already someone to take on this responsibility, he added, Now we will pick the heroes who are willing to enter the horse's stomach. They will have to endure a period of time without sunlight. Odysseus stood up and said, I am the one who came up with this plan, and I am willing to enter the belly of the horse. Please pray for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Diomedes walked out of the crowd and said, The hero who has entered the belly of the horse must be me. I will prove to everyone that I, Diomedes, am the bravest hero in Greece. Me too, Menelaus said. How can I be left out of this? Steneros said. Soon, there were 8 or 9 heroes who had entered the belly of the Trojan horse to carry out this difficult task. Agamemnon looked at the heated scene and said, Our heroes are so great. In order to win the war, everyone is willing to take such a huge risk. Even with the will of God, the heroes knew that once they entered the Trojan horse, they would be discovered by the Trojans. Unless they were invulnerable, they would be dead. However, the space in the belly of the horse is limited. Menelaus, Diomedes, Steneros, and Odysseus, you will bring the most important heroes in. As compensation, if we destroy Troy, these heroes will have priority to claim the war trophies. Does everyone agree? Yes. The crowd shouted. Since everyone agrees, then it is decided. Is there anything else you want to say? Agamemnon looked at the heroes and sighed. He knew how big the risk was, and it was almost all on the will of God. However, the death of Achilles and Ajax had dealt a heavy blow to the strength and morale of the Greek allied army. It was not that they wanted to bet everything on this, but they had no other choice. After years of war, although they relied on plundering to maintain their logistics, it had also drained the resources of the Greek city-states. If they returned without victory, there would be civil strife, and many kings and princes would be exiled. Great Greeks, everyone knows that my wife, Helen, was stolen by the despicable prince of Troy, Paris. Until today, I have not been able to avenge her. Now, with everyone's help, I have finally seen a glimmer of hope. That is why I must participate in this mission, Menelaus said. We, the Greeks, have suffered immeasurable losses in this war. The Trojans must pay for the wounds we have suffered and the blood we have shed, said Diomedes. God, thank you for your help. You have given us a chance to win this war. I will complete this mission perfectly, Odysseus said. What a great wooden horse. I will use it to win this war, Sthenelus said. If that is the case, carry out the plan. Agamemnon glanced at them, straightened his back, and gave the order. Menelaus, Diomedes, Sthenelus, Odysseus, and many others climbed into the horse's belly by means of a ladder, pulled the ladder into the horse's belly, closed the door, and fastened it on the inside. The heroes sat quietly in the belly of the horse, their hearts filled with anxiety, not knowing what fate awaited them. After preparing the wooden horse, Agamemnon and Nestor ordered the Greeks to move all the supplies that could be taken onto the ship and set fire to the tents and tents. The Greek soldiers held torches in their hands and lit everything that could not be taken away. Only the tall wooden horse stood quietly in the open space of the camp. The fire spread throughout the entire camp, and the flames rose high into the sky. The whole camp was covered in a sea of fire, and thick smoke covered the entire coast. When all the supplies were moved onto the ship and all the soldiers were on board, Agamemnon gave the order to set sail. Set sail. Many ships slowly left the dock. It was a grand scene, with thousands of sails sailing out to sea. These ships all headed towards Tenedos Island. On the vast sea, the entire Greek fleet stretched for dozens of miles. The rolling waves constantly slapped against the sides of the ships, and the entire fleet moved very quickly. In just a short time, all the ships had disappeared. After a short period of sea travel, the Greek ships quickly arrived at Tenedos Island. They anchored on the shore and anxiously waited for the predetermined signal of fire to come from the distance. Tenedos Island was only a few dozen miles from Troy, and they could reach it in an hour. The Trojans standing on the city wall quickly discovered that the coast was covered in smoke, and that was the Greek camp. The Trojans were puzzled. They did not understand why there would be such a large area of smoke in the Greek camp. Based on the intensity of the smoke, There must have been a huge fire to cause such a large amount of smoke. They did not rush to open the city gate to take a look. Instead, they stood on the city wall and observed carefully. They discovered that the Greek warships on the coast had all left. This discovery was no small matter. The departure of the Greek warships meant that they had retreated. This was something that had not happened for many years. Someone quickly reported the situation, and King Priam quickly received the news that the Greeks had retreated, burned down the camp, and all the warships had left. Oh, why would the Greeks leave? Could it be that they intend to return without any results? King Priam asked. We are not sure at the moment. We only know that there is a thick smoke rising from the camp, and all the ships at the port have disappeared. A Trojan elder who was reporting answered. Then you should bring some people over to take a look. However, you must be careful. Don't fall into the Greeks' trap. Priam emphasized. Yes, king. After saying that, the elder retreated. Not long after, a group of Trojan soldiers opened the city gate. They drove chariots with weapons in their hands and headed towards the Greek camp. When they arrived at the Greek camp, they saw that it was a burnt ruin. The Trojans were very happy. The Greeks finally could not hold on any longer and retreated. I think Prince Paris killed Achilles and Ajax, causing the Greeks to be unable to hold on any longer. That's right. However, Prince Paris suffered a despicable arrow because of this. I really hope that he recovers quickly. The prince is the heir of our Troy, the next king. Although they did not know what caused the Greeks to do this to the Trojans, it was still a great piece of news. The Greek camp was burnt down, and the departure of the warships meant that they had retreated. The war that had tormented them for so many years was finally over. In the square where the enemy camp was set up, the Trojans found a huge wooden horse. The wooden horse was very majestic, and the fire did not ignite it. The Trojans surrounded it and looked at it carefully. They looked at it in surprise, and their eyes were filled with curiosity. I think this wooden horse is very beautiful. We can move it into the city and place it on the castle as a victory souvenir. We can let everyone know that we have won this war. Someone suggested. No, I don't believe that this strange wooden horse was accidentally left behind by the Greeks. I think it will bring misfortune. Let's push it into the sea together or burn it with fire. At this moment, the Greek heroes hiding in the horse's belly heard the noise. When they heard that the wooden horse was to be burned, they all trembled with fear. If the wooden horse was ignited, they would not be able to escape death sitting in the horse's belly. However, until the last moment, these Greek heroes did not dare to act rashly. Just as the Greek hero was feeling uneasy, a few dazzling rays of light that mortals could not see swept past, followed by a fog that was also invisible to the naked eye. The eyes of the Trojans slowly became fanatical, and there was an unusual light. This wooden horse was left behind by the Greeks. We will move it back as a trophy and place it on the castle. We will let everyone know that we, the Trojans, have won this war. Yes, the Greeks left behind the most precious wooden horse, and we have seized it. We are the final victors. The fanatical Trojans did not have the slightest bit of vigilance. They only had one thought: move the wooden horse back. Someone is here. Suddenly, a few people found Serene hiding in the belly of the wooden horse and dragged him out. Serene stood there pitifully, stretching out his arms to the sky, crying and begging, God, where can I go? Where can I take a boat? The Greeks will drive me out, and the Trojans will kill me. Note 1. Take a girlfriend as an example. Everyone is human. Girlfriends are chosen based on your height, appearance, age, wealth, job, character, and so on. Of course, it is important to emphasize the feeling you give her. It cannot be created out of thin air. However, if your status is half a level higher than hers, she will automatically think that your boyfriend is excellent, and you will fall in love at first sight. If your status is one level higher than hers, in reality, no matter how feminist you are, your boyfriend will be too good to be yours alone. If your status is 1.5 levels higher, your girlfriend will even accept a harem, but only if she is the main wife. If your status is 2 levels higher, she will even accept sharing the same bed with you. So, in the novel, this situation is still a simplified version of the worldview of mortals. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.